true. So 9/11 is a great example. There's always, well, 3,000 Jews survived that day and didn't turn up at work. So it's so crazy. There's a building with 50,000 people. Only 3,000 died that day. That's terrible and tragic, but 47,000 were saved. Right? The Jews were roughly just over 10% of the population of buildings in a normal day of work. That particular morning, 3,000 Jews did not go to work, or were not in the offices in the morning when the planes struck. That particular morning, 25,000 non-Jews were also not there. Yeah. So this conspiracy, the Jews knew about it. Well, how did the non-Jews all know about it? And thank God 25,000 weren't there. Right? Yeah. Thankfully. The truth is, it was the first day back at school, and lots of people just came into work late, having taken their kids to school. That's the main reason. And yes, about 10% of the people who didn't turn up were Jewish. About 10% of the people who did die that day were Jewish. So, these ludicrous conspiracy theories.
Yeah, it's so lazy. It's so, and it's clearly caused by some kind of deeper issue. It can't be the facts, and so we'll touch on that perhaps later. But let's go into some of the specific accusations that he's leveled, because he's posted this on Twitter to his with over 1 million followers. It's had 3.4 million views, 28,000 likes. So he wrote, the Talmud is, after the Hebrew Bible, the central text of rabbinic Judaism, the primary source of Jewish religious law, Jewish theology. Until the advent of modernity in nearly all Jewish communities, the Talmud was the centerpiece of Jewish cultural life. It was foundational to all Jewish thought and aspirations, serving also as the guide for the daily life of Jews. Now, here are the quotes that he's posted. I don't know if you'd like me to go through them one by one, or whether I should just go through them entirely, and then you can give us an overall viewing. Let's maybe start one by one. So the first one is, let's go for the top left one. It says, even the best of Goyim, meaning non-Jews, should all be killed. I mean, this is alien to me, this stuff, but...
Yeah, it is. Okay, so let's make a few general comments. First of all, he's right about the quotes about how central the Talmud is to Jewish life. That's absolutely true. Second of all, he's not the first to come with these quotes. The second point I want to make before I get to where these quotes come from, and then we'll go through the detail, is that Talmud, as you'll probably know this, is an incredibly difficult work to study. It's not one work. It's 36 volumes. That's usually printed, 35, 36, 37 volumes. Very thick pieces of work. If you go through 2 pages a day, it takes 7 years to do it, and it's very hard to go through 2 pages a day. Like there's a lot of Jews that kind of sit in the back of a tour lecture every day for an hour on those 2 pages. But you've ever studied Talmud, you'll know that it's very, very dense, complex material. And verses and lines of the religion recording debates between rabbis that will take place over many days, when lines will be thrown in multiple directions, and ever just exerting one line, usually, even if it's accurate, will often be very, very misrepresentative. Now, the third point I want to make is, where did most of this come from? The origin of most of this is, because this is not, he hasn't probably gone and done research himself. I doubt it. There's not a lot of Jews the whole time to cover in their lifetime and really know what's going on in it. So what he's done is, these that just circulate all over the internet, right? And they circulate especially in anti-Israel or anti-Jewish or anti-both, which is increasingly the same overlap. Their origin is probably, there's been different iterations of anti-Talmudic pieces of work over history. A very, very big one was in the 17th century piece of work by a guy called Jan Andreas Eisenmenger. And he wrote a work called Jewry Unmasked. Okay, this is the 1600s, 17th century. And most of the quotes here come from there. Now, by the way, they're almost all not quotes. There's usually a longer list full of fabrications. This is not 100% correct. I'll explain what each of these are. There's one or two I think are completely made up in here, but most of them are attempts to summarize the Talmudic discussion. They're not quotes, they're attempts to summarize the Talmudic discussion. You should know that in 1876, the German Imperial Academy of Sciences wrote a whole report. They did an in-depth study into his claims, right? And the conclusion was, and this is the quote, it's a collection of scandals. Some passages are misinterpreted, some are distorted, and others are insinuations based on one-sided influences. Okay, so this is not very reliable. Let's go through one by one, as you say. the first quote, even the rest of the way, meaning nations of the world, and non should all be killed. And that would sound horrific. I say, well, we should all have a genocide and wipe out all the non-Jews of the world. So the source Sopherim is actually a late, slightly post-Talmudic source. But the actual source itself is a pre-Talmudic source. And it's a medrash, a halachic medrash. So just explain to readers what's going on over here. Talmud is put together in several centuries. The very earliest Talmudic works are around the turn of the millennium. Some of the source material goes back a century or so before then. And eventually the Talmud is written down, centuries later, just as around, usually it's assumed that the general redaction of the Talmud, although there was redaction taking place later than that, is around 5th century. So, but prior to that, there's a lot of source material. Okay, prior to that, there's a lot of source material. So this is a relatively early source called the Mechilta, which is a halachic medrash. And the Mechilta on Exodus asks the following question. It says, the Egyptians pursue the Israelites at the sea. Sorry, a bit of a cough. They pursue the Israelites, and they've got chariots and horses. And the Midrashic ancient rabbinic text asks the question, where did they get horses from? There were all these plagues against Egypt, many of which killed animals. And the conclusion of the Midrash is, well, actually, there's a biblical verse that explains how it's possible there were animals surviving the worst of the plagues. Exodus 9:20 says that Hayoreth of Hashem, those who feared God, would keep the animals inside, like Moses warned. Don't leave the animals outside while there's going to be a hailstone bombardment, etc. So the Talmud is 1 second, but if they're the holy people who care about Hashem and God, what are they doing chasing the Jews, the Israelites at the sea? And on that, Rabbi Shimon comments in that context that even the best of them need to get killed. The best of those nations need to be killed, right? In other words, if they're crossing, they're coming to get you at the sea, even the ones that fear God seem to be wanting, in that particular context, to kill you, and they all accidentally drown in the sea. And it's not clear whether there's meant to be any legal implication other than that at all. Some want to derive from it that if there's a war where they're coming to kill you, like the Egyptians were, even if you know that some of them are otherwise pious individuals, don't spare them in the war. That's the most that's ever taken from there. But it absolutely, in any scenario where they're not coming to kill you, there's no permission by anybody to say that they should be killed. So that's a classical example. Take a line completely out of its context, and you end up with something that's nothing to do with what was originally said, and you end up with something really grotesque going on. That's just one example. Just a very simple. Wow. If you have to go through more one by one, if you want.
Yeah, I think you should go through at least a flavour of them, because it's so bizarre. Like it's like this is so not the Torah that I have learned. When I think about some of the, yes, on the one hand, Judaism is very particularist about saying, charity starts with your family, with your nation, all that. And goodness me, if the Jewish people weren't looking after themselves with all the adversaries they've had throughout history, we wouldn't be here. So we also can't forget the massive universalist element to Judaism that I in some ways say is much stronger in reality than what you might get in other religions, who are saying, you have to follow our path in order to have salvation, have God. If I think about the story of Jonah and God's concern for the people of Nineveh who were doing terrible things and teaching him the importance of that, I think about the fact that he wanted the Egyptians and Pharaoh to repent. He didn't just want the Jews to leave, he wanted them all to come and recognize the truth. There's the fact that we named the Torah reading where the Jewish people received the Ten Commandments after a non-Jew who changed his ways. The fact that the Messiah comes from a convert, the way they're trying to characterize Judaism is just so alien to the Judaism that I know.
And you're absolutely right. I know the Judaism anyone who follows the Talmud knows. By the way, I should say, it's not. I have actually heard the occasional Jewish racist, quotes religious sources, and it has to be condemned in the strongest possible way. But anyone like you and me, who are lives by the Talmud, who follows the Talmud, would know the love we're meant to have for everybody. Jewish or not Jewish in the world, for every human being. Right? We all know the source in Pirkei Avot, the ethics of the fathers, which is where we're meant to learn our ethical attitude on the world. That Hillel will teach, be like the disciples of Aaron, Ohev Shalom, Ohev Shalom, love peace and pursue peace. Ohev Esabrius, love all the creations of the world, right? Jew, non-Jew, and Makar on the Torah, bring them close to the Torah, right? Not convert them, but they should be keeping the high laws and so on, like actually many religions in the world today probably do. So that's we're meant to have a love for everybody in the world. So yeah, you look at these sources like, oh my goodness, this is what it actually says. You know, and as you alluded to, it's explicit that we don't convert people to Judaism. At least we don't encourage and push conversion and proselytize, partly because we believe that as a non-Jew person we go to the world to come. And that's also Talmudic source, right? The Jerusalem Talmud in Peah 1:1 is very explicit that the righteous among the nations get to the portion of the world to come, codified by Maimonides in his attempt to codify Talmudic law, right in the laws of Teshuvah 3:4, that the righteous Gentiles have a place in the world to come. This is something we believe, right? Good Jews and good non-Jews have a place in the world to come and be loved by God. And maybe go through some other sources as well.
Yeah. So what you
go
through some
right? Yeah. So let's take an example. The next one, all children of Goyim are animals. Again, that's not a quote from the Talmud. It's an attempt to sum up the Talmudic discussion there, and it completely misunderstands what's going on. Or the next one, Goy are not humans, they're beasts. I mean, I can go through any of these and explain to you the background. Let's take that third one on the page, for example. If we've got time, I'll go back over the second one as well. The third one is the Goys are not humans, they're beasts. That is absolutely not true. I'll tell you where it's coming from then, because they're not all total fabrications. No, the one after that, I think, is a total fabrication. Gad, Shas, 2:2, a Jew may violate but not marry non-Jew. I have never heard a source called Gad and Shas. My suspicion is it's either a made-up source or it's, I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't know what on earth is going on over there. Maybe someone can enlighten us what on earth is that meant to be. I think it's a complete fabrication. Now let's go to the one above it. Say, government see it, Gentiles, boys are not humans, they are beasts. What's going on over there? Where's this person coming up with that misquote? Where could they misread the Talmud to be saying that? The discussion in 114 with government seal is the questions of purity and impurity of a corpse. Right? If you walk over a Jewish cemetery, you become impure for certain Jewish laws. Right? And the question is, does that apply to a non-Jewish cemetery as well, a non-Jewish corpse? Why shouldn't it? Well, because laws of purity and impurity have nothing to do with the Noahide law. They're not laws that generally non-Jews are bound by, and therefore they may not be laws that apply if a Jew is there as well. And the Talmud wants to work it out. It quotes a verse, right? The verse in Ezekiel, and it says, it's Ezekiel chapter 34, verse 31, and the verse says that you, Israel, you're my sheep, you're the sheep of my pasture, you are Adam. You are Adam, right? And Rabbi Shimon says, you are Adam, but the nations of the world aren't Adam. And you could translate Adam as human, right? And then, you see the Talmud saying, you're humans and the nations of the world are not humans, right? So if you took it like that, we'd be like, oh my goodness, you're saying they're not humans. And then the conclusion here they want to draw is, therefore they must be beasts, right? That's the conclusion. It's not true at all. And I explained to you about it. First of all, there are 4 biblical words for human, okay? There is Ish, Enosh, Gever, right? There's all, and Adam. 3 of them always appear in every biblical and Talmudic context as referring to all humans, Jew and non-Jew, right? So it's very, very clear that both Talmud and biblical laws see Jews and non-Jews as human beings, full stop, not as animals, right? And you see that, the source I quoted before, righteous among Gentiles have a portion of the world to come, animals don't, right? Again, it's embarrassing I even need to say this is so pathetic, but what's it mean, Adam? So Adam is a different word because Adam refers always back to Adam in the garden. And there, and I've explained this on previous videos, the idea was all of humanity is some kind of single soul called Adam. And the end of history is going to be a return to that state when the whole of mankind is back as one, called Adam. And on the way, the Jewish people, Israel, was given a role to play. God took us out of Egypt and said, you're going to become a microcosm of Adam first. You're going to bring about the Messianic era so that eventually the whole of humanity can become part of this Adam too. That's what he said. And that means sometimes when we use the word Adam, we mean the whole of humanity give you an example. And sometimes we mean just the Jewish people in the present era, right? So an example what means the whole of humanity is the Talmud in Avodah Zarah, page 3, says that a non-Jew who studies the Torah that's relevant to them is considered as great as the high priest in Jerusalem, right? And the proof it brings is the verse that refers to the person who keeps the Torah and lives through them. It doesn't say a Jew, it says Adam. And Adam who keeps and lives by them gets eternity for them or whatever. So, the verse in Leviticus then. So there you see explicitly the Talmud saying Adam means all of humanity. So when does it mean all of humanity? When does it just refer to Jewish people? It depends really on whether the law is relevant to all of humanity or whether the law is relevant to the Jewish people. Since the laws of purity and impurity are not a law that's meant to bind Jews and non-Jews, it's not something the Noahide law binds non-Jews to, so it only applies to Jews. So it only applies to Jews. You only become impure walking in a Jewish cemetery.
And where is this written? Which Talmud are you referring to where it says this?
114b,
Right. So it's all there, right?
You'll see.
It's so bizarre. Like, I often think about when we sing Hallel, the prayer of thanksgiving on it. It's throughout the year. But we say at the end of history, all the nations will come to recognize God. Like, we're not. It's just bizarre that people can try.
Absolutely, at the time of football, 100%. So that's why a classical example. Now let's get the source above there. Okay, again, the source above there is probably the most complicated of all the sources on this page. What's going on over there in Yevamos 98a, is we're discussing what happens to converts. Right? What is the legal status of a convert vis-a-vis previous relations, for example? And there's a sense in which a convert is to some degree like a newborn person, right? And therefore the question is, are they still related to previous relations? So the Talmud is discussing, imagine two twin brothers convert. The reason is two identical twins, there's no doubt that they've got the same father and the same mother, right? They convert to Judaism. So and one of them dies childless. Okay, so in Jewish law, in the biblical law, there's a principle: if a man dies childless, that if the brother and wife both want to, then they can marry. And the brother steps into the shoes, becomes like a surrogate parent. He steps into the shoes of his brother and has the child. It's called levirate marriage. And if they don't want to, they have to go a ceremony called chalitza to separate, form separate. And the Talmud concludes that they don't need to do it, those twin brothers, if they're both converted, because their relationship, their biological relationship precedes the conversion. It's like they're newly born, and so it's not considered for that particular law like their brothers. The Talmud says, but what are you going to do with the biology? At the end of the day, they're still clearly from the same seed. And the Talmud says that we can mafgir, that the Torah itself can come along and say, okay, fine, we for legal purposes, we ignore the biology. That's what it says, and it brings a verse. And the verse in Ezekiel, it says that their seed is the seed of a horse. And so, again, if you're reading that Talmud, what that means, non-Jewish seed is like the seed of a horse, right? They're like animals. And that's what the anti-Semitic reading is doing, right? You see, the Talmud is saying it's because they're animals. That's not what the Talmud is saying. I'll prove it to you. Because in all laws where it's relevant, right, we always treat non-Jewish relations exactly the same as we treat Jewish relations, right? We treat the seed isn't a seed of an animal. It's ridiculous. So, for example, we say there's inheritance. Non-Jews inherit. The Talmud says explicitly that non-Jews inherit from their parents. They clearly, their seed is human seed, or even more than that. We say that if somebody, a non-Jew, has children, two children, and then they convert to Judaism, do they have to remarry and have more children to fulfill the mitzvah of being fruitful and multiplying? Answer the Talmud, no, they don't. Because they gave birth to human beings. They fulfilled the mitzvah of being fruitful and multiply as a non-Jew. So you see that it's a pure legal technicality that as they become Jew. So what's with that verse? It's the verse from the book of Ezekiel. And in Ezekiel, what's happening over there is it's a metaphor. It's Ezekiel chapter 34. In Ezekiel chapter 34, Ezekiel is telling off the Jewish people. He's telling off the nation of Israel. He's rebuking them. And he's talking about how they've been unfaithful to God. And he compares Israel, who's split into two kingdoms, to be like two sisters, right? Oh no, it's a metaphor. And instead of being faithfully married to their husband, which is to God, obviously it's a metaphor. Ezekiel's using a metaphor. He's saying they become like this unfaithful. Woman, instead of being married to her husband faithfully, is prostituting herself to everyone, every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And it compares the Israelites who, instead of serving God, Hashem, are busy running after every idolatry in the world, assimilating into all the idolatrous religions around them. And that's what it does. And in the metaphor, it says that's like a person who leaves the loving relationship with their spouse and runs off and is becoming a prostitute and is having a relationship with people. You treat them like an animal, and it's like the sex of donkeys. That's all. So what Ezekiel's saying is he's talking about a Jew who leaves the relationship with God and runs into all the local idolatries is considered like the equivalent in the metaphor, the analogy to somebody. So then it says the implication is one is in reverse and one of the local pagans comes into Judaism. It's like they've entered a completely new relationship and completely new status. So all the old statuses don't apply. That's all. And then to distort that and say what he's really saying is that all monsters are animals. It's sort of a mistake you could make if you're just glancing quickly at the Talmud that to be slightly better. I don't believe the woman who originated this, who was for sure Isaac Mangum back in the 17th century, was doing that innocently. I think they knew exactly what they're doing. I think they knew the Talmud doesn't mean what they're saying, and I think they knew Ezekiel doesn't mean what they're reading. They knew Ezekiel's using as a metaphor. They knew the Talmud's dealing with a legal principle, and they knew that that's what using the analogical first words and nothing to do. On the contrary, somebody had researched the whole Talmud, so they knew full well, exactly as I said before, if a non-Jew converts to Judaism and had already had children, they have fulfilled the biblical mitzvah of being fruitful and multiplied because they've given birth to human beings, Jewish or non-Jew, who have fulfilled the obligation, they're the image of God. Right? So again, that's probably the most complicated out of all of them. I mean, all the others are just pretty much all validity or total misrepresentations. And I go through it. Do you want to keep going?
Please.
Okay, so we said the fourth one down, I believe, is a fabrication. The fifth one down, again, it's just so ridiculous. It says a Gentile boy girls in a state of niddah, filth. Niddah does not mean filth. Niddah is the legal status of a Jewish woman in menstrual bleeding, where you're not allowed to have sexual relations. And the Talmud in Avodah Zarah is discussing intermarriage. Intermarriage is not allowed in Jewish law, right? Marriage has to be between a Jewish couple to raise a Jewish home. And the question is that biblical prohibition, or did the rabbis legally give the same status like we have in Jewish law? A woman is in a state of menstrual bleeding to all non-Jewish women. That's the question there. It's not saying they've become filthy. That's ridiculous. If they were really treated as a state of menstrual bleeding, then a non-Jew couldn't have the relationship. It doesn't apply. There's no prohibition of niddah. It's not, and the word niddah does not mean filth. God forbid. Well, Jewish women become filthy. It's ridiculous. So that's all it's doing. It's just a discussion about what the source of the prohibition was. They agreed to treat them in the same legal status as a Jewish woman in a time when it's prohibited to have sexual relations, or is it a biblical prohibition? That's all. Next one, a Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. That is baloney.
And just to say, he posted that particular one as well.
Well, go look, and by the way, I encourage people, go and look up these sources yourself. I was warning you, try and go back to the beginning of the Talmudic discussion. And ideally, if you're not trained in reading Talmud before, you'll probably find most things very confusing. Talmudic discussion does require lots of training. But let's take a look at this source over here. What's going on is that, at first I explained to you, there's a therefore just want to engage the intercourse. And by the way, the non-bold text is not the Talmud, it's a commentary.
Yeah.
The bold text is not. Just want to engage in intercourse activity is not liable if he's less than 9 years old. Let me explain what this is, okay? There's 2 prohibitions involved whenever you engage in intercourse, okay? If there's no consent from the other person, you're liable for damages, just like you're liable for damages if you ever use, hurt, or manipulate the body of any other human being, Jew, non-Jew, child, adult, as every decent legal system has sanctions for. There's a separate question. There are lots of laws in the Torah that are to do with sexual activity and sexual transgressions. For example, adultery, right? Homosexuality is forbidden. And some of these come with punishments. For an act to get those punishments, it has to be called a sex act. Right? It can't just be physical use of somebody else's body. It has to actually be a sex act, and there's technical definitions of it. Right? It has to be penetration, exchange of seed, and so on, in order to violate the biblical command. And what the Talmud says is that if a boy is 9 years old and penetrates a woman, it's not considered an adulterous act, it's not considered a sex act, right? Whoever initiated it and harmed the other person is still liable for harm. It's just saying that technical laws and punishments to do with the sexual act don't apply if the child is under 9 years old. It's not that the woman hasn't performed adultery, they've just done abuse to the child, they've just harmed that person as if they physically harmed them or emotionally harmed them in any other way. That's all that's going on over here. Is the liability, the special extra liabilities for an act of physical intercourse, a procreative act, what age does that start? And there's other technical criteria as well in order to violate the actual, let's say, adulterous act or homosexual act or whatever else it might be over there.
But isn't it at the end it's saying that the adult that engages with the child is not liable? That's what it looks like it's saying.
They're not liable for what? For the sexual crime, the punishment that comes from the sexual aspect of the crime.
So what would they be liable for in Torah?
What's that?
So what would they be liable for in Torah? What's the...
If they were anyway harmed physically or mentally, emotionally, that child, there's regular penalties. There's a penalty for tsara, any pain caused. There's a penalty for boshas, any psychological damage caused. There's a penalty for nezek, any damages caused. There's a penalty for any medical costs that are involved.
So to be clear, it is prohibited.
Absolutely.
Yes, I know, but let's just be clear.
Again, a person who doesn't know Talmud, often the Talmud isolates one issue when there's many issues going on. Right? So there's 2 issues here. One, have you harmed the child? Of course you harmed the child. That's a whole separate discussion, nothing to do with this. Right? The second issue, which Talmud's focusing on right over here, is have they both been involved? And in this case, a child would never be liable anyway. But is the adult also involved whatever sex crime might have been separate from a forbidden sexual relationship? And that answer is no. There's not a forbidden sexual relationship. Damage to the child is a whole separate discussion. That's elsewhere.
Right.
That's the that's the fits into all the regular laws of damages. So again, this is, it's ridiculous. Again, it's not ridiculous what they've done. They've taken a thing, they've slightly put it out of context. They made it sound like it's saying something completely different to what it says. Right? They have sex with a child. That's ridiculous. They're not. I don't even know. They didn't say they may have sex. They said they're not punished for the sexual assault, for the sexual punishment, which often is a death penalty. Right?
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things they like. Go, please.
Many other technical grounds on which a person will not be punished for sex. In fact, the Talmud says that you almost never give a death penalty because there's so many technical exemptions. That's not the same as harm. They're 2 completely different issues.
Right. Because there is a lot of people in his Dan's circles will make claims of Jews somehow sanction pedophilia. They often cite verses in the Talmud which talk about people getting married or having relations at very young ages.
Well, by the way, it is true that in most of history, I believe people married in their early teenage years. They farmed, they worked in small families. It was not unusual for 14 or 15-year-old boy and girl to get married. People's lifespans were not as long, everything was shorter. The idea that you can just go and take a child and have sex with them is actually most totally wrong. And there's plenty of places where Jewish law cites that it's wrong, it's not allowed, that's not a particular but that's exactly the point. So what it's taking, is there a special punishment for the extra crime of having transmitted seed into the body? And the answer is that if the boy under 9 years old penetrates a man or woman, then it's not considered, like you said, seed. That's really what it is for that law. You don't even use that child for that purpose, absolutely forbidden. It's absolutely, regular act, terrible damages and so on.
Do you want to go through the second column?
The boy hits a Jew, he must be killed. Now again, if you look at the Talmud, you'll see the word used as is obligated death. As Maimonides points out, that never means you go and kill them. I'll give you an example. It says that if a Talmud Chacham, a Torah scholar, walks down the road and there's a stain on his shirt, he also must be killed. Right? It doesn't mean you physically go and kill him. I explained what it does mean. I'll give you another example. This says that a person who forgets any of their Talmud is obligated to his life, which means he must be killed. It means in heaven there's a punishment, potentially loss of the world to come. Right? What is saying over here that a non-Jew who uses anti-Semitic violence could use, God will punish them for potentially being killed in the world to come. That's what it means. When does it mean a physical death penalty? When it says neherag, right? That's referring to if there was a Sanhedrin or a court, they could try them. It never says that about a non-Jew hitting the Jew unless they're about to kill them, in which case the same law applies to a Jew. If a Jew or non-Jew is about to kill somebody, kill them to save the other one's life. But no, Talmud absolutely does not say that if a non-Jew hits a Jew, he must be killed. That's absolutely ridiculous. By the way, it does bring a source point, which is that Moses kills the Egyptian, right? But the Talmud commentary will ask on that. But there, the whole point is that you have some kind of prophetic insight. You can't draw the analogy. So this is exactly the same as all over the Talmud, where it says, a Torah scholar walks out with a stain on their jacket. It doesn't mean you take them to court and kill them. It means that they are creating a desecration of God's name. Because people look at them and say, oh gosh, people are so God filthy. And that leads to people rejecting God. Then that person has to defend themselves on did that violate the whole purpose of life? Right? If a Jew wantonly just forgets Torah, and of course we all forget, we're humans, right? But in other words, it means they don't care enough to try and listen to memorize. Then there's another potential issue. Again, you understand this is a rabbinic way of talking, and at worst it means you have to what to answer for, very serious things to answer for the world to come. And absolutely, people who are violent in the name of anti-Semitism, people who gather Jews on the streets and beat them up, are going to have to answer a very serious question and possibly lose their world to come for it. That's what it's saying. Right? So again, now again, an innocent person just sees this as a one-off line of it. Oh my God, but anyone who looks inside the Talmud, anyone looks inside that Talmud, to be fair, and doesn't know that rule and hasn't seen the other bits of Talmud that use the parallel phrase, might get confused by that. That could have been an innocent mistake. Right? The same thing, the next one, when a Jew murders a Gentile, that penalty. Let's go again. What's going on over there? We're talking about biblical law, by the way. Let's talk about in the land of Israel. Where anyone who enters the land of Israel and becomes a citizen of the land of Israel and needs to keep its law is fully protected by the law. Is a Jew allowed to murder a non-Jew? Absolutely not. It's completely forbidden. Again, numerous sources wrong. I can happy if anyone wants in the comments. I'm happy to share loads.
Well, the Ten Commandments.
Right, and you give it the sutta. You cannot kill the same Jew. Now, here what it's saying is, what refers to the non-Jew in this category is someone who enters the land of Israel and refuses to keep any of the law. Right, they're literally the Talmudic words, they're an idol worshiper. So that's like somebody who comes into a country to rebel against its law. Can they then appeal to the courts to get the courts to punish others who violated them? And then the courts will not intervene and punish. If they've rejected the court's authority of law, then they cannot use the court to punish others. That's all it's saying. Nothing, God forbid, to say that it's okay to go. It's ridiculous, right? Even the great quoted there, by the way, it says there will be no death penalty. By the way, the minute you leave the land, so or you time where there's no Sanhedrin and no Torah law, obviously it doesn't apply because they're not rejecting the law in not keeping the Torah.
Yeah, let's keep going. I think it's worth doing this because people get thrown these quotes the whole time, so it's worth going through this.
Okay, so Tosfos is conversation will be now. I checked this Tosfos because I wasn't familiar with it. Tosfos is not the Talmud, it's a commentary on the Talmud. There's 3 on that page. I checked them. I don't believe it's there. I think this is an application. Again, I might be wrong with something. Maybe it's a very surprising phrase. If it exists anywhere, which I don't believe it does, then what you'll have is, I'm sure, like all the others, it'll just be completely out of context nonsense. Next one, if a Jew finds an object lost by a Gentile, it does not have to be returned. That's because of the Gentile law, it does not have to be returned. The Talmudic principle, by the way, there is a Gentile law that says you do have to return it, which a lot of states have nowadays, and a Jewish citizen of that country or a Jewish visitor to that country is absolutely bound by their law. The Torah has 2 principles. What's the absolute basic legal obligation, basic moral obligation? And the general principle in ancient world was find as keepers. I believe it's even in Roman law levels. If you find a lost item, you're legally allowed to keep it. The Torah then says you're meant to go beyond the law. When it comes, you then treat Jewish people like you treat your own family members. So that to the non-Jews of the world, we're like friends, right? To the Jewish people of the world, we're like family. And the Torah always demands that you go beyond what's the general formal obligation. So even in a place where there's no legal obligation to return and find as keepers, right? If they're Jewish, you have an obligation to return. If they're not Jewish, you have an obligation to do whatever is the normal law of the land. That's all. So again, it's like you look at this, you see, we don't like non-Jews, not do it, right? And like I say, in any legal case where the norm and the standard behavior is assumed, you return it, you return it. Jews may use lies to circumvent the Goy Gentile, Robert Camel 113. Now this, I'm afraid, ironically enough, is a lie. That's not what the Talmud says. In fact, the Talmud is very explicit that we're not allowed to lie against a non-Jew. Robert Camel 113a, Jews may use lies to circumvent the Goy Gentile. That is rubbish. I'm not just giving you a classical Talmudic source. Chulin 94a, a Shmuel says it's forbidden to deceive anyone, even an idolatrous Gentile. Not about non-Jews, about people who are actually idol worshippers, never allowed to. And again, numerous other sources say the same thing. What's going on in 158 is a different principle. If you're doing business with someone who's not Jewish, and they make a mistake and give you more than you, they make a mistake in your favor, you're not obligated to return the mistake. That's all. Again, that was a standard practice in legal system. If the local law of the land is different, you're always obligated to follow the standard of the law of the land. But it never says you can use lies to circumvent an non-Jew. On the contrary, it will be absolutely forbidden to lie, to steal, to cheat in any possible way. And that's explicit only in the Talmud, that's explicit in all the codes of Jewish law too. So it's typical. So this is an example of something that whoever wrote this clearly knew they were distorted. There were others where it could have been a genuine mistake. There's no way that was a genuine mistake. That was just an absolute distortion. I like the majority of them. The last one here, when there's on 22a, Gentile boys prefer sex with cows. Rubbish. What's going on over there is there's a law in a place which was quite frequent at the time of when Jewish law was being codified, where some of the pagan idolatrous people around would also engage in bestiality. If you suspect that's what's going on, you're forbidden to sell an animal when it's reasonable to assume that it might be used for sex with an animal. Right? In other words, you have to protect them from sinning, you have to protect them from abuse. You can't just do that. That's all that's going on over there. In any scenario where you know that's not what's going on, and you're not bound by the same prohibition. So this is battle that also should know another thing which is very important. Many of the comments on the Talmud, most famously the medieval theory, from that Talmud you see that some of these lines even are based on what was going on in that time, when it was very typical for certain non-Jewish groups in the area, the Talmud of Babylonia, let's say, where there would be certain very immoral behavior and lots of abusive Jews. That's always what it means in the Talmud, whenever it first, and I've already seen that. If I had to sum up everything we've seen, these are basically misquotes fabrications, misinterpretations, right? Going back, I quoted at the beginning, I said that a lot of these go all the way back to Eisenmenger in the 1600s. They were recycled in the 1880s. After the German Academy of Sciences had explicitly pointed out and done the research that I've shown you right now, that these are basically all misquotes, fabrications, or completely one-sided misinterpretations. Another guy came up in Prague who was a professor called August Roning. In the 1880s, he wrote the Talmud Jew, right, which was the Talmudic Jew. And again, using many of these, he actually added some of these are from him, some of these, mostly from Eisenmenger already, and he added a few other fabrications and so on. And there was a rabbi at the time called Rabbi Joseph Bloch, who publicly challenged him and offered him 3,000 thaler as the currency at the time, if he could even read a page of Talmud. And actually Rowling sued him for libel. It's the whole case, you can read about it online. Basically, the Vienna court wanted to appoint a panel of experts, and Rowling argued that Jewish experts would be biased. They have to be Christians, and I know Christians, but pure-blooded Christians. And the court agreed. So it found these non-Jewish professors who spent 2 years researching all of these quotes, and really thoroughly, these and many others. And they prepared a whole report for the court. And it was very obvious that Rowling was going to use the case. So he withdrew his case, he got fired from his academic position, right? And he was completely disgraced, he had to pay the cost of the court, etc. Right? Now, the problem is, these survived, they were resurrected in Nazi, anti-Jewish propaganda, pre-war. Today, they just they circulate all over the internet. And whenever you've got groups that hate Jews, or hate Israel, or hate both, these are like these very dominant ones. I think if you really want to have a Talmudic position on non-Jews, it's things we've already said. Right now, I'll quote another source. Against the German market. Carving Adam should be represented. Adam is the love. There again, a cascade by the word Adam is clearly used to be Jews and all of humanity. Because they don't talk about the God of the Jewish people as Jews.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
That's pretty.
We'll jot some notes.
Counterpoints. Actually,
You'll see some notes.
you guys started out together?
Yeah.
Nice.
Lived together. Grew
Nice.
together. I was his best man at his wedding.
Oh,
Yep.
shit.
He's my guy.
Give a speech.
Wow.
Give a
speech?
Oh, speech
no.
was nice.
Concise.
Was it good?
I was fucked up.
Unbelievable.
Were you?
Unbelievable.
I was like,
Bud Lights?
yeah.
How many?
I have no idea. A wedding? Dude, you think protect our parks or something?
Yeah. Came in abstract.
A wedding. I like wet my pants. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta give a speech. I was like, I'll be all right. I'm used to giving speeches. I got up there, I was like, Matt's wife, you're crazy. Matt, you're fucking nuts. This thing might be crazy enough to work, folks. That was it. That was the whole speech.
This thing might be crazy enough to work.
Isn't it wild that like so many people get married, but half of them fail?
Yeah.
Like you would think that more people would be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Matt's,
I'm divorced. This is my second time around.
Oh, really?
I got married relatively young, though.
But I think then it's like a practice run. Like you learn, like, oh, I
Exactly.
can fix this. Let me try this again.
Yeah. I mean, girlfriends, that was like free play mode. It didn't even count. Getting married is fucked up. When like you're like, I got married the first time because it was like, I was like, yeah, I'll get married, I guess.
When you
that was all I thought. I was like,
you got
cool.
divorced, was it a big, was it a pain in the ass? Like, was it a big one?
I mean,
Or
yeah.
was it fairly?
I mean, it wasn't like, we didn't have kids, so it wasn't like, like.
But did you have to go through financial bullshit?
No, I didn't have any money.
That's
Yeah, I had absolutely nothing.
But watching people get drained, watching like rich dudes get drained, and you see them going from not having to worry about anything to like, oh shit, yeah, like how am I going to cover my bills? Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that multiple times, man. I've seen guys get hurt in divorces. Oh, just like Leon Edwards in the head. Just slapped. Just stiffened up.
It's a miserable endeavor. It sucks. Even if you're not losing money, it's
That's
pretty
when we
shitty.
met. That's when me and Matt met.
Yeah.
I was like, we started hanging out, and then he started getting a divorce, and I was right there for it. It was nice. It was
I
nice
moved from a marriage into a house of like 5 comedians. We all just on an air mattress.
Nice.
Did 2 years on an air mattress.
That's nice.
My air mattress would deflate, and I take it back to Walmart in the box, return it, get a new one.
Bro, if my wife ever leaves me, I'm buying a ranch and I'm inviting everybody to live there.
Yeah. Usually women
build you some houses. I'm gonna
women
buy
do
a
initiate.
giant chunk of land and I'll
Incredible.
build everybody a house. Let's go. It'd be like Stanhope's though. There'd be a fire eventually. Yeah, eventually. Yeah, Stanhope's roof, its ceiling caught on fire. Like, it was in his attic. What was going on up there? It was in his attic. It was an electrical fire. Oh yeah, no, that shit happened. He has like his metal roof, so the roof didn't catch fire. Oh no. So
Just
shit
the
just burned. Yeah. Is it fixed? Or is it fucked? I doubt it. I think he's fucked for a couple months. Is he still living there? No. I could see him living there with a big hole in the ceiling. It would mean nothing to him. Fucking view the sky. It hardly rains out there anyway. Yeah, it gets cold at night. It does get cold. Isn't it wild? It's like near Mexico, but it gets cold as fuck. The desert's weird.
Yeah, I've never been. I want to go.
Well, why does it get so cold? Is it not?
The sand. Probably the sand.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm guessing, but
I would guess
I feel like
too.
the sand is just
Sand, yeah.
doesn't do shit.
Didn't Francis Ngannou have a very similar story about crossing the Sahara? When he crossed the Sahara, didn't he say it was like really fucking cold at night?
Yeah, it's freezing.
I don't get it. It's like sand doesn't retain heat. Is that what it does?
Yeah.
It doesn't hold the heat.
Water just passes through. It's fucking bullshit, actually.
Bullshit.
It doesn't do a goddamn thing.
You know
It's
what's
hot as fuck and cold as fuck.
What's that?
Lack of humidity.
Lack of humidity. Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, the Sahara Desert used to be a fucking rainforest.
Really?
Yeah, that's like the normal path of things. We look at stuff through such a narrow window that we think, oh, the desert's the desert, the jungle's the jungle. But there's a natural path that goes back and forth between things becoming like rainforest and jungle, and then things becoming sand.
We talking about the ice caps too? How apparently that was lush. Someone told me that used to be lush forest. That became we're in ice age, technically. That's correct. I don't think so. I heard we have polar ice caps. That's technically an ice age, but I could be wrong. My cousin told me.
Your cousin might be on Reddit.
My cousin was reassuring me. He's like, dude, the ice caps will fully melt and they'll just be lush and we'll all move up there. You know.
Well, global warming does keep accelerating. That's what everybody. The people that have the most optimistic view of it, they say all the places that are wicked cold will just move into those.
I was listening to that guy. He was talking about how like the Midwest, like Minnesota and shit, like Canada.
Yeah,
it's going to get a lot warmer.
I'm going to recross the Bering Strait.
You got to get back.
I think it's the opposite. It's going to get more water. You're looking at it wrong.
So I get my time.
If an ice age happens, then you make that walk.
Yeah, that was my favorite at Jones. He was like, fuck global warming, ice caps are growing. And everyone was like, shut the fuck up. And then one quick Google, you're like, God damn it, he's right.
They're growing?
Antarctica is.
So Leonardo DiCaprio's wrong?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
He's talking to science.
All these fucking scientists, even the scientists don't agree, because like there's a mass group of scientists that will tell you, and this is undeniable, that human beings have had a big impact on carbon emissions. But you know that volcano that just erupted? Where'd that volcano just erupt?
I mean,
there's one that just cracked.
Oh, recently.
Some guy put this. I would like to find out if this is true. Some guy put this on Twitter, that there was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done.
Really?
I don't know if it's true. Sounds amazing, though.
I like it.
I've heard Matt from the
Shut
Park
down some cucks with that kind of talk.
I like it. I'll be at the cellar trying to dish that out. They'll be like, where did you find that? Like, don't worry about it.
You see, people worry about all kinds of things, but super volcanoes is what you really should worry about. They've knocked humanity down to just a few thousand people in the past.
Really?
Yeah, 70,000 years ago. We've talked about it before. I think it's called the Toba. Is that what it is? The Toba volcano? It's a super volcano. I think it's near Indonesia. Fact check: volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass. Dude.
Yeah,
They probably typed that up in real time.
so this was June 8th of 2022. So this was one they were talking. God, I wish I saved it. It was one of those things I was looking on Twitter. I'm like, wow, better Google that later.
That one little burp on down that.
But he said he was going to release data that proved this.
I mean,
One little burp on Mount Etna has already put more than 10 times the CO2 in the atmosphere than mankind has in our entire time on Earth. Don't worry about a scam is in the works to tax your minuscule footprint. Oh, this is a meme that someone put out? I didn't see a meme. I saw someone's tweet. They might have stole the meme and tried to be clever. Or the meme might have come from this guy's tweet as well. Same allegation has been shared here in 2016. An iteration posted on Twitter June 2nd. Was retweeted nearly 9,000 times. Yeah, it might all be horseshit.
Yeah, I mean, but if I think
That's a lot, though.
That looks like a lot of stuff.
it's a big ass cloud. I'd say that's 40% CO2 if I had to
If I did just one glance at it.
Well, it's just funny to be like, nah, the Earth's not warming up. It's just funny. No, does anyone know the temperature of the entire Earth?
Both people are silly. The people with limited research that say it's nothing to worry about, and the people with limited research that say we're all going to die. Both people are silly. The ones that make the most sense to me, I had a guy named Steve Koonin on the podcast. He's a physicist who got into, that's what he is, right? Koonin. And he, I forget how he was tasked with going about looking into climate change, but what he found was that the periods of ups and downs have always existed. Like this idea that the Earth has ever been at a stable temperature that stays like this, that's just not the case. It goes up and it goes down, and it seems like it's always done that forever, and it varies wildly. Like they have these big giant spikes up and down. But this is over thousands and thousands of years, right? Maybe millions of years, where they're predicting like how long. but for sure we're having an impact. But the question is like, how much impact? What is the difference? And would it be happening anyway? Would it be warming up anyway? If we didn't do anything to fuck up the environment, then we could look at the environment for what it is. We could say, oh, look, it looks like it's warming up. Well, we know we're not doing anything about that.
Yeah.
If we had no impact, well, we know we have an impact.
Yeah, but the thing no one thinks about is we were like, we escape from nature like a blind rush out of just being constantly destroyed by like floods and eaten by predators, and we set up this whole system so we can like eat and not all die.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, fuck this, and it's like, I mean, we can definitely tweak it better, but Jesus Christ, man. A little bit of appreciation.
A little bit of appreciation is what we've done. It's amazing what people have done, but yeah, for sure, we could do a lot of the shit better.
Dude, like plastic bags, they could figure out different technology for something that doesn't sit in the ocean for,
Well, they can make biodegradable plastic now.
Why don't? That's my thing.
Yeah. Well,
That's
not
Get to it.
plastics as they are now. I think most of them are just made with fossil fuels, right? Yeah, most plastics. But I know they're putting out like biodegradable plastics that are made from plant. You can actually make plastic from hemp, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, it was wild. I read that. I was like, what?
I don't like it. I gotta bring my own bags to my grocery store. I forget them every time. So then I buy one. Now I've got a whole
Canvas
bag.
bags.
I got piles of bags.
Get a stick with a bandana.
I might get some beans.
It is a
Send my
good
girlfriend out for beans.
It is a good move that they just don't just give away bags anymore. Like, even though it's real convenient, it's probably better if you bring a bag.
It is.
Yeah.
You know,
Who's gonna remember that?
nobody.
Yeah, but we've
I
never
walk outside my front door and go, fuck, I forgot a
But
bag.
isn't that a thing
I
that
don't
we
feel
can
like I'm
adjust to?
We'll adjust to it. Yeah.
It depends on if you're a walking apartment person versus someone who drives.
Yeah.
Like if you're driving to the supermarket, it makes sense to just leave a bag in your trunk.
Yeah.
But if you're a walking person in an apartment and you're in the city and you forget a bag, that's annoying.
Or just do paper bags and burn them.
Yeah,
But
but
that's
then you
the
feel
trees,
trees.
dude.
What about
What about the
disappear?
emissions,
It
bro?
goes up in the air.
Oh, it goes away?
It goes straight through space. It goes out of space. I don't know what these fucking pussies are talking about. Global warming is fucking not real. I'm sick of it.
I had Randall Carlson on my podcast. He's an expert in collisions, like a cosmic collision genre. And he said, he goes, global warming is not good. He goes, but what's really bad is global cooling. Oh, he goes, global cooling is terrifying. Ice ages, that's where everybody dies.
Yeah.
That's where there's no food. That's where you're fucking starving to death.
Dude, how do we make it? How do we make it through the ice age?
How do
Well,
we?
you
How
have
did
to
we?
move. You moved. You know,
Okay.
or the hardiest of hardy people, they hunted and gathered, like the Inuit. They basically can't grow any vegetables.
What a fucking bullshit life.
What a scary life.
In a
dude.
fucking ice cave.
You're living in an ice house covered in animal skins.
Hopefully you stab something in the next month.
And you're just
You
looking
eat it.
for fat. You're just
Yeah.
looking for blubber to eat. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what your body uses for fuel.
Dude, imagine how much you could just like slide on ice though. Like
Yeah.
you're walking.
Oh, sliding. Probably
And
do that.
fucking,
You're probably nasty.
they fucking in there.
Oh, they're probably
Getting
God,
all
animal
the
skins.
layers get in there together.
Imagine fucking
Snuggle.
in an ice house that you made with a fire in the center of it, on animal skins of animals you killed, knowing that there's no doctors anywhere. So if your woman gets pregnant, like you're pulling it out of there in the middle of the tundra with polar bears around your ice house.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but they had no concept of doctors.
They had no
I mean,
concept
of course there were
life.
people that figured shit out.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, he wasn't like, fuck, I wish I had a doctor.
Dude, if you grow up like that, that's how you live. And
Yeah.
people are adaptable as shit. I had this dude on Sonny from Best Ever Food Review yesterday, and he went and lived with these tribal people and hunted with them and ate what they ate. He reviews like exotic foods from all over the world. And like he's like with these tribal people slurping blood out of the carcass of a goat that they just shot. They're slurping it up with their hands, and you can tell he's like barely getting through it on camera. But it's like that's their normal life. For them, it wasn't gross at all. It was totally normal. This is how you get food.
Yeah.
You know, you don't let the blood go to waste. You slurp it out of the body cavity. Damn. Neanderthals' healthcare skills helped them survive through the ice age. What?
Is
that a trap?
No, they feel like they found people with broken bones. I'm not sure exactly how it did it, but since they were in such small tribes, if they lost someone, it would have been catastrophic to the group. So they all had to work to keep everybody alive.
Dude. Yeah, I mean, they probably eventually figured out how to set an arm, right? Put a stick there and tie it down. You know?
Sit in a fucking igloo.
Yeah. Bro, they don't always grow back good. You know, there's a lot of like...
I get some mangled arms.
Yeah. But there's a lot of like bones they found of people. That's a hard life.
Oh, they're monsters like
Yeah.
tigers.
Oh, geez. Getting shit bit off all the time.
I'm thinking more about your cave life.
Yeah, what
Before,
kind of
like, women had words, and you get home, they expect, and you're like,
No words, just
No,
me.
just-
no words. You gotta be like,
I bet they were horny all the time. I bet all they did was just fucking throw spears and go gather food.
Yeah,
yeah,
probably.
the more we're talking about, the more I'm coming around on
Yeah,
this. How
because
sick that shit would have been.
They
dude.
they must be so primal. Those people,
You don't know where the fuck
like
you
the
are.
early people, like people from like 300,000 years ago, whatever a person was back then, they must be so horny,
Yeah, well, that's why they had all those
hairy and shit, just,
Yeah.
looking to fucking throw spears and
smelling each
fighting
other.
off animals.
That's why they had all those fucked up rituals, because they, in their world, nature, like violence, they just like put on a pedestals. That was like the coolest thing. That was like the ultimate life force back then, just getting squashed by like animals and rocks. So they would reenact it all the time.
Could you imagine if you could go back and get like one of the Neanderthal dudes and like enter him into a wrestling tournament?
It's,
I'll just teach him a few
He'd
moves.
bite right away.
He'd bite immediately.
First guy to grab.
But like a Neanderthal is probably so much stronger than people. Their bones are different. They're built different. They're like 5'7", 200 plus pounds. They're built like chimps.
yeah.
Like big, powerful chimps. Ugh.
You got to put it down, dude. You can't have them out here.
Do you think that they fucked us or we fucked them?
We seduced them. I think we seduced them for sure.
Yes.
Imagine me laying in wait, dude.
One of those guys came by.
Plus back then, like having a powerful woman would be very attractive because then you'd have kids that could survive.
Yeah.
Your gene pool, your gene line would keep going on.
Yeah.
Going for China. You
Yeah.
want one night in China.
You got the wrestling. You want
One night
yes,
in
it is.
China.
She's probably the hottest dude.
China would have been.
Dude, I did Fear Factor with China, and after she completed one of the stunts, she got out and like full flexed and goes, "Who's the man?" She said, "Who's the man?"
Yeah.
I guess it's just what you say.
Yeah.
She had a wild voice.
Big lady.
She did.
How tall was she?
I don't know. But when women take steroids like that, they develop a male midget's voice.
She's like, didn't X-Pac take her down?
You shouldn't say midget, so.
Yeah, look at this. Julio's on it. Julio won it. There she
Damn,
is.
dude.
Asshole.
Yeah, the thing that
I'm thinking
sucks-
about it.
Dude, this squad is nuts.
The thing that, you know, 3 of them are dead.
Yeah, dude.
3 of those
That
people
might
on
be a
that show are
cruciate
dead.
episode.
What did
Yeah.
China die of?
Kelly Preston died, China died, and Julio died.
What took China out?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Pile driver.
Kane broke into her house.
She did porn for a while.
Oh yeah, it was the one night in China. That was a porn.
Oh, that was the name of it.
Wasn't it X-Pac who was? I think
You
X-Pac.
fucking love X-Pac.
Dude,
It was X-Pac.
the wrestler. Generation X.
This is like my favorite story of.
It's bull. It's
Matt
true,
told me the story. He was like, dude, I saw X-Pac once. He was in an airport.
dude. I was
standing there.
like
I
12.
was like, yo,
I was 12.
X-Pac, what's up? And
I
he
gave
didn't
him a
even
suck.
look
Like
at me.
X-Pac. I gave him a suck. It.
He goes, he
Dude,
didn't even look at me. I was like, dude, every
He didn't
dude
even
looks
look
like
at
X-Pac.
No, it wasn't
a
him.
lot of dudes look like
That's,
X-Pac.
he saw a guy that looked like that in the airport. It was like X-Pac.
I saw a guy.
Yeah, I know 5 guys who look like that.
Every dude looks like
Just from
this.
jiu-jitsu class.
I was 12. He had a cut sleeve denim
Bro,
vest.
every
He
guy,
was hot.
if you live in a Mexican neighborhood, you see that dude every day. You see that dude every day.
Young Pac.
Oh, that was
X-Pac does rule though. The Bronco Buster, I did not think it was gay.
No.
There was not one part of me that thought it was gay.
What's the Bronco
The
Buster?
guy gets put in the turnbuckle and he's like sitting.
Uh-huh.
X-Pac jumps, puts his dick in his face. That's it. That's his closer.
That's
So,
a good closer.
it is pretty sick.
That's
He
pretty
gets up
solid.
and says, "Suck my dick."
That's the name of it.
Yeah,
So this is what he does?
it is, dude.
He's getting ready.
Actually,
This guy's got his girl sitting on his lap, and she's nodding like, "Yeah, fuck his face."
he's gonna assault this man.
Fuck, dude. This was the
Oh
Ice
my
Age.
God,
This was the Ice Age.
That is insane. That is insane. That's his finishing move.
To Triple H.
Imagine.
You're finishing.
Hell yeah.
Imagine pitching that in a meeting. Vince, here's my plan. I'm gonna lay a dude against the turnbuckle, I'm gonna fuck his face, and then I'm gonna do like this here. So yeah.
Genius. Xbox, you've done it again.
What do you think about the Saudis buying the WWE? The rumor, the unsubstantiated rumor that the Saudis are.
You met Lemaire. He's an autistic man. He loves WWE, and he's not happy about it.
Yeah, he was very mad last
He's
night.
upset.
Why? All him and Tony would do was talk about it last night.
Tony likes wrestling.
Dude,
They were very upset.
Are they gonna let like the wrestlers hit women and shit?
Well, that's the thing. They're saying they might not. Their conspiracy is no women. They're going to be able to pull it on home. It's going to be the attitude era again.
Let's be pulling women out of cars.
Dude, they're going to 3D May off the fucking jump out shot. Remember they did that?
They're going to bring him in to do that on checks.
There was an old woman in the WWF, and these two dudes. You remember the Dudley? Was it the
Dudley twins, yeah.
Dude, they tossed like an 80-year-old woman off the Jamie.
What are you doing?
That'd be sick of
Toss
Jamie.
off the turnbuckle?
You'll see.
No.
This is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia saw this and was like, we're in. We're very interested.
Oh,
So this is
no.
she's got a neck brace on?
It's a long bit, so I'll kind of zoom ahead, but
There's a man.
it's mad. They brought her out. She's standing up there watching.
Oh my god.
And
Mark
She's
Henry.
yelling and screaming. And so they roll her.
The Dudley boys.
The Dudley boys are so dumb.
On the Ray Dudley.
so granted,
What are they going to do to this old lady?
He's on a power down.
Oh, he's trying to push her down the ramp.
Crowd.
No, dude. They want it.
I wouldn't do that.
This is blood. Dude, this is the arena. Spill her blood.
This is hilarious.
Fear to the lions.
This is actually a great idea. This is funny.
You'll see. It's really not that funny.
Everyone's thought about doing this. No! No!
Fuck, man. What the fuck? He just did a lateral drop on a table.
Dude, power bomb
What
your
do they
grandma.
call that? What do
That's
they
a
call
power
it?
bomb.
Yeah.
Power bomb through the table.
Dude, the fact that your brain carried this for 22 years. This has been in your brain for 22 years.
Bro, what kind of damage did you do to that lady's brain? I mean, I don't care what you say. That lady got impact from that. There was some impact involved in that.
Damn, what if it was like a nursing home pipeline?
He's not, like, she's not protected there. Look at her hands. That's a real old lady. Bro, that probably took memory.
Talking shit.
Oh, no, it's Mark Henry.
Right,
Mark's okay.
Dude, they killed an old lady.
Christ. Okay.
That's fun.
He's rubbing his head. He's like, I'm going to get this pinned off. And he fucking I'm getting arrested.
Man.
Damn, dude.
So, yeah, the WWE is not afraid to put hands
It's
on women.
coming
dude.
back. It's coming
Now,
back.
they did get away from it. Now with the Saudis, we might be back to the classics. Putting geezers through tables. It's fucking crazy. That was probably in like Rochester, New York. Rochester, are you ready?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Oh my god, that's so nuts.
Did you ever go to one of those? A wrestling?
No, Tony's been trying to get me to go to
It's so fucking
WrestleMania
fun.
forever.
It's so fun.
Forever. But now the Saudi bought is alleged. Is that real? What's the still not real? Did we snope that yesterday?
they were still investigating.
It's going to be cool. If the Saudis get it, there's a chance it gets better.
Who owns it? Does Vince McMahon still own it now, or is he focusing
Well, they
on
kicked him out because he got busted with a bunch of floozies.
Yeah,
What?
Paying a bunch of ladies with
Who?
company cash.
Who would have thought all that money went to that?
Gotta keep people. Look, if you look like that, you're 7 years old and you're the head of the WWE, you're slinging dick.
Yeah,
What do you want him to do?
What do you want him to do? I'd be more disappointed if he wasn't slinging dick.
If he was a
Vince McMahon.
faithful married man,
He's a gigantic barbarian man. He's like 79 years old, works out with a chain around his neck. He's ever seen how jacked he is?
Yeah, he's fucking.
Show me a picture of Vince McMahon jacked. No, still jacked.
No, I watched him get started at WrestleMania. It's tough. Lemaire got it. Lemaire was hanging out with me and he was like, "It's WrestleMania today," and I was like, "I don't give a fuck." And then he started like putting up old highlights to get pumped for the thing. And
Dude, I used to love Stone Cold.
It was.
Look at that. Look, dude, he's super
obviously.
jacked and he's 150,000.
It's from the front, dude. See him from the side. He's got the fucking.
What does he got?
He's hunched, dude.
Oh my god, dude. Let him do his thing.
Obviously, I'm not.
I know that. I know. Yeah, of
criticizing,
course
but
not.
when he got stunned,
I'm talking about I'm talking about his extramarital affairs.
Oh. You're giving him a hard time about his physique, Shane? Really?
Joe,
No,
that sounded kind of personal.
I'm stunned.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
got
he
stunned.
looks good. He looks good. I think he's 80-something years old.
Well, that's incredible.
he looks better than
How
Schwarzenegger.
old is he? Let's guess.
77.
I say he's. I didn't see it.
Did it come up?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
I say he's 80 years old.
Review the tape. I didn't
Yeah,
see it.
what's the Scott? You're saying you're saying
He said he looks like shit.
No, he was because back like 10 years ago, he was like
Yeah,
young, covering fucking
Back when
men's
he was
health.
70.
Back when he was 70. And I thought that was going to be the same guy that came out in WrestleMania. And now you can see its age. You can see it's wearing off.
Let me see.
He got stunned and it was. He,
You're saying he
his
recovered
age?
from the stun.
he got stunned and couldn't go down.
He hated Stone Cold, bro. Stone Cold stole his youth.
But Jamie, how old is he?
Uh,
How old is it?
77.
77.
Yes, he looks great.
Bro, he looks fucking great for 77. 77, he's supposed to be a dead man. You're not supposed to be pro
He
wrestling.
would whoop my ass. Obviously, he would beat my ass. Dude, he'd slap me.
Bro, he's older than my mom. Look at this. Boom. No, fucking hit behind that. I'm telling you, I threw him as a turnbuckle. Wow, McAfee goes down.
McAfee goes hard on him.
He sells it very well for him.
What are you saying? This isn't real?
No.
What the fuck are you saying, Jamie?
Dude, when we saw him, he was in a neck brace. He's just gotten thrown through a table.
McAfee?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that, kids. Those guys get busted up more than anybody. But I've had those pro wrestlers in here,
Oh, God,
like Diamond
yeah.
Dallas Page. His body had been through fucking hell. That's why he invented that yoga. He's got his own yoga system, and he's like helped all these wrestlers, and they're all fucked up, completely rehabilitate their body and get their motion back.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, it's like a hardcore yoga. The dude's in incredible shape, man.
I haven't seen him.
He can stand up, grab his foot, and do a split.
I remember DDP. He ruled.
And he's in his
What?
60s. He grabbed his foot standing up
Standing?
right now, no warm up, and he holds it up like a split. Not bullshit.
Really?
Yeah, he did it in my studio.
That's weird.
I was like, that's insane.
That's weird.
He was showing
I
me
saw my
some of
dad
his
do that.
exercises.
What the fuck, Dad?
Guy's in amazing shape. And his back is fucked. Like, technically, he should need surgery. Like, it's all bone on bone and shit, but he does that yoga routine every day, and he keeps him healthy and mobile and he's not in pain. The guy, it's incredible. He's so flexible. It's like, how did you do this? When you see him, like, move around, you're like, you're a pro wrestler. And look
Yeah,
at you.
he hit Beetlejuice with a guitar.
Did he? Beat him just from the Howard Stern show? He hit him with a guitar?
He smashed him with a guitar.
No.
That was doing yoga.
Oh, my God.
I guess if you're dedicated every day to yoga, you probably help your body.
I think those guys, if you're that busted up, you kind of have to do something every day. Otherwise, you're not going to be mobile. Like, you really have to fix. If you just start pain pills, which a lot of them do, that's a dark road. And you got to think about how many times a year those guys were on the road. You know, I talked to Jake the Snake, and he was explaining like his evolution in the game and how long it took him and all the road gigs and shit. He's like,
Jake the
those
Snake
guys
has
were
no
doing
way.
300 nights a year.
Yeah, every day.
Oh,
Never know.
every day they're smashing into each other and slamming each other and fucking. And some of them they don't like each other, so they want to hit each other hard.
I can only imagine the real feuds going on.
Oh, dude, I was just talking to someone.
Which they say
Seriously,
so.
fuck you, brother. I'm not fucking you. No, they're all fucking, especially back then, roided out, lifting every day, drinking every day, fighting every day.
Yeah.
They were, for like 5 straight years, they hated
Was it Jake the Snake or was it the Undertaker that had the broken eye socket? Was it the Undertaker?
Weren't there like
The
5
Undertaker.
Undertakers?
Especially not to get it.
He shattered his fucking eye socket in the middle of a match. This Mexican dude landed on his face. His move, instead of fucking your face, he would drop his butt on your face. So he drops his butt on, who was it? It was like a famous guy. Mysterio? No? This dude landed his butt on his face and broke his eye socket. And so he's like, ah! He's got to finish the match. He's gonna finish this match with it.
Is that why his eyes started going up like this all the time?
That was he actually said he ran into a clothesline.
Oh,
It was that guy Mabel.
Okay. I thought the guy landed on his face. Didn't
He
he?
says he was 6'8", 500 pounds. I ran straight into what was supposed to be a clothesline, but he was so gassed, I ended up in a spot in his arm.
Actually, Jamie, I think he broke his eye socket twice. I think, if I remember correctly, he broke both eye sockets.
Well, this is
Jesus.
We're into this. It says this is what he said on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh. Yeah, but both eye sockets. Yeah. See, that's right. One was because the guy was completely out of shape, a lot of similarities. The other one, I think, was the butt to the face. I think he's saying he broke both because we showed another one that he did where the guy wasn't as big who landed on his face. I might be remembering this wrong. I have a very limited memory for pro wrestling. Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, that's great. They threw the grandma through the table.
Through the grandma through the table was pretty awesome.
I'll delete that by the end of the week. By the end of the week, I'll have no knowledge that happened.
You'll never get dreams about it.
Dude, I remember.
You're right. Rey Mysterio did hit him in the costume.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So it was Mysterio, and he landed with
Yo,
his
dog.
his face.
How are you?
Super small. That's not the butt face. He got hit in the face.
Welcome, welcome.
But Rey Mysterio would be hopping
You
around.
said he's super small.
How you living?
That's
Yeah,
Bodie.
that's
Bodie,
I
bud.
think
Can you hear me?
Oh, dude, I think that's the.
Oh, wow.
That's the reason
You
why
guys.
he got him that. He landed
What up,
with his
Pep?
butt on his face.
Dead man.
Dead man.
Everybody. Oh, you can't hear me.
Yeah, he landed with his butt.
What up, Pep?
He mistimed.
Yo, apologies. How you living? Like a pimp. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? Very cool. We're just watching some Joe Rogan, man. All right. Well, if you want, feel free to sleep in here. I'll keep the podcast going. You can fall asleep to it. I sleep in here. All right, Ben. Well, with that, I hope you're aware that we're going to continue this podcast. Welcome.
How enthusiastic he is. Yeah. It's fucking great. It's so fucking angry at the bad guy. It's great.
They fire him. Those bad guys would come out and be like, Delaware, what a fucking tards are you? And they're all. Arabs come out and be like, America fucking fucks ass. These dudes are like, take that the fuck back. Wasn't that the Iron Sheik? Yeah, Iron Sheik. They have dudes come out. There's Russians. They have everybody. Back in the day, like, The Rock was part of Nation of Domination.
Yeah.
Like, black African extremists that would come out and be like, all the white people. No.
Did you ever watch the Andy Kaufman films?
Yes.
Where he was doing pro wrestling? That was crazy. The fact that he decided that was what he was going to do.
They are. Bring that down to South Carolina.
I think the CIA assassinated 3 of them actually.
Yes. 2 of them were FBI informants.
Jamie, see if you can find some of the Andy Kaufman footage.
He snitched on Farouk.
He told me to make a movie star. You're gonna give up your brother.
You got snitched on Farouk. He did.
He put a bomb in his house.
Imagine in terms of The Rock's working for the FBI the whole time. How can he not be? Yeah, at this point, how can he not be?
How do you think they made so many Jumanjis, dude?
Yeah, it's fucking intelligence written all over it.
That's Mockingbird, bro. Jumanji's
Jumanji was a fun movie, man. How dare you?
Dude,
Wait,
hit the record.
first one?
Hit the record. Hit the record.
Wait, the Robin Williams one was incredible.
No, I went to the Rock one with my kids. I love that.
With kids, maybe, dude.
Check the record. I played Jumanji.
I had a
I played Jumanji.
You like to you guys have kids. I was kids, bro. I was in Boston by myself. I was doing comedy. I had to kill a whole day. I had nowhere to stay. So I went to a Panera Bread by myself. I had never drank coffee before in my life. I was like 30. I never drank coffee. I was chugging cold brews all day. I didn't know you would give me a panic attack. I had I went and saw Jumanji by myself at like 2:30 p.m.
Oh my god.
And I was in there just like, oh shit, dude, I'm a fucking fool. I saw Jumanji by myself. I feel bad. I called that. I was like, man, I want to quit comedy, dude. I'm so fucking sad.
I've been in a Panera for 4 hours.
Bro, 10 hours. I spent a full day in a Panera. I had no idea.
Dude. Yeah,
for $0. I saved up to see Jumanji. Yeah.
You gave me so many fire movie recommends, and finally I came out of Jumanji. I was like, Shane's gonna like this. And they gave him a panic attack. I was like, fuck that, dude.
That fucked me up.
How crazy
I was
was
in there
it?
by myself watching Jumanji. Dude, it's like, this is for real local. This is like a fucked up thing.
Dude,
I'm an adult. It was a weekday. 2 p.m. in Boston.
It's a weird thing. And that was before, yeah, that was like, this could capsize. My whole life could
My
capsize.
life, it was capsized. I was swimming. Dude, my ex-girlfriend gave me her old laptop, so I had like a Chromebook that was like a $90 Chromebook.
Your laptop is
I
bad.
would myself, I would find websites that had old games. I was playing like SimCity 98. Dude, this is fucked up. Now I'm saying it. But I was like, oh, there's a movie theater in the parking lot. I'll go see whatever they have. Jumanji at 2:30.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah, those days on the road, the early days, they feel
It was really sad.
And also, if you walk with people you don't like you show up in a town in the middle of a douche.
Dude, remember, I went with him to Florida. He got booked to go to Florida, and he was like, I was coming to the Holy Coast. And you were booked to feature.
Yeah, we did.
So
We did a whole Southern.
The whole Southern tour, he brought me. I don't think anyone wanted me there at all. He brought me there. I forgot how many I didn't pack up right. No one the whole time.
It was a feature, and I was like, I got a guy. I'm free.
That's the headliner stole his jokes. The headliner was a guitar guy. Shane would go up. I was bombing constantly. And Shane would go up. He was doing well. The headliner started just like he was bombing on a guitar, and then he started doing callbacks to these bits.
He did the whole.
And then he started just incorporating them into it. It was the crazy
my
shit.
ass. The last couple of shows, he was stealing
It was
things.
crazy.
It was when I was new, so I was like, that's cool.
Yeah,
You know, I was new enough to be like, at least, you know, he's saying that was good.
true.
But that was too. It was me, him, and the headliner in a comedy condo in South Carolina. We just fucked with this dude. He sucks so fucking
We were in the back green room. There was like a plastic. What are the plastics supposed to look like crystal? It was like plastic, like table stuff with an inch meat. This guy's just crushing through anything. Like, guys, I'm only going to get pussy anytime I want. Okay, dude. Right?
He was like, man, if I was you guys' age, if I was single, you guys have to get pussy too. I could go out there and get pussy if I wanted, but I'm not going to. He was standing eating lunch meat on a tray in South Carolina.
Yeah, we're like a closet, like a Mexican bowling alley. He's like, dude, I can clean up out there, dude. You guys have no idea. I'm like, dude. Oh, I'm sure you're just crying when you're kids.
Fucking trip.
Dude, that was fun.
It was so funny. People were young and just bullying it. Just fully like, oh, is that what you said?
Those weird headliners, like no one knows who they are, but they kind of headline and they go to some place and they've been doing it way too long.
Yes,
They can achieve this very high level.
Yeah.
Bitterness.
it's sick.
And you're around them, and give a couple beers and start looking at you sideways.
Dude, and they try to be like, dude, that was the guy who was like, you guys are doing a podcast. I guess that's it, you know.
Don't waste your time. Fucking dickhead, dude. Yeah, that was very funny.
He was just a
What year was this?
fuck, like 16,
Yeah.
15.
In his defense, like then, how many podcasts were there?
I don't know.
I think people already figured out they could make money off of it.
Yeah,
By 15.
yeah. There was enough. He just was saying, like, every company does it. Trust me, I tried it. It didn't work. It's not going to work for you guys.
You suck. I think the market's oversaturated now, but I still think people should do it. Like if I was a new comic, like if you're a new comic starting out now, you should do a podcast.
Yeah.
Even if no one's gonna listen. Just keep doing it. Just do it and keep doing it, and it'll grow. But there's so many of them. Yeah, they're trying to get an audience now. It's so much harder than 5 years.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're actively trying to get an audience, it comes with you. You don't just talk. Like, I talk to myself when I drive anyway. I'm just talking like, damn, I feel like that's so fucking good. You talk out loud. Yeah, you're like, I'm tired, dude. I'm driving. I talk to myself all the time. The kid will be in the backseat, and I'll be talking to myself and turn around and be like, I can't stop. I can't stop.
You can't. You have to thing always just talking to yourself.
Sometimes I just talk. I don't really. I'm thinking I'm proud of sort of talking.
Jesus Christ, you're cool with what I was saying in the car.
Classic.
Be a quick pocket. Yeah. I don't think I've ever done it.
Really?
I don't know.
It's good. It's fun.
I'm gonna try it.
Yeah,
Like talking out loud.
it's talking to you.
It'd be a good way to do a podcast. It's crazy. Like if you had a Tesla, especially if you have a quiet car, you like set up a camera and just do a podcast while you're driving.
Dude, I'm telling you, you access.
First did stuff like that, but it was like you can't drive around like God.
You
Yeah, it was doing tours. You give tours like that. You driving, you're just talking, speed, talking, for real, terrifying.
Fleshing out the idea.
Well, that's the way a lot of guys come up with material. Like that's how Dylan does it. He comes up with so much material because he's podcasting and he's ranting about things. And some of them he keep. Some of them are like genuinely good ideas.
People say.
If you fucking swing 10 around, get picked up 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty nice. I was trying to do the ones you and me workshopped a couple jokes this week. Oh yeah, the seller did not like them. Good. The seller wasn't. Because I couldn't work it. I don't know how to work it. You down there. It's like 5 or 6 a night. And so each set, the audience was similar. I probably tried it twice and scrapped it. Because I was talking to Matt did a podcast that day, and we were talking about there was like a parent's like pride parade. Like if you're see, it doesn't work.
Your parents wanted their sexuality.
Way gay people do it. Like if you was your dad and your mom wanted to do it. Like, even if they got it, ew. And then I was going to say like look, I'm happy you guys are doing it, but that's how we're like, ew. I'm glad you're doing it. Gross, dude. And didn't work.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's,
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
it's a fair point.
it's a good point.
I mean, again, do what you want to
The
do.
dog gym work.
That might be the dog gym.
That fucking dude that retired there with the dog mask. I don't even know if it's real. This guy from the military retired. He was wearing a fucking leather dog mask in his uniform, like in front of the flag. It might be fake. I might have got tricked, but either way, they were using it on Twitter. He was like, "Your Bow Wow's retiring," or "Farf." That was the end of it. But they were using on Twitter. They were trying to make fun of the U.S. military. They were like, "Here's China's military. Here's Russia's military." It's like skinheads that are like, "Yeah." And then here's ours. It's trans people and the dog guy. And the joke is, for real, that's absolutely more terrifying. Like, that's a truly scary military. We had 3 fucking missiles behind them.
Yeah.
That's like an actual lunatic.
That's the problem.
It was real. It's probably not real. I like it.
Dude, there's footage. There's footage that's come out of this war that is different than any footage of any war that I've ever seen because it's on cell phones.
Yeah.
There's so much phone footage from this war.
Dude, planes are flying low. It's shit.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like one-on-one combat situations with guns.
Yeah.
Like I've seen a bunch of them now. And one I saw yesterday was this guy was in a gunfight in the woods. So we tied him up to trees. Trees have like chunks of fucking wood missing from them because a bullet just hit it. I mean, it's like a fucking movie, right? And he runs to these Ukrainian guys that are in a fox, and he's got the drill on. And I don't know what he's saying. Like he's saying surrender, give me. And the guy reaches up to grab his gun, and he ices both of them. Calm down, man. Close range. 3 feet away. And you watch, holy shit. Jesus. Like, this is what they're going through there. This is the real war. This is really the war. And they're filming on their cell phones.
Now imagine a furry.
That would be the scariest thing if someone had real drone, like those dog drones with guns on it. Oh, they just send those after people.
Yeah.
Why don't we just get like a bunch of robots? We didn't have a new robot. Why don't we just be like, yo, here, go over.
I guess you can't. I guess I wonder if a friend. I don't know if it's true either. We'll find this out. What was the other thing we were just trying to find out?
Dog general.
I see the dog.
Right now.
When my friends told me when we served overseas because of the Geneva Convention. That's true. That's it.
Exactly. We want to make the monster having trans and furries in the military. Good luck fighting those.
Maybe this is what he does during like formal and regular times. He's just a straight up kill. We should bomb other countries and make fun of our trans military members.
For real.
Fuck that.
Fuck with us.
What was the other thing I was going to look up? I know what you're talking.
Jamie, I can't believe you're not finding.
What was the other question I asked? The guy with the mask. What was the other one? No, there's something you had to know. No, there was video. Yeah, we're all over the place. Talking about some videos.
About you.
Oh, robots. Drone robots.
Yeah, that's real.
Going to the dog. That's real?
No.
American conservative, you talking about celebrating. Wait a minute. So this is gay officers only wear these masks?
No, I don't know.
Scroll back. It's still valid. Celebrate Pop Pride. Armed forces. Gay officers pretend to be canines for sadomasochistic sex schemes.
This is the classic website, theamericanconservative.com.
True. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay, so the guy likes to wear masks.
I know, that's the point. And then China was trying to make fun of us. They're like, look how weird we are. And it's like, bro, our guys are fucking you guys up.
There was
Look at
but there's one thing. Someone told me that during the overseas war, during the Geneva, because of the Geneva Convention, you aren't allowed to have like hollow bullets in your pistol. Yeah, it's an unfair job.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, musket bolts. You have to use like practice rounds, so you use it to range. Is that true?
International warfare bullets that easily expand or flatten the body.
What?
It is a common misapprehension that hollow point ammunition is prohibited by the Geneva Convention, as the prohibition significantly predates those conventions.
But they still do implement that. My friend who was explaining to me the rounds that they made them use over there. What?
They tried to outlaw.
Now, I don't know if that was just his unit. I don't know.
They tried to be like, this is unfair. What are you going to do?
You know how crazy it is fair and unfair when it comes
Digging
to
through it, it's a good weird 2015 DoD law or manual returns hollow point bullets to armed conflict. So.
Well, I think that was overseas.
It's time for some dudes' heads to fucking
Well, I don't know, but that was what he had said.
And did they have all the stationary then? I guess.
Yeah, but doesn't this about when guys start fighting for survival? It certainly should. Like, well, but when you see a scene like I saw with the Rothschild, you know, like that this is what these guys are going through today, and it's all done on some fucking Samsung Galaxy, so it's like clear video. It's horrible. Yeah, it's real stuff too. It's like it's kind of embarrassing at this point. It's like, dude, you really want to go? Is shooting each other in the face right now? It's kind of embarrassing. It's like, come on. Wow. Civilizations, when they evolve war, you never can get them out. I think the only chance we have is we keep like all to a new place with a new agreement. Like the reason why United is so much different than anywhere else is because the majority of people just said, like, let's get the fuck out of here and start a new place. Because this shit's crazy. And then everybody was like, hey, where's go? And then that place comes back like the shit. Yeah, that's really what America is. But then eventually it gets fucked too. Like we don't have the same like physical wars on our borders because we're luckily surrounded by water, but we're still engaging all over and ramped up. We're involved in so many different conflicts. Yeah. It's almost like the only way you're going to stop that is if people keep. It was like, all right, this isn't working. They take over that one, they do that for a few hundred years, they fuck that up, and everyone, it's like the lessons that people learn in civilization take forever. They take forever. We're still doing the death penalty. We know how many people are innocent that are on death row. We know we're innocent people. They're like, yeah, but wins a win. Wins a win. Yeah, I mean,
It is one innocent person's.
that's so.
That's falsely accused the whole time. And you're like,
Dude, I've had multiple men like that on my stuff because of the stuff that I did with Josh Dubin. He used to be an ambassador for the Innocence Project. He went off to. He's released dozens of these people, and the stories are well, you're crying. I've had a few
girl, it's DNA reversed it. Maybe it was on.
Yeah, there's been a bunch.
Like, we saw you with her the last time. That was all.
Yeah,
And then they found he couldn't afford DNA tests or something.
there's one guy who was an immigrant who walked in the trailer after this woman had murdered someone, and his footprints got everywhere, and they found him, and he was in jail for 2 years. Like that kind of shit. What the fuck's going on? Imagine checking out, you open the door, and someone's been knifed to death. And you're like, holy shit, and you're just realizing you're trying to turn the lights on, what the fuck's going on? And he's illegal immigrant. He's from another country, so he tried to hide. And the woman blames it on him. It's just crazy. And it's such a plot scheme. And the thing is, like, there's incentive for a prosecutor once they're starting to try a case. They want to win that fucking case. They got a reputation. And so they're trying to. And when it's a government prosecutor or, the district attorney and they know this information, they would exonerate their person.
That also seems to be a problem, making it like competitive for lawyers.
It's very bad.
Like they're like DAs, like I had the most people.
Exactly.
It's like yeah.
Then they run for office. Remember that?
Crime. So 10 years later, being up on crime is racist. You're like,
Yeah.
I was on crime.
Yeah, man. Super criminal. It's crazy. It's crazy getting jammed up on like Manila offenders when he was like kissing 12-year-old girls. I don't know jack shit about politics, but if I had to guess, they're trying to get rid of him. Yeah, that's my guess. They're trying to get rid of him. It's all of a sudden his own aides are sending, instead of like taking these classified documents that you have located and go, well, let's do that again, and fucking lock them somewhere. His own aides, self-reporting, dude. That's how sus. When someone put that fucking laptop, I know.
Disinformation.
They got a hold of the social media companies and lied to them. They did whatever they could to keep that from them. And even this, they discovered this before the midterms.
Yeah.
So they didn't release the information until after the midterms. I mean, I remember this really time with like the news that was flip-flop. It was Trump's kid. That was big. All of the fate of our arrested sons. Yeah, and it's like so obvious. It sounds great, but it's like, dude, why did it? What's the incentive to do that? Like that kind of freaks me out, dude. There's a bunch of us that are just unrepresented. It's the reasonable middle. The reasonable middle of the world, unrepresented. You've got radical right. You got people who are all in the Republican Party and you should never get an abortion, even if you've been raped. You got a lot of shit on that side. The other side, you got Nick can get pregnant. You got all this chaos. You got FTX. He's just making mistakes. No big deal. We should barely even attack him. We don't even need to bring him in. Come on, guys. Yeah, why would they? Number 2 donor to the Democratic Party. Number 2. Yeah, like George Soros. No one's freaking out. Everyone.
The Republicans hanging on to that Santos dude.
That is why.
Like, no, he's a good dude. This guy, he was like, I'm Jewish.
Oh,
you're not Jewish. He's like, I'm a Jew, which I'm like a Jew.
He's a master. He's a master. So many things. It's hilarious. It's so
Dude, I was looking at him yesterday. The first article that came up was like he lied about being a volleyball star.
He didn't lie about his education. Have you ever seen that? When he lied about his education, they fact checked him on the news.
What did he say he was?
Oh my God! It's a flat out lie about.
Yeah, I think it was in that debate. He was running a while ago. He got
Well, he ran for president.
he like addressed the speech.
Dude, we used to do Joe Biden just comedy club in Boston. We don't do his acts. That time, academic conventions. So watch this video.
It's fucking crazy. He was 76 of
He
85.
was so he might have been like 85.
76.
Well, that's- No, this is the video. I've seen it. He argues with
You have a question. Did you quickly? I went to law school on a full academic scholarship. The only one in my class that had a full academic scholarship. The first year in law school, I decided I didn't want to be in law school. Ended up in the bottom 2/3 of my class, and then decided I wanted to stay. Went back to law school. Back in half of my class. Won the international moot court competition. I was the outstanding student in the political science department at the end of my year. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school, 165 credits, 3 credits, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my 2 years if you'd like, Frank.
And look at the guy who wants to
No, it's
I'm not putting it right here. I'm just saying that the people we have elected to office in recent years, I think that we have the convention very soft.
Well, I think you're right, Frank.
Damn.
You know what I find kind of interesting? It seems to me if you can speak, you're a liability in the Democratic Party. It seems to me you've all been heartless technocrats. It seems to me that you forget what happened. We've never, as a party,
This is non-spy.
Yeah.
As what his actual stats were. Because someone fact-checked him on the news. It's not an act clip. There's one that they played that on the news and then fact-checked it.
That'd be a nice idea, like cutting that napkins, fucking going around on stage talking about things.
He's actually 70 from a class of 85. So he wasn't the top end. But there was a bunch of other stuff that he lied about in that clip too. In the news clip where they check it, this news guy goes, actually, the true story is, just lays it all out. Oh, that it sucks. Imagine if
Well, your question stems from the hate remarks of why people in April campaign to New Hampshire. I went to law school on an academic scholarship. The
Yes,
only one
to the you can't. Oh, that's okay. Keep playing.
That's crazy.
in my class, so that's 2 academic scholarships. Back to law school, and in fact, in the top half of my class, I was the outstanding student in the political science department. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school, 165 credits, only 3 credits. Now teaching and not graduating in the top half of his law school class, that he does not have 3 degrees from college, and that he was not named outstanding political science student in college. Usually, as Biden went to school on a half scholarship, ended up near the bottom of his class, and went on to degree, upgrade. Joe Biden ranked 76 for his class of 85 at the University of Syracuse Law School. I mean, this guy comes off the school thing as a flyweight. Now, Biden says maybe he's right.
I remember it failed, but his memory seems so good right there. Like, that'd be so scary if you could maybe it was the early signs of dementia.
Yeah.
You could rattle off facts, take a fact.
Oh boy.
Maybe he believes it.
Yeah.
His memory fails him all the time. Maybe he's just like hanging out. He says, a prepared speech for if Bob Evans not say that, yes, right on out.
It down his fucking throat. The guy's like, I figured it. He's like, actually, I got the highest IQ on earth, motherfucker. That does hurt when the dorks come after you.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
imagine-
especially the mainstream doors.
yeah.
I mean, that was Sam Donald.
It was back in the day. The real
Yeah,
dorks.
real doors.
Heavyweight dorks.
Good
Got 'em.
journalists.
Yeah.
Yeah. I exaggerate, but I've never got around to things that aren't true. But that's
An oxymoron.
never lied. He just lied right there. Because he lied. He had 3 degrees. That's not an exaggeration. That's a lie.
Yeah.
You know, saying you're in the top half of your class is also a lie.
Yeah.
It's exaggerating. If you say I fucking killed it,
Yeah, exactly.
but then they find out you're in the bottom half. Well, that's exaggeration. Well, that's kind of a lie.
You know, intramural sports.
Yeah, but
He fucked it up. He lied. And he called black people super predators. And,
No, that's healed up.
he didn't he
I
say
think it
that?
was
Miller?
he got
I think they were
he said some rough ones. He had some rough
I think they get these terms that they'd like to throw around. Then they start using them with each other. It's like sort of a signal that we're all on the same page.
Oh, okay.
You know, whatever it is, whatever term they're using to try to push things across. Hillary Clinton, not Joe Biden, the term super predator.
Jamie, let's make up a little don't get it.
Yeah, Hillary. Oof. Yeah, I know we want a female president. You got one and go together. Go. Yeah. So that's one that you can really get behind.
Who you got? Who you trying to do?
I want Yannick, dude.
Yeah, he's
I hope he's I don't care what he does. I just want a new party to work. Be fun. Just like knock down the
early.
Yeah, I like the
You like UBI.
You like
Wait,
confidence?
I thought it was a cool idea. Try it. If we can do wild experiments, just try it out.
I thought it was a cool idea until people started getting money during the pandemic and didn't want to go back to work. This is what happened.
And you try to go to Starbucks and rest up.
Yeah, you'd have a collapse in the service industry. You'd collapse. Jobs and stuff. But it would also have a resurgence of people doing what they actually want to do. It wouldn't be everybody, but it would give a good chunk of people an opportunity to try something that they've always wanted to do, where they don't have to worry about subsistence, right? They don't have to worry about food and rent, and then they can go pursue a dream. But how many of them? I don't know. Is it worth trying? It might be. I don't know. I mean, but human nature, the problem with human nature, people, if you give them and make them so they don't have to do anything, they don't do things. Yeah. That's a lot of people. But a lot of people wouldn't. They would look at it as an opportunity. It's almost like people's like what gives you meaning in life. And I know being lazy is like very attractive. It draws you to it. It's so comfortable to sit on the couch and play video games and do nothing. But you're gonna get depressed. You need a task. I don't think everybody needs a different task. Everybody has like a different level of need, but you need tasks.
Yeah. Have you played Banner?
Dude, if I played games, I'd have probably. Jamie can tell you, I have I get obsessed. I will 8-10 hours a day, and I'll fuck up my life, and I'll look like a vampire. What's wrong with that? I was playing Quake, and I was playing all night. I would install a T1 line in my house. I could get good internet because I was living in the mountains. I was like, what can you do? I go, well, I've got a business. We can run a team line. Well, I got a business. Let's run a team. Yeah, fucking dig out the street, we'll lay pipes and shit. And hard. So I can play Quake.
How long did it last?
Oh, how to quit cold turkey. I realized it was a real problem.
I'm headed that way.
Games?
I plugged in the Xbox 360 this week and started playing NCAA 14. So,
Here's my friend Rob is the manager of the comedy store, real nice guy. And one day he said, you know, I played every day, real problem. And he goes, I'm so good at making money in EverQuest and so bad at it in the world. And I was like, this is profound.
yeah.
Like, because he was having, you know, he's out, he left the house. Like, for him, it's a big deal. Like, just got the computer off the house. It's so immersed in the game. So he's hanging out at the store in the back bar. And he's like, I gotta do something, man. I gotta do something. I'm like, you got it. You need to quit. Like, they're fucking great. I love them. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an anti-video game person. I fucking love them. But I know for me, they're too fun. I was like, why am I just sitting around answering emails that I have to answer? Why don't I just be in a world of murder?
I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest. People. That's exactly what I do. I get emails and I go, fuck out of here. I really don't know. It's a downplay.
Sometimes,
I can't do it. I can't do it.
That's right.
The UFC is my favorite.
We lived here. I was really good at beat chain, and I played all day. Was that work? Was that looking like a kid fucking ass? Put a kick his ass. Beat him up. What's this? Beat my ass. I get so mad doing it. I can't handle it. It's so hard. I can't. I play. Just have a karate game. Is it Dead or Alive? It's a fucking great karate. Where you get to pick all these different. And my daughter kept jacking me up. But she was playing against. She was using this little lady. And this little lady does this little fast move. She like spins around in her head. That's fine. Do it. Fucking me up. She fucked me up. Dude, she was so happy. So upset with this. I was like, I can't believe that. She's hot as fuck. Yeah, and she Dead or Alive. Yeah. It's a fucking great game. It's so addictive. And you can like use some martial arts if you know like good techniques.
Yeah. I'm the only one that can ground and in the UFC. I'm the only one that can jiu-jitsu in the UFC.
Okay, so you know how do you learn? You learn like pressing certain buttons at the same time.
Stamina. It's very
doing the voiceover for that was one of the most brutal jobs I've ever done. It's so long because you have like these lists of all these things that could possibly happen and all these fighters' names and all different scenarios. Ow, many days. Yeah, you work, you're in a fucking town, and you're constantly drinking water, screaming. So I can only do it because, it's like, ow! Yeah. You do shit like that. So you have to, I'm trying to do it like a weird fight.
It fucks me up.
I will.
You was like, hey, dude, I need the fucking. I need it.
It's too much work. So much work. It was even before I put my old stuff. So I only did 2 of them. Like, that's it. Can't do it anymore. Like, can't you just relicense sounds? We just take it. Guys, 2 names, 2 people. That means 2 sessions in this fucking thing, reading off paper. Yeah, it's not cool money. I get it. I mean, guess what? I'm busy. Yeah, but you get in your head. You're like just like trying to say things right. Oh, it'll kind of spin you out. Well, it's a huge strain on your voice because the way you're talking through the UFC fight, like it's like you're pushing your voice. That's actually weird. That was a gear. You shift the gears. How was that? It's scary. We took them on the ride in the last lab. Yeah, it seems so normal, right?
It was too fucking scary, bro. Halfway through the ride, you're like, this thing's cool, right? You can do it. I'm doing a Tesla. And I looked at it.
It's a yoke. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like. I wish I had a regular steering. Yeah, I like a regular steering wheel. Also, the horns not considered the horns of like everything else I like. Yeah. It doesn't have a blinker stock. Go to the blinker stock. This is so everybody knows. It's just not in the way. It's not in the way. It's hidden behind the wheels. Do that. Yeah, everybody knows. It's normal. It's the best way to do your blinkers. It's the damn buttons. People want to get around it. You don't have to. Everything's minimalist. Everything's done inside the panel. The problem with that. You're fucked. Windows. Like, you can't run your windows. Like, there's certain things you can't do. You can't adjust the temperature. They're just like, it has like a you're like flying. I've never had. That's cool. Got a problem with the windshield wiper once, but it was just a defective windshield wiper. Yeah. Those cars are slow. They're so well. They just fucking just do what they're supposed to do. They suck in the middle. A lot of these people freezing temperatures in like fucking Toronto and shit. It drains the fucking battery. Yeah, you gotta think about that. But like regular driving, they make regular cars are stupid.
I don't know. You see a Chevy.
You still have that? My sister has it. What are you gonna get? You should get something fat. You should get something nice. Fat would be. No, I want to get a car. Put yourself on Mustang, like a Shelby GT500.
Matt got a CRV. I got a CRV. Fucking sick. Nice CRV. A black CRV.
Yeah, man. Those things are fast.
Yeah, they're not. Honda CRV.
Yeah,
you're excited.
Oh, I got it.
I just sold them.
You're crazy. What's that piece of shit? What? That's a Mustang? They put a bodysuit in it? I don't know if you can have a Mustang in the rear port.
So it's made by them.
Oh, that looks gross. Boy, that guy had Shane, I want to beat you money.
Is that the GT
You got the gray cat.
Yeah, but the Greek cat
was a real car. He killed a person in the car. Was
Yeah,
that
that-
real?
Gray
Read a
Cat?
book.
That's kind of fucked up.
Oh, look, Mustang GT 500.
Yeah.
It's a Coyote one. But it's nice. Yeah, but the regular Mustang. Now go to 2023 Mustang. What's the first? Called the Dark Horse. This is the newest of the new Mustang. See, why would you? Yeah, look at that thing. God, it's sexy. That's a sexy car. Every time I want you to do that, I drive this car. Yeah, a Jamie, this power comes in a manual. Get that in a manual. Yeah, you're an SUV guy. The Dark Horse. The newest of the Mustangs. Yeah, 500 carbon. That's all. Make it manual. Yeah, that's so you can get it. You can get it. Scroll back up. What's this? You get an automatic. No, it's just a manual. Yes. No pussies. Oh, it's automatic. Yeah. You always give a live. You know, drive manual. I bought it. Someone asked me. Yeah. I do what? I only worked in cars. I worked in auto. I sold cars. I worked in the garage, and I couldn't drive stick. And all the time, you got to bring the car out. Yeah, I sit there and be like, I'm going to get found out. Like, year 2 in my job. Good job. Just put it in real quick. So many times I did a car in front of that. There's Los Angeles, where Los Angeles connects to the sunset. There's no that right. That's why I'm manual. Oh wait, yeah. Steve, that's right by the school. I would take that my Porsche, and it was a manual. And I'd always get stuck at the top. And I spilled out 4 times. Yeah, because you're like, yeah, crazy. So I had to hit the emergency brake and slowly out. While I let the emergency brake out. That's how. That's how it is. My I had a old Ford Concord. I bought it. That's why if you need a fucking real handbrake. Yeah. You get these bullshit fucking electronic brakes. What is electronic? Everything's electronic. At least some cars like this, Fords are making these cars that that's like advanced muscle. So yeah. You get a feel. You get a boom boom. Oh, it's fun. The fun. You're scared. I get scared. I got scared. I had 2 for a second. I realized that fucking but just no, it was genuinely impressive. It that fast. I freaked out. I wanted you to give me permission. I wouldn't be that guy. No, we didn't. I like it. It's bizarre, right? It was because it's just 4 doors. Yeah. I almost kicked myself. And then faster. Oh, Jamie, get this. Auto.
New muscle cars. This is a new Challenger.
Yeah, but that's
Is this one?
I see.
I guess.
Let's look. See exhaust pipes. This electric makes noises. It makes like rawr, rawr. It's got well, some yes, like audible. Since the stupid shit. It's the dumbest idea of all time. This is so stupid. Yeah. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Listen to that. That sound.
The speakers, I guess.
Yeah. That should be
Jesus Christ. That's the fake one. That's what it sounds like. You rev it. Listen, it's got this low rumble to it. Low rumble. I like it. The thing about the rumble is it's good for like people walking the streets and shit. Yes. Yeah, true. We're protesting. Yes. That's so good. That's my feelings. I gotta make noise. Yeah, you can't have that. With you can't have that. They will not replace it. Silent. No, you can't give it that. That's a big point. Can't give it. Yeah. Well, you know what the problem with that sound is? It seems like you can hack that. You have to put whatever you want. Have you been to Jamaica? No. Wild. What do they do? Just run around. Speakers on every outside. Last. That's what people are going to do with that thing. Making people
So you can make fart, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Inside, but outside too. Oh, really? Very. Do you remember that Scanner? Was it Scanner? The movie with Alex Jones. They animated him. Like back before Alex was persona. He was in this like mainstream animated. Was it Scanner Dark? Waking Life. That's right. Play the clip of him from Waking Life. Him driving with a speaker on the bridge. Look at this.
Don't talk about politics or religion. This is all of enemy propaganda rolling across the picket line. Lay down, GI. Lay down, GI. We saw it all in the 20th century. And now in the 21st century, it's time to shoot up a good one. That we should not allow transgender disrespect. We should not submit. I don't know. I'm concerned. I'm concerned with corruption. I'm concerned with systems of control. Those that control my life. Those that seek to control it. You know what? I want freedom. Acquisition one. That's what I do.
Your daughter in the back. 2011. In that one. Yeah, that was actually. Yeah, one. Yeah. Kind of the worst. It's the worst. What? Yeah. Guns did. Lie. He take that. He did, but problems. You know, people sued him and $165 million. And like he won a lot in Texas, but in Texas it's capped. So I think it's capped at 700 to something thousand, even though it's 40 million he has to pay $700,000 per one, 1.5 million or something. But then the Connecticut one's different. Yeah, so it's close to $1 million. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Who's the judge? How can you? The number's so crazy. The number is completely forever. I mean, still. Yeah, it was fucking billion. This is impossible. So, but it's like if it goes back to trial, did they reduce it? Like how does that be allowed? Like how does that? I mean, it's probably. I don't know. Who knows? Lead him financially. He should go out, see his girl. Okay. See. I have to. He should. It's for sale. What's wrong? For sale. Nobody wants. I can't afford it. See. Yeah, but based on just will be floating around. Yeah. The best of all time. No. Yeah. Whoa. He spoke. That's it? It's $55 million. Bro, 55. There's the devil. That's the podcast dude where Epstein's Island. Just imagine Where do they fly them? They fly them into somewhere else?
Whatever it's called, the big stadium has an airstrip on it, and then they take a photo.
So what's stopping you? This is like see the last night. Do you see that, Jamie? The Netflix. It's a star guy, but the dude is kind of like a character, you know. Not
Flying to Thomas to go private health.
it's amazing. Do you know how many recording pieces of equipment you use to take down everyone? Probably every sure the eye filming. Yeah, shit.
Crazy.
Man, like polish it. So you have to work on the landing strip, and then that's a. Is that a landing strip too?
I thought this was good, but it's even in St. Thomas.
Dude, you could. Do they both? No, that's the. So it's close. That's his. Also, he. Or is that the place where you can land? I'm like, you should put your podcast. Well, why would if somebody value somebody might want that? There's a lot of fucking people in the world. You know, if you're like Saudi, you're drinking whiskey and you let I'm going to buy that. Just like they bought the WWE. I'm going to buy it. It's pretty funny. Look, where are you? Sure. I know you. Yeah. He comes. Out. 6 times. What is it? I love it. There's so many days in the year. Yeah, that was. This time. Yeah, good. It's not bad. I gotta listen. If I listen, what's he up to? Not much hiding. Yeah, yeah. He's but he's old. He's old. He's not just old. He's old. He got on a vegan diet, and the vegan diet is, you know, you got to do that for real with that. You want to do that healthy, you have to dot cross your E's and make sure you get all your macronutrients and shit. You got to take supplements. He just looks like this. I was. I started getting like restless in a week. All great. Then like the last week, no, I was saying that. I was like, man, for no, I hate. I never. I was like in my bed, like kind of. So I'm trying. Yeah, you like something. No, I was just take this stuff called shit. It tastes great. I gotta fill vitamins, electrolytes. It's like some people are deficient in certain nutrients, and so many people are dehydrated. Yeah, dehydrated. You should be drinking water. Yeah. I was, dude. I didn't feel. I really, and I was flushing. Yeah. I think different people react different ways. I have one that's been on keto now for 6 months. He's 60 pounds. He was fucking great. He's never going back. Dana White, like 40 pounds. And he's like, dude, I can like this for the rest of my life. So it was all just sugar and carbs. He was having all sorts of problems. But my body was fucking great. John does. He looks great. He's like, now, he's 6'5" and now 200 pounds. Oh wow, that's crazy. It's like at one point he was 50, probably even higher. He's a big boy, and now he's fucking lean. He's like joints get thick. My energy, great. Yeah, it's just for everything. I don't think it's one size all time. A lot of people just go deep and they're fine, and I know a lot of people try and then their body gets fucked up. I just think everybody's different. You think that happened? Clinton, he looks like shit. But I think it's also he's a lot of kills, a lot of sleep nights. It's a lot of all the shit he did. I mean, out after like yeah. Well, not just with being the president and all the shit that he gave the fucking thumbs up to, and all the that died, all the countries got invaded, all the black ops, all the people got assassinated, all the people that were captured. How many people died from drone strikes over innocent? A lot. It was in the 80% range. It was a lot. Of civilians. Innocent people died in targeted surgical drone strikes. Isn't that amazing? Surgical. Silent. Your bill, silent. Talk to you. She's in her pants. We just like, they have some sort of, there's always there's like wings of the house. Business partners. That's she's still not. Oh yeah. In terms of like, would it matter president representing the country, her or Biden? Even if you don't agree with the politics, that lady was Biden years ago. Well, that I like shit. Yeah, but I like hey, fuck you. Yeah, on Earth. You're getting fucked by the guy. It's old man. Guys, yeah, but you don't know shit. You see that? Yeah. 5 years ago, it's young dudes coming up. You take like, hey, what the heck? Yeah, you're calm. You're full of shit. Yeah, what's that sound? What do you say? It's on our audio. Yeah. See if you can find out. Yeah, we go. You're actually trying to stop. Shut. Yeah, shut. It's a way better video, right? I have a shotgun. He always talks about a shotgun. I've got a shotgun. As if he doesn't have one. Hang around. I'm a y'all. Shoot it out the sky. Yeah, he's just. He sounds like he's a fucking lady. You're full of shit. Yeah. Things on that. Something. He's got flying. He was on. Just flying on. I think Dayport. I don't know. We did it for podcast. Yeah. We see totally. Yeah. Really? Doesn't it like fire? Strength. Yeah. It's almost Adderall all day. Just get fucked up. I'll take it. Yeah. A little bit. I'll do it. Really's after World Series. Blacked out. What's the stadium? It's like, yo, no, I couldn't walk. It's like the camera to flip. Yeah. Because I get crazy. That was damn. That was World Series. I'm taking it. What's it? Whoever I'm with, there's always somebody around. It's crazy. 10, sometimes you get like 30, 40 minutes. Really? It takes a 30. Yeah. And bring it up. Some people back out. Those. Balls. Dude, I tried. I was on the Adderall.
what it was. You know, like, out and I'm kind of like, and I was like, down level, and I tried to that got kicked. I thought it. Yeah, I was like, hopefully all climb up in other areas. And just snag you. So I hit the crowd. The crowd supported us. The guy just and I got with one. I just walking. And I thought I started kicking him out. Like, okay. And I got. And then I stopped.
Yeah.
No lie.
It's Mission Impossible.
I did it. I just walked in. Only. I was like,
gone. All day. South Carolina, first Tennessee. SEC football. It's a night game in South Carolina. And I'm standing there, and it's just a tiny me and the handicap section. And I stepped up. No one went back. I was standing there. I left. That's right. Stepped in. You people checks out. And Gabe Davis is a wide receiver. He likes comedy, he likes podcasts and all this stuff. So he invited me to the game. I'm at the game. Ended, I took out all that. There you go. End of the game. He's like, come down here. He took his jersey off, autographed it, handed it to me up in the stands. Whoa, dude, it's just me and children. Me and little kids are the only people like down there trying to get high five from the players. This guy hands me his jersey, and people are like, that's it. It's a guy. Like, just filming it. Like, it was a sweet moment for them to be giving me a jersey, and I was like, that's why. Man. It was me and children. I found his gloves. Nice. Congratulations.
Yeah, like that's what it's all.
Gabe Davis giving back to the community. The worst thing that ever happened to someone is a baseball game or a pitch. It's hit on its hit. It goes foul, and some guy snatches it in front of the kid's face or the kid's trying to catch it. Yeah. And celebrates, like reaches in front of the kid, and then everybody. You want to know how weird I am? I want to keep going to baseball because I love them, but the whole time, dude, there's a foul ball. I'm getting the fuck out. I'm saying, like, dude, dropping a foul ball. You know, this. Yeah, it's scary. You can eat foul balls. Catch them all with one hand. I've seen kids catch it. Hero. I hero. I saw people die before the ball. Let's come out of fucking crap. Oh, dude. They said, let go. No net.
The jelly donut.
His jaws.
You're saying
that one fucking snatches the bat. If you're in a big 90%, I'm
one of those crazy kind of watch that happen.
What is this one? This is the bat one? Oh, yeah. The bat. Incredible. He snags it. Oh, and it's guy's a hero. He caught that. Like this shit. Snatch. One hand. I mean, that's a. That's how. The guy now.
Standing up like this in the hall.
Yeah. Especially in itself. The closest we went to adrenaline is like a good set. This guy's.
This kid. Get away.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Look how yeah. Look the size of it. That's what I'm going to be the guy. That guy's drinking a drink. He's going to do us. Is that find that lady racked in the face with a task. Working back. Oh. Bro, he's a little old. Shattered dog. Oh, that's like. Look at that. Yeah. Got one. Oh. This is sick. Look at that lady. Yeah. She's staring down that bat. Oh, it's like sugar. Oh my God. What's that? Every single one of the photographers went to that. That guy's a tank. Imagine his weekend. It looks like he's a kid. Oh, yeah. Definitely a full. He's playing. That might happen. There's two kids. Fuck. This side is kind of yeah, it is. He just dropped. Yeah. Oh, that's the row in front. I think yeah. You're dropped. Yeah, they put the camera. It's very sweet. My wife is very sweet. Hilarious. She's never done that. This you ever catch like walk her arms? Because with the kittens, it's a natural thing. Yeah, get the brains. But it's just like zero power. Yeah, the steering. How much stop going in the direction? Is your arm? I mean, this could be very dark. What? That means out of the month with her kid. Yeah, that's the dear one. She did go like, yeah. The last thing she got was. Nobody was knowing at least. She was laughing. Yeah. My dad.
They just cut their sequels off. Man, oh, Jesus Christ. Dude,
Now they know.
I still know.
Whoever did seatbelts had
Dude, I don't know. Like, you're cool.
when did that
Even
come up with this. Well, we find that we hit the face with the basketball. No, I want to see this lady. Then we can find it. Well, that's actually brutal.
Yeah. The overhead shot.
Yeah. Oh, running the bull rodeo guy. It's like this is a sport. All this. Those dudes have one person doesn't participate. So running the bull.
how does she get?
Okay.
Oh. Look, oh. Oh. Oh, look at you. No. Oh. Dude. Oh.
Took a shot. She's the best. Right?
It's Marcia Brady.
Let's see what we got. She should stay in the game. She's supposed to stand up. She loves you. Right. Dude, fuck, I can't. Sorry. Get popped in the face. I'm trying to watch the game this morning. It's 6. Oh, yeah. Facebook. That was recent. Yeah. Cousins. Okay. Sucks. One of the Bulls. Have you seen an old person? He's paying attention to the whole game. Yeah. That's all old people. Why? Fucking political argument. Everybody I do ever. And all of a sudden, it's like, oh shit, this is what they're up to. Nice. Your kids are. You ever catch that? I don't have. I got it's important for because that's the only way to fight all the other topics in the local scenes, Facebook. Everybody.
Well, dude, when you go on like years ago back years, when you see people writing this kind of stuff like years later,
That's kind of fucked up. Yeah.
it's kind of like
It's definitely there's so many social media. Yeah.
go back and watch it and you know, just 14, let's go.
You got something. During COVID, how many people just developed heavy drinking problems?
Yeah, that must be kind of fun to watch during COVID because people's on Facebook.
Yeah, I had friends who were drinking wine every night. You know, like, yeah. Wine every night. Yeah. Hanging out. No, I know. It's crushing. Yeah. So, I was great, dude. I missed it. I loved it.
Really?
Dude, I was at my parents' house. Dude, I got extra relief. I was playing Xbox with my parents. Shit, dude.
You didn't feel like
no one's doing that. Yeah, everyone's like the world got a vacation. Yeah. Turns out it's the background. So
Yeah, it's fine. But I would have 6 days in the basement. Dude, just a couple of 2 years ago, I was in my basement. My mom would be like, dude, isn't it crazy? 2 years ago, we were all
I think we've reevaluated that at this point. This is
It had match up. My wife just being like, I checked. Like, yeah. She was like, well, I was like, oh, don't worry. But it was like, a lot. Go cops. Yeah, no.
this part.
It's fucking. It's
Planned or
That's my. Here's my. It's like they figured out. Once they figured out, it's like big time. If I'm well, getting those going to stop transmission and stop people from getting infected and those sick. Yeah, so there was get it. He makes it totally people weren't given you've seen the CUF5, but it's just crazy the way he describes it. He goes, 1 to 2 shots. See what he finds. He goes 1 to 2 shots. Very little protection to any at all. And the third shot is from hospitalization. That's what he's saying. Some sort of speech, I don't I've never heard it.
Protesters here as well.
Yeah, I'm also I've been the third quite good protection against death, decent protection against hospitalization. What the fuck is decent? Yeah, it's weird. But this is it's true. This is like our independent people around studies. Well, yeah, like when they give studies on peer reviews of data that actually provide that we get access to raw data. We get access to data that the scientific people that in the pharmaceutical they don't get all the studies. They don't get vaccine companies are left alone. We're going to allow you sit here. Way better.
I think
vaccine, the new data should be more. Would you ever get and if you have like as far as it doesn't be like yeah, they that's it. That was saying
as a survival. Yeah, it is. Now, if I'm a paper that shows that there's no real evidence, did they ever figure out where they stop kids and stuff? What a couple. Dave. Well, there was antics. Depression. There's no convincing evidence that depression is caused by abnormalities. Many people say that even depression as a biochemical cause research does not support this belief. The notion that antidepressants is caused by evidence serotonin is not supported by the evidence. Cases like this. Whoa. Dude, they give you fucked up. They're very major disorders affecting risk factors. Yeah, common late 80s. Jesus Christ. By increasing and so they said, oh, yeah. Yeah. Certainly, how many people do you know that are it looks like a good time? Women. Something like it's a third.
Yo, dog. How you living, man?
Dulls you, and from what I've heard,
what's good?
And then you keep increases your weight gain.
Yeah. That's okay. Do this. Go to my blog. It's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. 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 You'll read all about this. You'll read about future technology, about alien disclosure, antimatter, comes to the light travel, mind of technology, life extension technology, de-extinction. It's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. Now, click the blog and read about all the shit. It's fascinating. Thank you for being here.
That's what I'm saying. Piece of shit. It was the thing. It was like shocking. It was like, if I had just meditated, I'm always like, that's what I'm going to go through. You know what I mean? So, how'd you cope? Straight to the fact I was tired. I was just sorry, I was like, it wasn't like I was like my back to it. It's just like God out like this. I just so pretty much everything. And I started torch and I He's in bed. Just stop. No, it was. It's like I remember watching. I didn't know. There's too good. All these people. Like, and like they were. I outgot my. That's never happened to me. Dude, you know, at the counter, it's those big boys. Oh, like smooth protein. Yeah, does that work? You're talking about. That was a
Statute of limitations.
statute. It made fucking up.
He kept him dropping.
And I kept getting the first time I played rock I will do it again.
What's the plug?
It's either, oh, your supplier wants you to go. Yeah, it was like a guy. I would keep him on. He would go get them. And once I would be back, then I was like, dude, just have them on the here. And I was like, just keep it all. I don't care. I don't know. You just pull it on. I walked out.
Yeah. So they tried to buy from.
He's like, come back, take care of it. I'll just keep them up. And then whatever. Yeah. Then he got in trouble for taking back one. And some guy was like, once a dinner. Some guy was house. Yeah, he was like kind of one of those things where he got. Guys, I have him behind me with the gun. Everyone's getting out of the house. Then he like, who the fuck is Lord? Start telling me like, and I just sat there and just talked for like 2 minutes. And he's like, if you guys try to call yourself, I did have to yeah.
Thankfully, that other guy was going to
Dude, no, nothing happened to you. Everything's and you're able to, like, I was the first time I could shoot. That's the second time I was like, blind movement, second kid I knew, like, in a real state of fear. I watched this like, and be scared. All this. And it was just part of my brain. And I was able to watch and be like, I'm going to fucking kill this guy. And so how long? A couple years. I was chasing back. I got robbed. I was chasing. I got robbed. What? Damn. Yeah. Not violent. So, I'd always have to depend on one people. to my job, but in looking, things got like weird. Like, I would feel. So
And how did you get the podcast?
I was like, you changed everything. Like, dude, podcast. I'm fucking dying.
I was playing video games.
This is what I did
Yeah, I
my
was.
time.
Yeah, I was.
Man, shit, super podcast.
But yeah, man, that was not the way. It's not the way. Pretty good. But I was living in a fucked up system, and it was like things called mental disorders. My body
Crying at each other.
Man, I became a realtor too. I was 19, realtor. I was like selling Percocets. I'm a huge realtor. Imagine trying to sell your house. I had a big head, and I was coming in and like, just like getting like, so fucking awesome. Yeah, they would say they were going to choose me, and I would just make 4,000 max it out during paydays coming, and then they go, I'd be like, fuck, I'm fucking ruined. It's not dirty, yeah. What happened? For real estate people, they go, we'll get you. What did the other guy say? Get your house and they'll go mine. That's not what they know. I mean, slowly loading down, which kind of helps you. Because that, like, lower the price, and I go, so fucking you into Dell School podcast, it's on Roseburg. Hey, Brad, open it up. I was like, so quiet. What the fuck's that? That's good. Was he real?
Oh, dude.
He was. He fucked me. My house, he got repossessed. Yeah, he bought 600,000. So like right after. Yeah. He's like, why the fuck?
I mean, right.
That we felt good. The way he described it, it was like, that was a good idea. Everybody's a fault. He didn't take that. Right. They sold the house. Like, whoa, took it from you. And you're like, shouldn't have bought that house. That's fair. Just looking at it anyway. That was looking at like some family that scrapes together money, but then convinces them this can work out. And fucking the rates go through the roof, and then they can't afford the house. Yeah, this kind of. Good credit. You're like, how much are you taking? Over 30 years, you're paying $400,000.
He's crying. It was one of our favorites. It was like our bonding stage.
Oh, yeah.
So we had the dealer go through and the guy drove by the bike.
No, that was. I was married and I walked up to my ex. Wife was I get choked up.
Great dog.
My wife. Oh,
Oh, dear.
what?
You're saying it.
Yeah, I was driving. Outside, be like, God, I'm then I drive with me. I saw a guy jogging. I was like, oh, see? I was he was like, look.
I was driving back to my house, and there was just like a finance deal on a bump, and they just driving by, and I was like, pussy. And I hit a red light, and I saw it dying for like a mile. I saw this headlight, and I had it. I was like, do I pull the window up? I was like, no, I can't. And then I genuinely had that thought. Like, he is a good dude.
At least 4 arrests.
And I went, We both started laughing. I was like, yeah. I mean, if you would what he said, or not, you know, I laughed. What he said, I was like,
They're going to do 20 years.
he
Only be right.
It was so exchange, but you both walked away feeling good. I, for no reason, leaving helium, I saw a guy on the phone. It was like, why is this fucking what it's saying? Nice piece of shit cards. So fun on Texas. Start. It's the most fun shit. You leave up money. I'd be drunk, get out of the car, pull to the right, maybe college students. Like, hey, please check your privilege. This right-wing comedian, he goes to one of these Ukrainian protests, and he brings a homeless guy, and he says, his boyfriend is homeless, you know, why don't you help him, the homeless people? Legitimately tries to eat. We have this homeless problem right here. My wife's boyfriend is homeless. Come on, look at this money. Like, we don't expect him, the guy, like, tries to explain Ukraine. But this guy is like that liberal robots on the repeating shit on CNC, just saying it. He's got no shot. It's just funny with this guy trying to engage with like these Ukrainian Russian guys.
What about the homeless people right there in America? That was 100 billion people.
That guy, everybody out there. Video? No, the guy holding up a American flag. Kind of an outfit. Oh, yes. Or maybe not. Yeah. No, you get jobs where you can to all listen to the boss. So when you show up, what to do, and get rolled, and then you become an ideology in your business. You have to see the ideology pushed out into the fringes of this. Then I'm perfect. Show up. Whatever. Yeah. That was the one where you were like, turn up the voltage now. Turn it up. Be like, they got it. Like sweating. They didn't want to say the reason they just kept paying this guy if he was like an authority figure. He's really left. Yeah. He must do this. And they're like, fuck man. Only early people want to make fuck this. Fuck up. Yeah, dude. The guy in the other room would pass out.
Yeah.
Screaming. And then towards the end, maybe like shot. Yeah. These people off the street.
Overwhelming. Vegas gets fined video game 30 seconds. Yes, yes. Probably.
Yeah, this is the thing that people have. That's why the thing is it's like he's like this big part of that character. It's telling you what's going on. I mean, best leader, best one you've ever had. He's doing this, and everybody's like, yeah. And you find out what's wrong with the education system. Come on, oh yeah. There's millions of dummies. Millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dummies. It's fucked up. It would take so much. So much.
Yeah, you can't explore. You have to do kids. You can't take adults. Like, shattering the world. You're like, simultaneously. You know, what the fuck you talking about? Some adults can't. Some adults can. But it's hard. Now with you're working all day in a place where you have to follow the rules. You have to stay in the mindset about the theology. Very hard to. Yeah, who you got? You got. You know, if you're
Yeah, we were talking about murdering. Yeah, family. Yeah. Yeah.
She's on fucking Howard Stern's Squares. That's one of my favorite things. You ever see those? It was the one in Phelps. Yeah, Phelps. I think they're black. Gay haters. So it's like that. One black. The
I mean, look, people to this day make some Howard Stern movies now. The way he is now. That guy. He was one of those the FCC was going after the you're fighting fucking $1 million. And he was out there wild.
with the Klan.
Miami. Crazy. Yeah, he has to be. The skeleton. Yeah, look at that. Oh, and she.
Yes. They used to bring them back up.
You know what's interesting too is that you talk to me, this woman who left so good, like so more interesting. She realized she had to get out, and she got out. Died with her. Yeah, sometimes and so she engages with this guy, and they start having like simple conversations, and then they meet. She's very nice. Yeah, but dude, super nice.
She was raised in Westboro. For her to get out of it, that's crazy.
Well, she was confronted by actual physical lessons. This guy would like confront her with actual. This is not it's in the Bible. It's against Jesus' teaching, and she's like,
and then starts.
Yeah, hear that? Got it out. You can get sucked in. If you're in it with young doctor, that's how every fucking book does. Yeah. There's so much. Just this is the rules. Everybody, you know, yeah. So they got you. They somehow
Cool. It's big corporation. Cool. Oh, yeah. Dude, they're gonna come out. Yeah. The face of the pharmaceutical drug company. The climate crisis crew is trying to make all of it. So what you're carrying would have been seen in money for forever. Wholesome. And wholesome. Yeah. Or nation. What do you gotta do? Let him give it. Well, they're letting him do this now. Hired during the presidential thing. Yeah, there's not one act. They Trump dog. Yeah. They're all up. He led by the great second for two. Yeah, because I was like, shut the fuck up. All you have to do is make facial expressions. The problem, this is the real problem. The debate format is ridiculous. If you are talking to someone who is going to be the president of the United States and you have 5 minutes to say what you're saying, or 30 seconds, or a minute, whatever, any kind of time like that is ridiculous. When Lincoln was giving speeches, they were outside with the hours. They would talk for hours and then people sit there and listen to him, get him to understand what the fuck this guy's doing. How did they do infection? All of a sudden, it's kind of weird. One guy. Yeah. That actually true. And they were fact checked. And now true. You do realize that. No, that's yes. Subjective information. Yeah. You know what? Speak up and say. Damn. Guys, the guys are going to try. I don't even think. One's MGM. His ideas about I'm not like something. You think it happens? Why? Hey, you are. Really? I don't need to hear. For the election. Pretty good. His son, like, is that the guy who goes out? I know. Yeah, like I haven't gone on YouTube at all. I think they probably 24 element. They've all got like these are super guys. He has a comment. Yeah. Rather fucking die.
face. Boom. Yeah. His eyebrow. When he got really good. See Kelly. He's like, called women. Not all.
Candyland, I guess.
He knows it.
On the place.
Your Twitter.
Oh, but
Destroy.
yeah. The they said her. They're not. Just a right. They're still there. I have about like literally where I'm joining her. Yes. I mean, it's not even black. It's like the kitchen windows, small which is just tiny. All the legs, the whole leg. Yeah. Man, they used to see their toes and their legs are your postures, your dress, your arms are exposed, it is wild. The form of the attire that women are allowed to wear in situations is so compared to men cover up. Alright, that's a man. Woman just you can see half of her. You see her feet, you see her toes, you see her paint on her toes. Yeah, it is. Long, flowing, man, flowers. Yeah, everything. That's not how like trick butterflies. You do. I do. I was like, I'm asking you to have these long. Sure. I know we're still like a bring another guy. I know, but I also have you ever heard of stimuli? It's fucked up. They you track these species. You find what they're attracted to, but it's hurt, but then it's pumped. You can't reproduce it, and it hides. Like yes, this butterflies in the shade of blue, or like the type of butterfly. Oh, they would do that. Female, sort of like dark purple structure babies, dedicated full lives to just like floating around pieces of paper and die. And then you bees are getting like the same shit. It's like favorite fish. That's how nature's like the thing taking out injected out. I want that. Yeah. So I started using Starbucks. There's just one. Dude, these are 99% of shit bad for you. Yeah. Like some jerk is pretty good. Yeah. That's it. Plastic. No, that's actually. Hard-boiled eggs would do that. You know why? First of all, keep eggs for long time. Eggs like laid on the counter. They don't come out of the case, right? And then cook it. They cook it boiled all the way through. So you don't boil those with that.
But the societal repercussions of eating it publicly. Dude, I was with the guy who started eating fucking eggs in a plastic bag. We're done.
One, not only they flock to it, like peel the merch. Perfect. Go. Somebody else. Nope. You don't have
Go to the store. You go to the selling gas.
How's that? Whatever. True.
Like meat sauce.
Oh,
I'm here. Now I'm thinking about like going to the show. It's an hour. I feel like
I mean, so bad. Different parts. Did you stop talking? So bad. Oh, no. Hold on. You stop.
crap.
Oh, we do. The store in the stand up in prison college. It's like the people are sad. Like there's especially back then. There's so just this wild different people playing crazy shit. It's fucking there. Can't see anything. That was perfect. That club. Oh yeah. Yeah. This, yeah. Nice, right? Yeah. What's up? You can get a real. Yeah. 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 Sweet. It is. I mean, out there. Yeah, seriously, don't fucking joke about that. Yeah, don't joke about that. People don't realize have this. The Lakota, the sacred person you try. Was made Stop. Just like peaceful people that were living off. Yeah, maybe something. Yeah, but they didn't. Yeah. Like, there were rings. Yeah. Like, Comanches who lived here. Cool. So they did. Together in giant groups of horses. Everything really fucked up. We're talking about this guy's and so the horses back, and then they would slowly walk. No horses. I great. Now I heard starving death planes. Yeah. Just walking. It's flat forever. It's flat for. This is the early ability. This is the scary part. Kids would walk and like walk. They'd be lost. The grass was going up. You lose shit. And you couldn't stop. If you lost, it was a desert grass. There's snakes, everything. You get old, stupid. Everyone's just shitting around. Drink out of the creek. Shit. Allison, Comanches go fall. We're gonna raise you in about a week. Yeah. Damn it. Your wife's slowly. You're gonna die. Oh. No idea. What is that? Tire wheels made out of wood with horses. The horses and a full with kids. And then you have, oh yeah. What? Obviously. Well, that's it. The woman who was 9 years old. They would take the tribe because the Comanches children, a lot of other they never came to church because they were so their population was very important. So they became with the captured. So they you really? I haven't. I've heard my brother. It's a fun. It's a fun. It's like fun. It's fun. Me too. That's like simple. You have now we have. I get just as long as they. It's not like a year. Just as long as. And then run pretty tough. Wow. Yeah. For your parents, so they can't talk to you. Yeah. They don't have. How do yeah. Yep. It's not. You're not around. Oh, no. That's the big thing. If you like, right. No, they don't. So they can't call you. He's saying when you get back. Yeah. You will get shot. Yeah, but it's your punishment. I don't know. If they'll come back. Turn back. Hey, Dad. I like that.
And you go, you're like, fashion. Yeah. True, but I mean,
I bet doesn't matter how religious you are. Those boys got a whole.
Who's ever 20th century jacked up? Dude,
That's all already happened.
Yeah. Like have not like what made you want to stop? I felt yeah, well, I kind of like I'm expecting. Yeah, you're still problem. Doesn't have drug stuff now, you know? Yeah. Bro, when we're done, then do you fuck up? Only out. I can't do it. I mean, dude, that's the thing. Yeah, but I. Yeah, but I don't. I think it keeps talking to me. Who cares?
Think about it. What care about it? I'll just. Yeah, but I live. I was. I didn't whack off. Because I got to this.
It's not a move. Drunk, watching porn. Good. Took a while. It also took a
True. So he's discussed what type of parent he's into. What kind of?
He's in there. I went out.
What's the darkest? No, he's out. Tease? The fucking T1. T1 down. He was Terminator T1. He is. The boys come through. Back it's just talking about super like the end. That's why when it's like that's not turn it out. Those are jokes. Episodes is he explaining
What the fuck?
he's giving shots. I'm open. I tried to. I opened it. First thing I'm watching. The his clap. Okay. You know what I mean? You can see the clap. Ew.
Show him it. No, I don't.
On top. You can still see the clap.
You saw that. I don't know. What? I'm not projecting this. I believe. Yes. I truly believe. What is it fucking? A billion lives? They what? Meditated. It's doing.
Try to find out. It's not that serious, right? He's waiting. I'm telling you, I like it. Sexuality. I got it. How nice did you get that? This week was now tell you go off. You kind of keep yeah, I'm cool. You know, the town goes, oh my, did you get me a massage? 20-year-old shit. Can you run and that'll your dad isn't in anything. She's never. He's never. Some guys can't. Dude, I just. Well, we were talking. They showed a picture of him when he was fat. Yeah, I was. How bad? You see, like. My favorite. It's the funny. It's pretty funny. Why? Talking to you, doing something. Every time that comes out, you get fucked up. You drink. Every talk about it. Green room was offered drinks like, yeah. Oh, this is what he did yesterday. He was at his birthday, and he was and he was winning up 50 to nothing. Wow, he brought the score up. He was just to be a winner. He was he's a great guy. He's the man. It was his birthday. And he's really good. Marvin, mad at his level, running up the score. Oh, yeah. So weird. He was the first guy. Yeah, he's I got I was like, hey, Adam, what are you doing? What are you plan? He's the best. Oh. He talks like he's got a little very nice. I've known that he was one of the reasons he came to find me. He used to work at the Tempe Improv when I was going to open, and he showed up at Improv. The conversation. He is. I love him. I love it. I go, you're there. Huh. Yeah. It's different. Showing you all the fucking. He's so funny. He's got a great eye. He's going to be an amazing creative director. You know? No. Good guys. You know, good spots. Figure it out. You can have a great company. You have a great company. I didn't. I just got my taxes. Oh, I was hit so like this. I lost it. For real. I love New York. Actually, 1 year. I was like, what the fuck? I know. All right. Go to the rest. Fuck out. Yeah. I live in Queens and I've never held to the road. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You need the car. And also, yeah, I just have word breath. 3 days. That's it. Other than that, she was not. I'm home. Like, I'm just here. Queens. How do you get it to the city? Really? Now, yeah. You don't think it's crazy? You do, but it's like 45 minutes an hour. Oh, how long is it? 25. Yeah. Oh, weird. Yeah. Yeah. They have to help you. Oh, okay. Yeah. They're not fun. Uber showed up. Cab drivers was cold. And yeah. A few cabs. Like, it's so much. The numbers. I wonder what was it the visual numbers. Used to be cabs. And now you drive. What a weird. Yeah. Just kidding. Yeah, Philly. Like they sell, they go on tax returns, you can buy a license for life, and then nobody drive tax. Right. And they just they're like, oh, where's this now? So the people fill up the slabs and you gotta do it. No, do they? No. Yeah. Well, yep. They get quiet. It was like the park. And then they what? So when you fill out, I put all this backwards. Nice and pretty tight. Since I did. Yeah. Repossessed. Now it's 23, dude. What? So you got a new BMW? Yes. You get 2 or 3 you don't pay. Yes. They have it. And then if you go back, basically buy that, they hold it like you pay everything. But if you're late, tow it, then you gotta go like home, figure out where you're home, and you go down. You don't get make a ton of money. They've like that. They just dude, is what it is. They're not. This car. You used to pay. It's the like 360. Filming the dealing. I was supposed to be on set. I bought cars. Yeah, there's the cars behind like the old warehouse. Behind. He was get out. It's crazy. No, it's like it's fuck it. It's like crazy. And they're bad. And apparently, the money doesn't go to the city of Philadelphia. Yeah, if you try to look up it's kind of really hard. Look it up. Yeah, look it. Yeah, true. Fuck that, man. I would see forever. Yeah. I took my brother. No idea. You
PPA or anything, and you're fucking up. Believe $0. If I got, I was banking. I was,
Yeah.
By the city's general district. Revenue. See,
They had a thing. At least I have like
265.
because $1,000 a year. Uh-huh.
264 would fucking political
Just stuck in that.
Someone takes
well, when you get bucks in every year, what if nobody has? What if everybody?
yeah. And they had in schools.
So what's it say? 2,000 reforms successful under 2,000 years.
Southern California is open
Yeah,
for traffic.
pretty.
Tell us how you.
But, you know,
Dude, I like that. Especially
yeah.
yeah, you can't even do a parcel. It's got fault in my girl. And after stayed in my plate just because I was driving a car.
Yeah.
And he followed me. He was like, "You're straight." I was like, looking at, you know, all. I was like, yeah. It's 108. I mean, yeah, that's it. No. I mean, it's fucking.
Yeah.
And concept. Kind of not like in some places, not technically legal. I'm talking. You have to make a certain amount of revenue. Basically, glorify. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull the people over making money in the state. That's not any fucking real crimes. You're not doing that.
No, it's fucked up. And they call it like your law. Do some activity. Yeah, it's fucked up.
What if ever?
Imagine that. What if?
I mean, would they still?
Yeah.
There's no, you know, because fire can disband the.
Yeah. And you did.
Of course,
I like the break.
I do.
Yeah. I almost never went to 40 hours to call a cop. Big guys.
I mean, now, good stuff.
Just trying to get your.
You know what's funny? Those cameras, they were and giving them tickets, and it turns out the money it was like a private thing. Oh, really? Yeah. For no real. And that got like they can't do that.
They were short. Yes. Jersey got lost. Shortening the yellow light.
By how much?
Second or something. No, you're like,
Yeah. Hey, what's driving Flash? I didn't get in Maryland, but speed limits are fine.
Yeah.
Because there's a like again, screwed up.
Yeah. You know, back then, God, it's funny how many different scams are extracting people. Oh yeah,
That's one of them. Revenue in the city, extract money from people.
yeah,
Yeah, it's very fun.
especially stuff like that. Trucks get killed.
Oh,
The
yeah.
highway, they're all, and they'll be like this way, 50,000 crushing. Yeah,
Now this is a lot.
they thought it
Runaway. Oh, those are big. Yeah, I just dude. Like go to like state, or the through the mountains, just run away. Because sometimes have no limit. Yeah, that's oh. Sometimes
yeah, that's pretty nice. Where is it?
oh, up the ring. Oh, that's you stolen. Sure.
Yes, please.
Runaway truck. Yeah, yeah. Flying. He's slamming up. Oh, he's gonna. Oh, I gotta hit that thing. Oh, come on, bro. What's all this?
Tim Jam.
Wow. You can go. Like,
Maybe.
I ordered. You gotta hit the ram. Up this ram.
Come on, brother. That was like,
Yeah, what is the smoke coming from? What? No, that's. It seems like the truck is dying.
oh yeah.
Slammer. I mean, it's
It's got to be dude, oddly,
1,000 power load. Go to Rich Rollins. Go to Rich Rollins from show. The car fast. Yeah, that thing smoke. What is that? That is great. Yeah, that seems great. Because this guy it slows down. Oh my God! Imagine being behind the wheel, something that was 100,000 pounds. I mean, an hour 7 of driving all day. Oh shit!
yeah, dude. Even like it's real or stop.
Go to Richard. And there's a dude who's revving up this truck engine, this gigantic souped up truck engine. It fucking blows up the final missile. It's wild. This is a 3,000 power souped up engine. And boom, there he is. Fuck, where's that? You go to his. That's a nice thing. Damn, dude. I think that's the one. This was no. No, they take it that way. Where? No, you just see the truck up there. Okay. No, that's not.
It's way worse. Well, whatever.
You said a truck.
Yeah.
Truck back.
Such a pussy. I don't know anything.
I really don't.
That really. Tell you what. I know about there we go. No, this is the way it works. Maybe was it his two? There's on there. See that? Maybe they removed it for some reason because he died. Oh. That's not good. It looks like he died. Yeah, what? It maybe is. Oh man. You see the speedboats? Now click on short. No, I don't see it. So, 3,000 horsepower engine explodes. See if you find that. Fuck, I should see it. But it might. Yeah. Why? Why? I don't know what it was. Yeah, there's a famous video that happened like 6, 7 years ago. Isn't it funny though? Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Yep. Oh. Bro. Get some here. Hold up.
Simplest tests or simplest stores are going up in America. That should be on.
Oh. Look at that tail out.
Wait, that's Monster Energy drink.
Yeah. 3,000. I know. And the fuck. Oh. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah. Did you watch it? No. Was that anything?
I'm watching the TV show. They brought this.
Right.
I watched
They brought the shit back. What? How do you think it is? Don't get up. You watch it. You gotta feel it. How many people? What? 20? No, I don't think people. Actually, I watched. Okay. Dude, it's they have one. NBC Disney has one. Disney, Beavis and Butthead. It's all old. Damn. It's pretty much. Remember how was the best? That is listen.
One season.
Give me some.
I can't watch it here.
I remember they had one. Half Packers. That was fucking big. That was a good. Judge. He said in living color. Really? They did a half. Yeah. The one. Yeah. Good job. Yeah. Two companies. Cool. So, how about me? How about you? Who was last year? He this was the first time I funny. I saw him carrying on fire marshal. I was like, oh, look at that.
My name is German. But I got
wow. I mean, damn. Look at that. Yeah. What's he up to? Was he? Carrie was?
Yeah,
Really?
fucked
Too bad. Why?
They made Carrie kind of cool.
It's cool. God, really cool.
It's actually fun. Now that it is.
It's funny.
Yeah. I think it's art, all that's designed. Other like,
Yeah.
and when it works, it's fun.
Do you think that it does that? Yes. Yes. What? I never said. I think they have like I don't know.
Yeah, they just gave them awesome.
Oh my.
Sounds more like Elon Musk's name. It's SGB 1.5. Not UB40 who drinks red wine. Put on your mask when you're in. It could be a robot from a Star Wars trilogy. It's SGB.
This is a new. Damn. What? Imagine. Here's what was. When it's talking pandemic year, and everybody's. I'm listening.
Maybe.
Fuck it. Some guy like Jimmy. How many people? Not me. Yeah, but what do you think? A number. 1 million a night? I don't know. Let's guess. I'd say 700.
Guys, dog shit. The rest he's killing.
Yeah.
He's the number one.
Also,
Okay.
4 million. Fallon. Fallon. It's not drug. Show. It's YouTube channel. Fucking jail. That's wild. Yeah. Yeah.
But Gutfeld.
Bro. Forming to what every show does. You know, same kind of people. These are the dummies. And then on his show, he's got a bunch of Looney Tunes. And you know, yeah, Tyrus. You ever seen people? Real. What? Tyrus. Yeah, dude. It's sad. Sad. It's all. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, really. Nice one. Where am I? No. Bigger wall. Can't tell though. Where am I? Yeah, that is.
My dude. It's fast.
Here up.
Big fella.
There's a big fella.
And so what? He's one of the guys. Yeah. One of the guys.
Thanks. That fucking show, it's amazing how much more popular it is than those other shows. That's who the Democrats with the show like that. Just get comics around, shit, people on, show, and you recruit them together, people mock, you read something that Biden did, it was like, yeah, for quick, tough crowd. That was it. Yeah.
They did it. I had it right.
That's who. Yeah.
It was like, it was one of the.
Yeah. Comics fuck around with each other. Patrice, Paulo,
Man,
Norris.
it was like my favorite.
Yeah.
It's bullying other.
One of my favorite ever was Ronaldo and Leary. unreal. It's one of the greatest. Leary was giving him a hard time. Yeah. He's like, yeah, Dennis, we write jokes. That's what we do. Literally professionally. He's like talking. Yeah, you wrote. Yeah. Boss. Boss is funny. So much fun. Yeah, he was a glass man. Boss. Dude, you ever seen the one? They would just go into like a coffee shop and so ladies and gentlemen, Rich Rod. They would just go and start doing back on the radio. Well, people have he was like punching. They would take it. It would be jeez. No, yeah. Which is the big thing. Yeah. Great. I love him so much, dude. He's great. He's the man. They go. Oh, this guy. Oh, really? Yeah, shit. Fucking local shitholes, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Nice. Yeah. No, thanks. Here's that. I know what kids die. Comic book right now. Dude. And then when I was getting, you know, I've always he was. I can tell. I do. He's great. But that's that moment. Like that. Yeah. He has Soder. Boss. Dan Soder was like, you want to come on? Oh, he's like, he's so nice. He's so good. Yeah, very fun. He's somehow. Yeah. I know, he's good. It's happening right now with him. He's selling out everywhere. Tony he's an animal, dude. His stand-up is good. So that's because his character is very unlike his character. Where he acts like an asshole. Then he goes to Boston. It's the nicest guy ever. Cocksucker. And then he kills. Yeah, he does. Yeah, go. Fucking that is great comic ever read. When you first start watching, so you do packed houses, guy, 20 minutes, dude, and you're like, okay, here we go. Yeah, go to an airport, go to a show. Like, hotels me fake. Just wait for something. But I'm a kid. Yeah, Soder is wonderful. Yeah, those are the greatest things. You get Jason. Really? I still love it. I used to go to. It's so sick. I don't know when you put friends. Yeah, the best thing that I did is early on. I started bringing people back. Yeah, rock guy, really funny, cool, hate him. I would get instead of like club paying to underpaid. Yeah, I'll pay for their tickets, hotel, and everybody's like, that's not in my mind. Then it's me alone in a Phoenix hotel room, stairs, TV, flipping channels, deciding whether or not to work. And then my only enemy is the club. Hey, you don't. First thing you say is, hey, yeah. What did Jenny talk about? It was like the first words he'd say. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I kind of around. So, I can see if I can straight like a dead number 8. But when you track them, you travel, it's like this. right. If we were on the road, the same conversation, or even stay like that. Trail. Yeah, so that shows it out. That would get nice week yourself. Yeah. And when you fam, it's like we're all, this is a great time. But then that's well, chance. Yeah. And you really feel like this is not going to work out. Yeah. Yeah, but you just, do you? Yeah. No problem. Yeah. Sean, yeah. When you're on the road, I'm bringing back 6-inch cliff and Hans, bringing killers. The fun part is, like, I remember excited to be in the airport. Yeah, and not the right. But, you get to take like there and all these guys like they get to the airport. Yeah. Like, what the? Appreciate it. Yeah. I would always the fly day faster, like just flying in. If you got to fly, you got 5 hours. I would just take it 200 millimeters and just go out early to the soul. The entire we started traveling. I started taking that was the reason why I take people on the road. 2 openers, Joey and Chuck. Because I'm like, when that he didn't go, and he only did. I was like, if Joey shows up. Yep, there was. Oh my God! Yeah, when instant most ruthless material making me laugh. The guy up. Yeah, but but one in the room. Right. Yeah, and it is. I'm up there. Yeah, you know, great way to someone says that. Yeah, great. Yeah. So, hey, what's up? We got it. Yeah. Yeah. My man. Podcast, football, on YouTube, Patreon. Do you guys have it? Yeah. So it's on Apple. You're right. First, what is that? Engaging in this day, pursuit of peace, harmony.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Good job.
Straight by that. we're back. We're saying hopes drinking Bud Light. You like Bud Light, so you can drink more. That's cocktails. Yeah. But if you live there, fucking really he was crazy. Yeah, what's he doing there? What do you think? Yeah. This could be a bar. Straight show. He's funny. But yeah, every once in a while, you get a little mad. Yeah, he turned on you? Like a month. I drink. You live with you just have like 50 years on. It's a cool town. Really. Yeah, I don't know. It's every house. It's crazy. And most of the people there are too. Her mind. It was an old cop. Hippies from California. So it's like a real art team. Is he like the mayor? Yeah. Although I think I could be wrong. Maybe routine change. Go. In fact, no. Yeah, that was it. He would just go to the grocery store and come back. That's it. That's it. Make sure he's got enough money. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's fun. But yeah, like that's the part. It's hard. Maybe they just like so slow. You guys like that. Guys just like it's not the best. It's crazy. Don't be. It's okay. It probably. Yeah. Like seafood and like a nice beer. Like IPAs outside. I do. I like it. Yeah. I'll get him. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Be a disaster. You would five. Yeah, but that's what. Yeah, you just try. Yeah, plugs. That's how. That's how. Yes, I anxiety. It's the. Say something good, and you know, yeah, there you are. Kind of a similar conversations about like race or shit like that. Like, there's nothing worse than Canadians are like around yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. There's no back here. Just because someone said something, listen. No, they can't. It's their opportunity to find to claim them. If you're you know the guys just talking and talking. Yeah, it's a thing. It's like it's honest. It's me being vulnerable. It's me. Yeah. You say ridiculous. I'm gonna get fucked up on this. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Start talking about it. Yeah. My growth. It's not bad. One of the things about this book by it's called it's all about take wine, they add wine, they all the whole hallucination. Back then, drink. They all out the wine like he was what they and yeah, what else? Yeah, sitting around. You can get fucking killed there. You better get it. Yeah, they Viking. They're all they mushrooms and go berserk. Yeah, they I can't remember. Yeah, but like that was hard. You probably want it. Yeah. I'm good. But they might get I bet they would. Yeah. Good luck. But that's why it's like it's pretty easy. So things that people complain about. The historical. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. Why that show? Really? That's it. Gym shorts, Walmart. I go drink. I'll go on. What? Not like that. They're not as. It's like, oh, you look fine. I did. Which is fine. Continue to the other. Here's the. It was good. Recording out. I watched. Yeah. Let's go. And I was like, I bet you on the wall. He was like, I bet you can. So I did. Like, came out. I was like, yeah, he's a one. That dude, most of smooth. No, doing yoga. Yeah, he's great. And we don't share. Like he was walking out. Like, shut up. Just watch Sports Center and drink. Yeah, so yeah, he's big on like hiking. Yeah, travel. Well, he took like 3 solid. Do any kind of left laptop. He brought it, and he just traveled, and no. Oh yeah, yeah. Alfred stayed in the hospital. Like okay, yeah, he has. I was like, dude, I'm not going to the fucking. It's gonna be 90. Where's my Tennessee? Right? Yeah, that's his. Yeah, he likes weirdos. I liked it. I like that. Yeah, it's ribbon. You know, he like. I don't think I'm freedom. Like he values like freedom from months under with nobody. It's a weird, yeah, you know, it's from the whole Jewish thing. Yeah, probably. Yeah, higher community. So people. Is that what it was? Somewhere. 12 hours. Yeah. like a rich tree there. Yeah, Jewish army. And then he realized, like, oh, what the fuck are we? This takes.
He has a just saw. You're right.
What's going on there?
The shirt's good.
Yours?
Okay. Right.
Yeah. I can wear that shirt.
You should. Right.
People would think, what's happening? Which one's the one I built? Oh, my. What? Don't hurt me.
Yeah. Jeff Cap. Right?
Yeah.
My dad was.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's my favorite. So we all go.
Do they?
Yeah, if I had one here, put it on. See, I like it.
Yeah, that. Cool. I'm not gonna get. Yes.
So, you still living in out there?
I mean, yeah. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Hang out. Uber to it. Club.
This is fun.
Nice. You too, Oscar. It's good. You're still out there.
Yeah. It's comedy. I mean, we saw.
Yeah.
Nice. Everybody's. And he shows.
Yeah.
It's fun. Everybody's. Yeah. Great crowd.
Awesome. Awesome.
It's a little sketchy. Wow. And super. And it gets weird.
It was just intense and drugs.
Yeah.
Exciting. Yes. Yeah. I'm walking. Yeah. That's what pretty. Yeah, illusion. It is. It is fun. No, it's not. It's not. Somebody's. That's.
You cannot. You have such. Because it baffles. It's like it loses. It's like you need a little. You need a little. You can't just only fuck. You can't just. You know, with even. Apartment. So many people. And makes it more sorry.
Yeah.
Pearl.
Yeah.
Or that talks about the got punched. The little dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck's his name? Rick Brown. Trick. New York.
That was a rough.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's.
Try that out.
Come out.
I like it.
Right. Probably. It's all this. White people are terrible rhetoric. They'll just run up to random ladies and punch them.
Yeah. That's good though.
Maybe. When you're 6 years old, Rick Moranis probably not. Yeah, not because I not well.
No.
Not my
Yeah. Yeah. We'll be. Rick's tough.
Well, you know, I don't take big shot. Yeah,
You can see his hand.
look how. I thought that was.
No, he did not. He got left. A day.
Yeah. Tim told me like he hunted. He's like, dude, so dangerous. It used to be like so easy.
Yes. Yeah, it's great. I moved. COVID's.
Oh, really? Oh, that's where'd you start?
Brazil.
My parents. What?
Yeah, that's what. Nice.
Yeah, they moved. They lived in Harrisburg. There's another like people that think you know Philly cities. You're out there, shit. You're everywhere.
Yeah. Harrisburg. It was like a little getting gentrified.
Is it? Well, people. Yeah. A lot. There's still plenty. Obviously, but a lot.
It'd be nice. For you to get good, like fucking Tennessee,
Nashville,
travel.
Here. Ooh. You don't like it out here?
No, I do. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want.
Well, you could always travel. I don't know. Just, I mean, one year, like, it's like, I would, yeah, for the club, I would condo out. Ruin it. They'll punch a hole in the. Show me. Yeah. You do it.
True.
Come on, dude. I was wondering.
I was wondering. We should fucking destroy this house.
That's what I'm saying. Mine. Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
I know you guys would.
You guys might.
Yeah. I'm. Fuck. I don't care.
Else do you? More true. Hear you.
Like, all I do video. Never. In the
Just an old.
if I had a hole, somebody
Yeah.
you know.
I had a friend that did. And he went and punched a hole in the wall. Unknown. What up?
Does he have a career?
Actually, he does.
Oh.
He said,
Yeah.
he does that.
Christ, that's
Punching a hole, like throwing up in it.
have you ever been
Like,
yeah. I was in what? There was a kid that was, I think it was, they had a man in Beacon Hill. I think it was in Beacon. I'm trying to remember. Now I'm and so all these 100 part and this girl she threw a drink. She hit. I can't remember. The first sparks was how staircase. It's like Mr. from here, and I bring. And this dude just unworks a picture perfect. She goes out. Mad.
Yeah.
And there's he's jumping. He's throwing people over there. And I'm getting thousands of people looking for friends.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like the 80s. It was wild. It's like, it was feel it in the air. It's like something happens. Yeah. People looking to punch me. People didn't know it. They were just looking at you. Yeah. Trying to get out of here.
Sorry, you.
Stop. Get the fuck out of here. Snuck through that. Friends of mine.
I went to the public house. We decided to fight, and I guess to show up to the fight. Man, just
how many?
It was probably 20 to 30, roughly 10.
Right.
He was like,
You were friendly.
he's gonna be. He was a big guy. It's like 24.
So,
all the he was crying. He cried.
Jesus
It was
Christ.
wonderful. That was
Charges.
so much. It was one we're with my friend. They like kind of hiding, and then once one kid they all warm as kids.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
It was nice. Now imagine.
Jesus.
It was like.
Right.
Oh, no, it's fine.
No. Yeah. Who the fuck? If you use that.
No.
Oh my god. That worked. That's tremendous.
Yeah.
So they call it.
No, that's a long time.
That's a lot. 190. Wow. That. That seems legit. And once a got your lower you get that. Like if you get to that,
Yeah, every. It's had that happen.
it's like shouldn't ever. But if someone, I'm trying to. There's a clear way because you're like you would have to go full hole. Something on your back, turn. You're fucked.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. It's just pain.
Yeah.
Think about I think.
Yeah.
Is this the same? Oh yeah. Nope. I think so. Oh really? Oh yeah. Yep, that's. It's interesting how much full video. That's crazy. So you did that. Like when something like you don't know yeah. You know it's way better.
Yeah.
It's like that. He's dabbing. So you have to clap now. Well, the key is to never. Yeah. Yeah, it should have. John John O'Neill. Congratulations. So that's a ball. Oh. That's the. Congratulations. What? No. Sure. This one. Oh, yeah. So this one can eliminate those. Really? Yeah. Because it hurts like that. You will tap. But the most embarrassing thing in this one. Really? But that happens. That I'd be pretty good at this, and carry you up. And also, on your back, yeah. It's humiliating. It's very sad. He's weaker than you, so he can kill you. Yeah. He's a but dumb. And last week, you know, it wasn't even too look out. He's like, oh, I thought it was yeah. You. Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah. You want to. You get stuff. Who's bigger? No. He's from. I guess. I when I stopped. Yeah. I remember. Everyone. Wow. I remember. Where? Who goes? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Did you see that? She's yes. She's 200. She's Samoan. Oh, she's cool. You never see it? We've got super preposterous that you're walking. Like, just think about getting arrested, and I'm gonna this. No, yeah, because this woman has a yeah. Look at come on, look. Male who's playing. I mean, hilarious. It's nice taste. Yeah, I'm gonna start. Damn, look at the mitts on that. So I just think Jamie. Yeah, that's a large person playing. And I who am I? I'll tell you what. I'm charged with stubble, a crew, the most manly male. His name is Ruby. Okay. It's a woman. The title says, shouldn't they at least who also has a they don't even say so hilarious. But everything's not just tough with sexual interference and sexual. Is there any small chance just accident the wrong picture? No.
What do you think?
Probably, but it's happened before, and there's like, oops, we put the wrong.
What do you work?
That's
That's what it's just the teachers that really help people see the women. Yeah, you get.
now Google domain.
Yeah, that was I did. Guy or girl. I mean, I'm really heavy. Yep. Guy. Wow, you're amazing. So much. I don't care what. Yeah, right. Walk on. That's another. Trying to say that's sexual. And that being. Not to let. With the bad, worst one. The worst one you can. Yeah. But I've said like. Have a set. I was like, what? He said, this guy would know. Yeah, probably. His shit because you think it makes you sound aggressive. Yeah. I don't. It's a tough one to get to through being aggressive. It's a tough one. Yeah. I don't know, man. People can make weird massive. They justify. Also, want things to be okay, intellectual. You know? Yeah, sure. Strange. That'd be no, this is how you would say that. Looking at many things that really are true. I'm not sure. You know, like race is a person of color. Race has this power. That's not true. That's not true. You know it. They know it's not true. I'm not say this. Well, we're all you're protected. White who feel edgy. They want to feel bad. So they want to just think about the I was like, you call white person. Yeah, whatever. Like that. That one hurt. You're right. What did you say? Even worse. Sure. Because someone calls that race. They're the piece. Not you. Someone calls you racist. You have to your stuff. Shit. It's tough. In there. Tough one. What was your like? What was that like? It was very, very. I don't know. It's tough. There's not many you can even talk to them. You know, it fucks you up. It makes you like not trust shit. While I don't know. I don't explain it, but the experience of it, you just we went canceled or however, yeah, however, doesn't matter. But I was one. I was not. I was poor, and then I got like that was right. Yeah, you got canceled. Yeah, they literally were like, "How about this?" No. So, what? So the day before the announcement, we got a call like, "Hey, the whole time we'll start from my and all those people. You want to
the pack. No. I was like, no, I'm not going to be a rep. I won't work. And then I guess they in Comedy Central, and they were like, and we went straight into. So I went straight to the main stage for the audience. And the whole time, I'm never going to. I don't care. I want to do something. I kind of hate it. Because every time, you know what it is. Yeah. And then when you go to you just wait your turn in a green room, keep you there extra long, make you nervous. But I knew certain I was. I really was sitting there, fucking dipping, hanging out, and then but that's when you walk in, that's what you want. It was like the stage. Wow, totally. The whole table with writers and producers and more mics, and then you go do 5 minutes. Wow. Wow. I did 5 minutes. And then I ran into Michael J. And I was so nervous. Like hold the mic against my hands. Just have to stand up for this. So weird. It was so weird. Now, or whatever. They have rules. Tell you. They never. So you're able to not look like the room. And everybody table. First thing I said was like, I was supposed to, no, don't. Genuinely. Just did a bit. Yeah. As soon as and then went back. They were laughing. It was cool. They were laughing. Pretty good. Ran into that was good. Then a couple days later, everybody around the people I was. Then you go into to meet him. So the 3 people I was with, they all went slowly. Sent him home. Just fucked up. To the callback. No, never. And then they kept me out. And I was just sitting. I'm gonna be honest. I can't believe I got this. I wasn't even. This is wild. This is fucking. He's the man. He's a nice guy. And he was like, oh, I'm gonna do it. But I don't know how. And like all times had right. Because that's usually usually experience with but I don't know. By all everybody. You hear they're all writers stealing. If you're a writer, you're practicing to hire up your shit. If you sit back, they'll hire you. I know that. So if you have to practice, take your classes, they own it. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I don't care. Right. I was like, even if they offer, I don't. I think I would have, but they asked me to go. So I was like, Warren called. Hey, we're usually on the show. We're gonna announce it. He was like, do you have anything you want us to check out? Right. So Twitter. I was just read it all. And I was like, yeah, what's that? I said, a lot. I got it. So So I was like, all right. And so it was cool. Pretty cool. Holy shit. Just like, can't leave your own. And then, yeah, hours, cool kid. That was like, here's there's a clip of me. Yeah, he's safe. Yeah, talk shit. It was the one podcast. That's the one that. Wow. And it was funny. And they really had to find this. I was like, oh, it's probably like 3 minutes in. Well,
That's what you really mean those things. But the idea that talking shit is real. To take out of context phrases, sentences, views, and quotes, and make it very awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
There's only one.
There's
Quite a few.
so many articles. I think it was number one.
Wow.
Just
Did you read it all?
yeah, everybody. Yeah, every company.
Why?
Oh, it's fucked up, and it's good one. One bad one. There's which one? That like there'll be these nerds like something they get they tell you. Massive shit.
Right.
Anyway, so all that stuff comes. And this is when Michael's office, and he was talking to me. I knew it was because if they didn't give me so much more, so much money. And, so he was talking to me. We think he's like, if we just get you to, people will see piece of shit in person. Right, just talk. And I was like, if I just if I get fired here. Anyway, I thought that. I was like, okay.
Well, could have been.
I was. It was just me. That was a conversation.
Really?
But
that's hilarious.
Terror. But
because I remember somebody have you on, and I was like,
yeah.
So
I'm truly glad that I would have come in. Right. And I never felt that.
Yeah. So, you know what it's like? It's like you develop a certain outlook to the actual moment.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
So when Lauren have to get you, we just have to get you.
It just kept steaming. It never. It kept being like you guys need. Yeah, I get it.
The fun. It's not. That makes them sad. What's happy is fire.
And that's yeah. Yeah. You got it. And it's fun. Here's why it's fun.
Choose that. Was it Killing Keys?
Yeah.
Those.
Thank you.
At the same level. Because he's got a. He's amazing. You see the fucking what is it? Fresh.
Yeah. Fresh.
It's here.
More.
Yeah.
It just
about it, it's so fake, but it's obvious. It's like these things. Like, look at that. Like, face swap really is. He's like, look at it. Look so fake. You would never. But it's also the materials. You can get away with so much. Whenever he knows. Really want to. He's massive. Him and incredible. It's the best. The shit you're doing right up there with it. Really funny stuff you guys are doing. The Trump. Keever, incredible. You're great. Makes these. They're really good, man. They're really good. No, you didn't at all. It is. I only would have told you this. Sound like it's weird for me to write because I was a victim of it. You know what I mean? Why is it? I don't know. Yeah. I'd rather just be like, against culture. Honestly, really good. You're a pretty Canadian. I think your sketch is incredible. Not get lost. Yeah, really. Could be the other side. It's like, I'm a free speech guy. I'm a fucking. Dude, I don't want to be just want to do comedy. Free speech thing. It should just be everyone involved in creating everything. Yeah, and when they don't, they're either ingenuous or they're stupid. One of two things. But you should. You know what people are, don't know. You're either an idiot or an asshole. You're either honestly trying to ignore the fact that people are doing around. You can joke around about all sorts of. You can't joke around about things. Like, why not? Okay. Why does that make you joke around about? You can't joke around about stack, around about. You can't joke around. Not. Yeah. We're just so worried about. Yeah. So, you get very afraid and very afraid. Then silence it. True. Just gotta take a second. Don't get caught up. Like if I see other still my what do they think? Right. And then 20, 30. Yeah. But it's just especially if you see a clip and it's wild. Right. You're gonna like it's on that. Tony or and every first time I saw it. Ooh. Then you see the whole thing. You're like, it killed Tony. That's just how people do. You go outside. Someone, you introduce someone, and they go on stage, say, Christian, what people do, they do it in comedy. We fuck around. Shit. That's what Tony did. It was real clear. Guys, Yes. And he had. Stop me and me. Sure. What? Tony goes up. It's funny. That's why people. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's comedy. It's comedy. This is it can be weaponized.
I had people recording myself and then typing.
Yeah, well, take small pieces, taking them out of context, using them to show what pieces of them.
Just like years ago, clearly. And if you out,
that's just take the word parts, you know?
Yeah.
It's
just
yeah.
They do. Literally.
Oh yeah. They're setting. They you're doing taking something out of context. They're trying to make it's not. There's a lot of when people say they don't necessarily they're not trying, you know, try to
say the worst.
a guy a failure. No, he said, if you really fuck up, come to the same place. Just try to have a bit. You never, for people who don't I hope it is. You go up there, every
Yeah. And when it does,
yeah, I go.
I bet.
Yeah.
I do like.
So, you
Yeah.
then
Yeah. But the whole time, crushed.
oh, and then
So they were like, this was in it.
who makes SNL?
NBC. And the state,
They
were like, they were usable. And I was just,
write it.
no, my state.
It's
Sorry. One more. One more. Said I was going to.
oh, sorry about that.
5 minutes. We
Yeah?
gotta save it.
I thought there was.
Dude, go.
Well, I'm sorry.
Just I'm just like, I don't give a fuck, man. I'm just doing Joe Rogan.
Podcast. Were you good?
She says, I'd never, but it was fun to call St. Rogies.
Gotta cut.
I agree.
And the really did.
Definitely.
Made your stand up strong. Like when people we introduce and go through that. You're happy.
Yeah. For a while. First couple weeks, I was being very upset. And you go on stage in your head, see people like whisper to each other. You know, like he's telling her she's
Right.
gonna leave.
See the girl's face change.
Like, I was having dreams about fucking. I was happy. It was crazy. I haven't about confidence or like about the secrets of my entire life. Wow. Like your family out, family. You know, my big letters, fucking dudes. They're gonna kill you, and my family. Like what this? Right. Yeah. You're gonna be fine. But like, they're just mechanics.
Right.
Chilling.
Wow.
And it's, you know, my parents.
Right.
I got this. But then when you finally get out of it.
Oh my. So it lasts for 4
days. What? Oh, and they're like, hey, you apologize. You need to apologize. Can I just like that's if we say if we still I'm dead. So I didn't know the NBC was on this group text agent like you need to apologize. Fuck that. I'm not fucking that in the group text. So it made me look as soon as I I mean, it's like 0. Who knows? Right. The whole. I mean, it's crazy. And then, so they asked me to. I can't do that. It was ridiculous, inexcusable, all that shit. Yeah, it's just wild.
Yeah.
And I talked to some comedians, and they were like, "How are you if you say this? Like, how are you do comedy having just said it? From now on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I talked to Paul. He was like, just give me something. Give me, go to my, sorry. He's like, just give me something. But I need it. So I had 15 minutes.
Oh my God.
Sit there. I was like, trying to do stand up. So I go in, find my man. Just say you're push his boundary. Sometimes he so much. That's my thing. Because I didn't think they probably really were. Almost.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, I get.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's not the way you do it. Again, it's it's not real. It's like
yeah.
And the only way to do that other person lose your race.
Yeah.
That's why it works. They just
Yeah.
yeah.
That's who it.
Yeah.
Me and him were my friend that. Can't be shout out. You would like. I'm sure you guys are. Yes. Everything you said, I heard from. They did it. Yeah. Be like this. Like, you know, we're supposed to be out.
As you travel into El Monte from Peck Road to continue in stretches.
You were at your statement.
Oh, yeah.
10 minutes.
Statement. I had 10 minutes.
Let's call that a test and leaving.
It's okay, but you're caught up in this huge Europe.
I'm Angel
And in,
Martinez.
you're going to be in bed. However, That's what I'm saying.
You can. People like when Jimmy
Yeah.
everybody knows. They know you're Karl Malone. They know you're not racist. But this is Europe. That's the problem. Sanctimonious shithead. Just you're a bad person. No reason to become a bad person or they're looking for
That's what it is. And yeah, to watch.
I like what
Yeah, all the time. I want. And on Twitter today, it has to be. It's crazy.
you know we're talking when Tony is like double what
Yeah.
he's
Yes. Like we know that wasn't
right.
like we know
It's common around. Might have been the really happy.
I like so watch this. Yeah. No, mine was a couple months. I got, but yeah, it's just very. I want to say that. Wow. Yeah. That was the only has been speaking out. Right. Where I built my apartment.
Oh yeah.
Crazy.
Like all this really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was the biggest story. Yeah. Everyone in the. It was my first. It's the only time I've stand up as like a. And then after, it's funny because I've. Yeah. So, yeah. That's all I talked about. It was happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And it happens.
Yeah.
How long before?
4 maybe.
And so what?
I was the one. You guys are gonna like. It's okay. I get it. I'm not. I was. Yeah. I said, "This is a corporation. It's SNL." Of course. I said, "Never keep making." Yeah. I don't know. Describe it. It's weird. Self-worth.
No. You know, look, just your trial, revelation, and ways you understand it. And the best way to talk is to have a moment where the wall, and when you come out, you got to be tough.
Yeah.
But when you do, it's like there's a lift it off.
For sure.
It's also the embracing the real raw.
That was there's been 2 times stand-up comedy for a long time. I was devastated. I did this for 6 years, and then I went and did stand-up. I just cried. Like I just.
Oh.
Well, same thing with like while you get crushed. You guys like
Still, they're doing it. I love it. Yeah. No. Nothing better. Yeah. Yeah, it's inside that. Not as you're going to see. Definitely. Yeah. Sure. I think it would kill. People that do the canceling attack. Indicate you won't get.
I get it. Sir.
Yeah, what is that? They like to be like, I don't know. It's like you know, well, yeah, right. Like to would be like, I think you would have been great.
Oh,
That old yeah.
oh.
SNL's
Oh. Oh. My. Hilarious. Holy. Ah. Oh my.
Just like straddling. No, but what? You know, yeah. No. No. Only. Wow. I know. Showing her. Like, yeah. Showing her. Yeah, what? Right. Weird. So, it's first before, so they want. Well, I don't know. Probably like her underwear. Those kind of things.
Pamela Anderson's on the lead thing launched on OnlyFans. How that works?
Right. Right. If they just releasing videos, yeah. A lot of girls. It's a great way to make. You're making.
Is this?
You realize you got a
What is?
Yeah. It gets, you can get in person by your lifestyle, that kind of lifestyle. Yes. Because that's like 1 month. Yeah. So, take 4. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Well, they're doing that too. For them, that's actually good. They're not just like they're here. No one. One of my neighbors lives in California. It's a guy that I did jiu-jitsu. It was like 2 houses down.
That was
crazy guy. Yeah. he was doing great, balling videos, and he would tell me, and then the fucking hit, and just pull the rug out, and everybody was, So when they went millions, nothing. Lost.
Was they? Really?
Yep. He moved out of the neighborhood. He eventually foreclosed his house, and just it was a wave of falling apart. I mean, the only people that became girls, the guys make care of them.
Oh, they act.
The male act. Yes, guys, they can't make they're of course, very industrious. You know, some subscription only plan. They only fuck all the hottest girls.
Yeah. Love that.
It's a weird world because a lot.
Yeah.
Weird world.
I've been up at his mansion in the Hills Grown, just beating off up the mountain.
Nice. Good. Changes me. He beat off her. Like if you're thinking about just jerk off, a lot of hard desire. Yeah, you don't really like the person you call. You're really like socially compatible, but you want to fuck. Jerk off. Like if the bit was basically guy jerks, he fucking loves you.
Yeah,
like, it's real. He loves you.
Yeah,
just not
come.
Yeah. So embarrassing. When you're young, I remember so confused. It was really in. And I had beating out like really quick. And some girl that like, oh, he's an asshole. Trick me like me. Like, what trick me? Yeah.
Please leave. Please, I need to.
I bet they felt.
No, I think. Oh, me.
Like, what are you doing? On this guy's stick.
No, they like.
Yeah, some of them are. Because they want you to rate. It's like weird final in.
Yeah, of course. Everything is.
Yeah. So this back to the hits keep coming.
Yeah.
Keep coming. It's like 4 days.
Yeah.
Right? How long? When do you decide? Like when you give? I gave it
the first night. The very first. It's the first part of
right.
And it's like, say that. It's words.
I was never.
I'm good. But here's the that was the cat's justice.
Isn't it?
Still? I don't know if this.
Wow.
Dropped me.
Jesse Spaghetti. Juicy.
Yeah, that's right. Was it? Doesn't mean
He's not.
Is he not?
He's okay.
He must have been
I'm sure he's still around.
Yeah.
It's fucking magic. It's magic. It's magic. Like his name wrote it. That French actor.
You see? Yeah.
Oh,
I just wanted to shout out. Yeah, listen, all those things they can't do. They don't get it wrong. But they're basically like rigid, full. They you can't count on it's, yeah, you will. That's okay. Almost comedy. Yeah. You know, comedy, comedians and there's a lot of the true meaning you're being serious, you're about to try to pretend it doesn't matter. And you should never be able to say this. You're a racist, sexist, homophobic family. You guys, you can all eat because you know what you're doing. The thing about climate, this oversensitive climate, is that people are fed up. And so there's a massive weight battle that is thrown by the rest. Yeah, people. Yeah, to every day. There's so they trade them. They're still trying to catch people all the time. With a lot of something really insightful about he said one thing is called yoga, and they love really taking it out. So it moves that up. You're trying to get the social cloud. Then in the loop was everybody knew that story about income. Oh yeah. Well, I knew that to ask. He would jerk. He would jerk. What do you know? I knew it. I heard of it. Then with this comes now every down against it. Like, where were you? You heard about it. I heard. There was he was on top. You know, he came after him, and everybody else would take out down to make Louis happy. You take it out. Yeah. You ever seen flows? You get attacked by a lion. Really interesting. Yeah. When there's a finally managed three of these lions fight these lions. Finally managed to get and as he's slams into the box. Yeah. And I'm like, that's nature. Humans, it's just biology. When someone senses weakness, they're really shit people amongst those people. It's pretty funny that. Yeah, it's funny. To watch it. Get out of this. I watched those. How stand up for you, water buffaloes. They tried. There's a place in Africa. There's an amazing and documented this strange part of Africa here. The river shifted, and when the river shifted, the lions, these water buffaloes, on a and it's a large island, only water buffalo. And so because the lions really they all grow, so they have an enormous, like the female lion, they look but they have muscles. It's crazy because all sure these lines. Remember that. Oh, there's the program. Yeah. This is where the skates. This is where the boys. Yeah. This is where they know. Well, lions are. Yeah. Not really. That's how it goes. This is how it goes. You can stop that. These lions. It's just a weird operation.
retrospections recently. These lines have got the thing is, female one is fucking enormous. Like there's 2006. Yeah. Here's Relentless video. Oh. Oh, just show me just images of the Jack female lions. Anyway, that's the idea. It's a great documentary. They look normal. There's pictures of it. You get it. So, really fire. I don't know. That was the people at NBC. Yeah, like a giant up scrape. And they're like, "What'd you say?" Come on, man. Imagine people at NBC. Yeah, people from that. What? I hardly remember. It's like real. Blacked it out. Like it was that traumatic. This is maybe traumatic. Definitely traumatic. But like, you know, so surreal. He was totally like, no, I don't. It'd be like, and everyone would be, you okay? You know what I mean? I said, you got to. Yeah, finally called. We're gonna. They offered. And I was like, no. Like this has to be you guys. Yeah. And they. What did they say? Statement. And then they released a tweet. It's all planned. In fact, since my I've seen people issue apologies. Gave me. Verbatim. No. It's all. How do you think the people that are out there are not serious, that are so everybody. Sorry. Yeah, I'm very. Like, and the whole. No one cares. Very. So when you. That's the. Well, it's what it is. That's the thing that can get you in the most trouble. Yeah. Is it? It's so free flowing. You do it in and you're just trying to make each other laugh. One of the best things. But we know. Yeah. Yeah. Just about. It's one of the ways. Yeah. You know? So they eventually say that, you know, these things he says in yeah, so far. What is that? Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Those of you like Jesus said it better. They are. No, he's nice, you know, but it's yeah. I don't. I and it, no. Everybody's like, no, dude. If he doesn't go, yeah.
They don't necessarily.
I don't know. I thought it'd be. But no, it's yeah. Like I'm not too worried about it. I don't like. I don't know. Yeah. Does that make sense? It's you know, like I don't want to be. Yeah, well. I get it. I understand. I said why. I'm gonna keep saying. I'm now it. Right. Those are the. why we make it. That's different. But I understand. And I don't abiding by them. I have what I've been off over the last couple last few years. And first thing that I think and the shit that I said. Yeah. Not mentioned. Yeah. Like
42.
If you know, then good. If you don't know what I'm doing, that's not what I meant. Just fucking around. You know, listen. Yeah, was it milk? Mine. It was more like talk about a lot of that. And it's just good. There's a lot of guys. Not this entertainment or rape suicide. A lot of those true that so weird. My oldest dog. I didn't watch that. Like, doesn't it disturb you? They like it. I did. I'm trying to. You know what? I mean, very uncomfortable. I like it. There was some fun. Really? No, seriously, fun. Yeah. There's one. It's nice. They listed all. And two sisters that he got was like, and they were like 88 years old. And then now I'm not funny about it. Yeah. The two old ladies. Oh. See, I it's terrible. His ending was went through like a. Yeah, but they didn't. Is he dead now? Yeah, he died. Yeah, dude, that was the worst part of that. For a long. Yeah. Well, he was broke. Whatever. The crazy thing is, like guys who get away with it.
That's why we gotta.
I think it was a movie where Zodiac. But they've done that. Like, yeah, wasn't it? He's Ted Cruz. Yeah. He's I'm scared. Yeah. So, when did it relax? He's okay. I mean, like after I got so that's kind of when so that was it. It was kind of inconvenient. Would have liked us going. You know what I mean? Stop. Stop. Because COVID. Are you still doing a pod? That's it. Okay. No. Oh yeah, now. Yeah, how do we get? Man. I'll Google it. How many downloads? I'm not sure. I'll look it up. Yeah, smart. Yeah, I didn't know. Oh, really? Oh. Yeah, now you gotta worry. Or like, no, really, you gotta. I'm joking. This isn't real. Yeah. Also, establish the audience. And they know that they watch. Yeah, then it's so you lose it. When people join, yeah, but what did he say? You know, that's okay. It's worth it. It's all worth it. to be able to have something that can talk. I would do this podcast after this. I was just starting out. Who I was, and there was just 100 people listening. I would do it exactly the same. You can't. You got to take. They'll come, and when they come, yeah, you get that. I was taking the subway home. I would go to like meet with Lauren. Get on the train. Everybody, it was. People were just like looking at their movies. I literally watched, like, just staring. What did they? Did you have conversation? Yeah. Every normal. Crazy. Well, understand. But when people try to pretend, try to reduce you to the worst thing you've seen, to evidence of you, they're all failures. Most of them, they want to be critics because they have they don't have great writers want to explore the boundaries to bring that creativity into a tangible form, absorb it, appreciate it, enjoy it. And if you can't do that, you're. And that's actually a good point because before I was criticizing. I wasn't creating it. I would sit there and that. And you get good at fucking people that you just shit on. Yeah. So it's almost while you're in that little fuck these people. That sucks. They suck. Every dude, I'm good. I had experiences when I was coming up. There was hypercritical. It was because it was. Yeah. Remember, I had a bit of. I met her. And she was nice. He wasn't. The world was her. And I go, that's like. So, I go, you're not. Your mind. It was just me. And then I met her. Me, crazy. Every comedian special sucks. And then I meet them. I see them stand. They're so much. So good. You know what I mean? 70%. That's going to be absolutely no way around. The experience of live. See this as I watched this week. We did these 2 shows in Vegas. This is a bit. We did a bit about the meat. It had me crying. You see this live. It's good. Being thing here when you see a comic live, a lot of it. It's 60%. And you also tend, especially like you did this special last week, and I was super bummed. I like that. The way I'm losing. You also was from the reason why that I forgot to do this in my first shot. I put the first shot was super 4 shows. Some of my special go out there for those 2 shows, which was like, I got lucky early. If I hadn't, late shows. If I was in reverse, my first show. I would have just one of my biggest 2014 Central, and a lady heckled me during my first set. Proving. Like, oh my. Like, she also did nice. I was it was about another day. Because that was 16 special. That was triggered. Like whatever the bit. So it was a setup. Eventually the beginning was hey, it happened to be Trump started the Trump. He hate Trump. I was like, do you hear what I'm saying? Like, do you think I'm gonna do it? I love like what type of psycho right, it's not fun. People are just and then not taking into consideration that you're and if you are this one what you really learn. Yes. Yeah. But filming special harrowing is the only one I did. Got done. Have
an abortion on
and we were in the parking lot. And she was like, you know, I'm confident. You know, like, what do you think? And I said, no, you got some amazing areas. And every special that I've ever done was like 6 months out of 5 years. Still doing. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. I see some of these bits you're thinking about just drilled in DNA yet. Sometimes we do get just time. Take it out of the barrel. It's ready. Take it out of the barrel. Like, he's doing a special. Me, stop. They're not. But maybe 3. Yeah, 3 is even best. Don't know if it was good. Think it was good? Yeah. I thought. Could just get that's it. Make it my. Yeah. I mean, this special man. People I was do it because a lot of people you don't want to risk using. It's like if we just put our money together, it'll pay off. Maybe not right now. It'll and it actually had that happen. He's one of the most industrious, all young guys. The best guy that the pandemic too. He put out his video. What he did with those side, he's wild. It's like punch. Where stand up, they kill hope. You know, lose laps. These things he figured out of rhythm. It's applicable. Genius. Yeah. One of the best.
Yes. Great. 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 Basically, all that's funny. Like, you're great. I was excited. Every once in a while. You were great. Anyway, that's cool. You were crazy. You were one of the nice. Nicer. Yeah, sometimes. Oh yeah. So you lose the fucking RPM. It's great. We build up after 45 minutes. That must be weird. Somewhere. We went to see isn't true. Heather. Yeah. And so we're seeing our friends playing this little bar, east side, no there, down. We all head on. We get dropped off, out. We get people in the place. Within 40 minutes, 300 people. Everyone's yeah, man. Weird. You were like, we were lit. Yeah. Whiskey. There's a lot of whiskey around, but I was like, great to meet. I was like, let's go see it. You? What? Yeah. I want to watch Famous. You know? You can't, like, you go out. It's just weird to see, like, you have, like, I'm going out. And then it's ruined. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. So, everybody just wants. That's what I meant by, like, what be able to live like a human 45 minutes, like an empty bar on the street. You do it. You just got to stay at a bar. So, one of the only he brought that in. We were kind of smoking, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm being." It's just like, oh, like you can't go outside. You can go outside. Yeah, I just said most people are nice. I mean, I don't like almost case out there. It's really, yeah. What do you mean? These are schizophrenics, you know? Yeah. I need to talk to you about. Yeah, I'm getting. Yeah, I get those. Schizophrenic the other night. Grab me the shoulders when I talk before I was going to I need to talk to you about. Yeah. You should have been like, what? No, tell me. You know, there's a lot of nutty people. They say that 1% right? So if you have 300 million schizophrenics, it's a lot of people. They're out there. Fun. Drinking scooters. You know those slamming scooter, talking to. Don't you fuck. Walking up after you do like body slam. Yeah, you know what I mean? Well, it's just he's having. Give me one of those. I used to, yeah. I used to work playing it for a little. I would investigate like state-run like companies, and a lot of them were like accounts. You'd go in. Really? They all wear like every house. dudes in full suits, chain smoking cigarettes, just screaming at them. It was great. Yeah.
We talked about last night. Yeah.
What?
Well, as you get more handling very well. You know, he's got like 4 years. You know, but he's and he's getting funny. Amazing. Funny. And there's no one better. Everything. See some car thing. Car rental place. Said they're all. Oh, he's out there. He's not schizophrenic.
Promotions
Or
I went.
it was all luxury. He still put it up on his Twitter. They pulled it down.
Wow. It was one of the
Every once in a while, like what?
That was great. That's what first couple minutes you'll be nervous and then just develop a flow. And I have to say no. Hey. Yeah. I'll be all right.
Well, you're how many?
This is about where I take control.
How many?
Hey. The anxiety. The shit I've said on. Yeah. Sure.
You think you're gonna get to just like not read it?
I'm getting better. Be like, Reddit or all that.
Wow.
Wow. Why? And it's when it's big, it's scary. Reddit is commenters on the internet and psychopaths, and it's all mixed in. It's pretty self. The thing that bums me early, right? Yeah. Generally, but took out on. Yeah, they took it out. Right. Concerned with the thing that was happening during the alt-right, like the 2000-ish, somewhere around there. You realize there's a lot of tension that can be gathered up, joined and attacking groups, and taking a punch in the face, and all that kind of thing. And it became it's funny. It's funny. It was funny. It was funny to me. I mean, fuck. That doesn't. It's like when they meet, you have to fraud. But it's not supremacy and all this. You're saying we're anonymous. So it's the worst thing you could say. Yeah. I'm a component of free speech. I'm also, I understand that things can get out. You ever see the thing with Kekistan and shit? Yes. Oh, we played the radio. Yeah.
gave into the trust. She has some flat. Yeah. Editorial update. Radio saying the cat the way don't ideology. You just essentially control it. That way, everyone else. You take criticisms. I feel awful. Not our. Come on, nonsense. You're working on it. Ridiculous. And they found the camera. It's beautiful. And what they said, smart enough to figure out where the like tracking flights. Yeah, I mean, you don't shot flag was trying to say upward camera, and they just looked at the sky. What did the flag say? He will never. That was it. Yeah, he left. And then it was funny. Weaponizing. This guy. It was fun. Yeah. Again, exactly what it was. I get it. Gotta get fired. I know the rules. When I would say before this. Oh, God damn. Yeah. Well, the problem. So, like, me. Wait a minute. No. You get it. It doesn't mean it's but yeah. Now you're going to go. That's a weird skate voice there. What was that? He's a get those cops out. Comedy's in shiz. Yeah, of course. Of course. We're saying, you know, one of the best. We appreciate comedy. We appreciate stand-up. We appreciate what it's. Yeah. Yeah. Like it. It's not that. No, there's. No, it's more neurosurgeons or stand-up. That's true. That can't. Guarantee it's true. Well, what do you mean? Guarantee. No. No, not. Yeah. Yeah. Someone will. Takes a while. It's like you saying. That's not right. Yeah. So it really is you're only art. The people that is saddest when you see like an open scene for 12 and there's still and they come on stage a week or something like that. And tell you what, they're coming. Me at a ball. I forgot. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. You just bombed. Oh, you bombed us. Finally, I was like, I wasn't eating. There's something you wanted to probably get. This isn't. I did it. Really? First time. 12 weeks. So I was. I had been doing. There was a local. He was doing a Pittsburgh in Mars. So he was. He asked. They suggested he gave me the week. So I was like, "You gotta do it." I brought like my friends. We drive out. It was right with you know those. We were playing games all day. I never done. I get the how long? And I was like, he was like, can you do 20? I was like, yeah. I had 3. Obviously, but it was 3. So I go tiny and blacked out. Doing 20 minutes. I did bet that there was a guy sit like this, and then finally 10 minutes. He was like, that one was. No, this is finally somebody like, yeah, that one was shit. How bad? What are you? You stuff. I was like history. And he was like, "You want to be a teacher?" I was like, "Yeah, be a teacher." There's a lot of teachers had to pursue it. Pretty funny. Well, it's hard. Someone's. I should have. Yeah. Yeah, it happened. There's stupid fuck. He ended up. Well, he never. 20, right?
We've been waiting. What's good? How you living? We're glad that you're here. We've never been. Got anyone? It's fucking phenomenal lately. We're watching Joe Rogan.
We went to the Salvation Army around the corner and bought a bunch of suits. Went to this wedding.
Oh, that's Kim from. How you doing, Doc? Welcome. Thank you for coming. I just sent you a friend. Excellent. Hope you're doing. I just friended you. Let me know if you want. I have my hair, my body, right now. Pressing it on my chest. Can't do anything with that. Shout out to Coupon.
Wasn't good.
Yeah, but they're never good.
Yeah. That was just about. Not as good, but yeah. How many people doing comedy at that? Maybe 4. And this is once a week, maybe.
When did it?
So I lived in central Pennsylvania, and I was like kind of down. But there's always you can do. Go down to.
What gave you the confidence? What made you think that you could go to Philly and make it?
I did McGooey's. Yeah. I won their new comedian of the year in 2014. And then I was like, I moved to Philly. Because Baltimore was the closest city from Harrisburg. So I'd go down to Baltimore to do stand up, go to Philly to do stand up. And I to Philly with the sole intent of doing stand up. You know? I didn't move out. No job.
Had you graduated college?
I did. So I had a degree in school. Right.
That's
Wasn't
useless. Yeah.
So
Unless you want to.
So you just decided, I'm going to go for it. You give yourself a certain time. That's
I got that job that I was doing, which was fine. I was literally going like investigating children's crimes at like state-run children's houses. It was the most depressing job possible.
It's children.
To get anytime like an orderly would subdue a child, you have to go investigate. But then there was obviously constant. Anyway, it was good for stand-up. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, moved. Did that. And then finally moved to New York.
Did you have a day job?
I worked at a garage in Philly. I didn't work up. I just worked in the front desk. I have no fucking. I sold cars at college. I sold Hondas. I have no idea how to work at all. Worked at a car garage. Like people, my car, like fucking. Yeah, the rotor.
And so what? Get out to Philly? Did you get helium?
Yeah.
Girls, helium. Mark Grossman spot out here.
I heard. I think you got.
No, I'm excited. I'm like coming, great. I lived in there was 5 clubs in the block. It's possible.
Yeah,
all you can do is have enough talent. And there's enough talent already, and more. You know, it's a real unusual place, and I think it could be better. I think this is totally possible. It could be separate before we start. Separate from any other showbiz institutions that are more hesitant to take risks, right? Like television. This is connected by. It is now a stream network of podcasts. Because if you thought about like stream mass media is podcasts, you thought of that light. It's just even this. It's like you would think that for something to reach millions and millions of people, it has to be. There's got to be more folks. There's got to be. That's not true anymore because Segura's here now, and his podcast is here with brilliant Christina Kozinski. She's hilarious. You know, Giannis Papas this time here. This time here. Yeah. He was here 2 weeks ago. Brian Simpson he's been coming down here. He's been coming down here. So many comics down here now. And he's here. This is a good talent group. And there's a really enthusiastic group of up and comers. Real enthusiastic.
Yeah, they yeah, a lot of them. There's some up and comers that came from LA and New York.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, they just. I would have already. The goal was to be July 4th. We into some wild shit. Not to talk about it. Yeah, it was a disaster.
That's all right. Take your time.
Yeah,
get it out. It's all good. I mean, younger comics. It is a good opportunity. Like if you want to move to New York or LA, good luck.
Yeah,
right here. It's pretty good.
Here there's escorts.
Yeah.
Like, that's what needs to happen. I mean, there's a lot of these companies like Genevieve shows. She's in the killer for it. Yeah. David Lucas is on the shows with us. Like, we'll help you. Yes, the whole idea is a lot of need a little help. They just need a little encouragement, camaraderie. We need to know they're loved and accepted. They got a home. And that's what I'm trying to do.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, I think so. It's something I can do. It's not something a lot of people do. Buy a club and run a club to expressed idea, expressed intention, just keeping it open. Not using it as a money venture, just trying to keep it open.
That'll be sick. And you'll know, obviously, good club should be like, so the room will be good.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I can't wait to film them. I should check my club. That's going to be exciting. I'm going to make that available. Yeah, I just want it to be super comfortable. And also, you can do wild shit. You know? That's what I want. Listen, man, I don't think no one in Mitzi Shore. And Mitzi Shore was a wild. And if if you want to talk about all of the people in stand-up comedy, she's the most important person ever in stand-up comedy. She's number one. Because all the other Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, Dave Chappelle, Cruz, or Kinnison, Bill Hicks, comic. She's a non-comedian, one of the most important people in the history of the art form. Because when she ran the comedy store, she got her whole running the thought it was funny that comics would do things. She thought it was funny that comics would do wild shit. She thought it was funny that it would say crazy shit. When people would call in, would send in complaint letters, you know, like especially if they get kicked out from that. It was like, your comedians were rude to me. She would read them and laugh. Yeah. Because she didn't give a fuck. It was just her. She was so eccentric. Would you get like Christians coming at you? That's what like tries to make the comparison. Like cancel culture now is like left. A couple, 2 decades to the right. Christians, like, you can't talk about sex. You can't do that. I never really had that. You know how it's easier to dismiss the right. Yeah. You know what I mean? They're less aggressive in their desire to stop you from doing your job. They might see you, or they might not want their friends to see you. But I don't think they're trying to get you fired the way the left is. Yeah. You don't think a lot of things, they're being and a lot of them are aggressive that are really unfortunate. There's a lot of people I asked when they were young. Now they never seriously? They have a serious with them and they want to go after
Nerd rage. It's the most dangerous.
It is real.
Nerd rage is the saddest rage. Yeah. They have. Yeah,
that is it. Yep. And it's also people that they don't have, but they do have a lot. It's like very conditional, and it's very precarious. Yeah. Obviously, I'm not but the personality they have. There's a thing that people to be completely uncompassionate and attack people religiously and try to get fired. Most of those people experience pain in their life. It's the old experience. Hurt people. Yeah. And that's what it is. The reason why cancel culture comes from the left is so vicious. And the most vicious shit is coming from transgender people, gay people. Yeah. They've been bullied. They're angry. Yeah. So when something happens, I don't know. One thing we talked about, like when I was like I was talking shit. I was like mean. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's what like these former comedians that are like that. I think they have. You know what I mean? I've been in. I'm not doing shit, so I'm just sitting around like, well, you think they're good? They suck at it. Yeah, it's just bitter. Even if established comedians, a lot of things established comedians is if you go to established comedians on the road, you're gonna have even though they're established, there's people that you know in television shows that have been sitcoms and they're not so approach. Yeah, imagine people on fucking Twitter. All right, let's see what he has.
I like
A frumpy white dude giving you fucking sure how to be a good person. It's exhausting. It's fucking on the show. Yeah, get these conversations and realize like they are not thinking deeply or honestly things at all. They're just subscribing to this pattern of thinking and behavior that they think is going to get them, and it's hard. It is hard. It's very hard. It's hard. I'm struggling with it. Yeah. I have experience what it's like
when you try to be, and you get fucking just bad people. Like, what do you think? Yep, they come for you. It does fucking like the mouse like they all do fucking yeah. People, and even the people who rub wrong nonsense. Not telling. Yeah, I experienced it. I've seen people who have experienced sometimes with that. It does hurt. It does hurt. It is bad. It's a bad thing to do. Yeah, it is. Especially yeah. Okay. Oh, we got some more here. Joey. Woo! Logies. All right. Take it easy. Come on, bro. I'm going to. What's that?
That's how parties work. These aren't public elections. It's not like you said.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it'll all be. It's actually, it really. I mean, no matter what, they're going to be like, "See, I knew you was a Nazi." You're like, "What?" Yeah, those shit, and they're all sleep every night. Yeah, they're not happy. People are just acting randomly, trying to exaggerate who that person is, to make them more chance. Those are not happy. And I think part of it is, I think you were here was telling this story to us friends night that there's this guy that I'm and he runs a blast page and really fucking dude. He'll send me some things sometimes super insightful. Like he's one of the that are constantly. Yeah. And he says, you're going to have to with what you're doing with other people because you have a and he goes, very close to your friends. You're very supportive. Yeah. And people on the outside, they don't like it. It makes it angry. They want to attack those friendships because comics and we're all insecure to some extent, but also desiring. That's why we go to in the first place. You see you have this amazing party that you can get into, and they're also each other. A rare thing about comedy is like real love these people that also do, but people on the outside, people that are successful, they're resentful. It bothers them. Like to be an idol, one person, even if you if people fans, other comics are that's a shit life, dude. You didn't have like if you just tried to go and you were just by yourself, it stinks. It's like every time there's a crowd, really, and you're not there. It's fucking around. It's weird, right? Or if it and also it's normal, like what people feel about it. Change the culture. Yeah, that's a slip bad. Gross. People get on that. Yeah. Comics. That's terrible. Like you gotta think. That's the only. If you have a job, you don't have the peers, you don't have the love of what people. You don't feel like you have the back. You feel like you're a trainer or helping, or you're not supportive. Yeah, but that, well, very true. That happens. Oh, yeah. See. All those guys.
Yeah. And that's real. It does make sense. Yeah. Like, if a comedian talks to, which a lot of them shit on me. I didn't really respect it. It's like I know exactly where you're at. It's like I'm in this moment because nobody good shit. Right. Not one. But you, me, Chappelle, her, you guys were all. Her was everybody else advice. Her fault at the stand, and he watched. How you just walked right. This is outside. Bird. It's not on social media at all. Yeah, he was smart about it. He'll post it. He's ability to maintain who he is in spite of his massive things achieved. Yeah. So I mean that was like the first podcast. Still very, and it's just it hasn't. Well, his like to say got that rant, but no one else tried to. I've done. I could do it. It was just me and James. Yeah, exactly. Like that's one thing he has. He has his producer Ben. So Ben is he's got house crowd, which is important because if you do it by yourself, right. That's the thing about funny enough. Yeah. Yeah. He says worse. It's not a good one. He's not great. He's a kill myself. Fucking. Yeah, dude. Okay, confident. That's the last thing this podcasting. You're not confident? You should be confident. Really want that part in SNL. There's one, and I was like, and you're like, I was waiting for you to see my face. I thought rescheduling, but I was like, it's just going to go through this. No, perspective you achieve through time is you go for. You don't want to catch it waves. It would have been worse than this. It was bad. We haven't. I'm so fucking. She's going through a mental. Irreparable. Please, this word. Irreparably. That's 3 Bud Light. She seems like a legitimate mentally person. Yeah, for sure. She was a model. She's fat. She was like a. Wasn't she? Yeah. I know he's in. No, I don't know. Yeah, not real. I think they toss that up. Okay. And then started dating. He's a hot guy. Is he? Yeah, he's a hot guy. What? He's a good singer. Also, I don't know any. Yeah, you should. Dude, I'm 60% of my diet. Classic rock. 60% of my
literally the only. Yeah, I love like Gangstar, like Eric D. It was funny though, like when you get or whatever, you get out of nowhere. Fans, Kareem Abdul. CNN. I saw that. Good on me. Good quality. He's a good rapper. I like it. I have to. He's got a.
October 1st.
Like, he's like, meet him, hang out with him, like it was part of the show. He was a surprise music guest. So like said, I don't even know. He goes, it was just funny, like, man, who else crushed? Well, think they did. I mean, they did. I don't really. I died 10 to 15 minutes a day, and I shut it off. I'll read it. Wild. Yeah. I wanted to. Yeah. Go over his, like, what are you doing? What do you think? Release it. You feel bad once you say something. Yeah. I feel like everything. Me too. Man, that was one thing. This was a real weird moment. While I was people that are always, they've always, like, you always had a problem. Always. They are. In there. They hated it. And then I was like laying in bed, really thinking about why people, and I was just, I don't think they, I genuinely, maybe I'm being ashamed. Right. Meanwhile, I you know what I mean? Give me insurance. At least I can get at all. And that's the, you know the story. I've told this. Amy was a person justice warrior. Yeah. He had this, like, it was back then. They didn't have fun. True. That's how good it is. Dude, it's amazing. It's like, what are you doing? If someone, okay, my favorite. Yeah. Fine. Okay. I don't say, but I can say. Great. She was a black lady. So it makes me feel like it's very good. Very good. It's just something special that but it's all legitimate for certain people that feel like they fit any gender. They try to, like, you say someone him. Certain people just, they don't feel like they feel they don't feel there's a spectrum of human beings and males, and some people
They don't care. Listen, when I get no for sure, still get. I couldn't imagine like a child identify with female, doesn't want to be part of a female, doesn't want to be everything, man. Who's thinking of yeah, but that's not. Well, okay. You know, but sometimes other people want to like reinforce it. Most, of course, because they're just doing it for value. Yeah. Yeah. But I get it. But I make fun of my own. I get it. Yes. I get it. You tell me I can't do this, or I'm a respectful for home. I say fuck you because I know what. Yeah, that's not real. I make fun of them, including myself, and I make. So what? At least I can't you. I can't wait. You or it was I'm in some way. Yeah, fuck white. I've been so big, messy, crazy shit. Especially being. I've got Billy. I like it. One's gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be wild. One's gonna. 50,000. Sit there. Challenges. Yeah, this gives you this money. Challenger. Yeah. That's right. It's wild. It's a weird way. What is crap? Good with it. I think it's. Yeah. Some dudes. For us, it's a little bit like you shield. It's a like you died at the chest. Yeah. I think George Carlin. That's true. I believe that's true. It's still a little like. He was like at the Stardust. Oh, really? Something about they probably legend. He went. Did he have a heart failure? Find out. How about you see those? Damn, the little. So you know we started working. We never stopped working. Yeah, George. Money. Of the ladies. Was it good? She's fucking. Just no. Week in Vegas. All right, here you go. Here's a one. This one. Here's one. I bet you are. I'm like it. You're gonna be like, you know when you work from your car, yeah. And you know what? It's gonna be click. Yeah. But yeah. But like, how else? I mean, maybe it's traumatic. I was and when he died, there was part of me that was we knew there was part of me that he was not being anymore, and then but there's part of me I don't want to be. Yeah.
room, and he started like, and they had to shove it down me out of it.
Yeah.
And it was, yeah.
How long? Isn't that fast? Like even if a guy's 6 years old, you know what I'm saying? Even if he's like, he's got it all. Get clear.
Give him hair.
Yeah.
Give him some hair. Give him, yeah. My they and he was Mom, I watched her get put on every like, bro, they just gave her fucking Molly. Or like gave her one of them. Just you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's real good for sure.
Oh, you night we took me and Spawn. We took a couple bits of Molly, and then I ate. See, I always did like a little bit, like enough. It felt like almost. It felt like one night. I must have like 7. I mean, bro. I never. So we're outside. We're at this fire. All of a sudden, dude, I can see. I went like, I was like, yo, guys, I'm fine. We're like, you're 7 go out. Molly. I did. Started on. I think like well, I'm not sure, right? So maybe
yeah,
it was. Look, together. Look, it was the
the mom.
mushroom, and I was sitting there munching many as to the point like, oh, is it? Yeah, it was. But I did. I did some sort of with mushrooms, and it was
Like Terrence McKenna lecture.
yeah.
It's not really lecture. It was like he did these talks, dude, in front of like people who travel on duties, and he gave one of them some information. I'm not really sure I remember. I think it was an male Jupiter and Mars, and he said that he could feel his thought process, ability to think. Oh, yeah, the ability to watching it genuinely. Maybe 10 years.
The mushroom. Everybody's McCusker. He's all about Matt McCusker. He's always just ego death. He talks about the ego. You know, what are you talking about? I took him out fully. Dude, I had a vision of, I kept dying, going to seeing my dad still alive. I would be in paramedic, shining eyes, like I was open. It was crazy. I thought you'd be. Wasn't it? And what?
It is. It is. I'm trying to absorb it.
And it was so vivid. I stopped. That was an. If I kept it, I don't know.
It's like how much of the way you think normally plays a part of what you see. And if that's the case, but if that's the case, like what is happening? Is it that or anxiety or fear interfering with the imagination, creating these nightmare scenarios, or is it that way you think about the way you behave, the way you treat people changes the world, changes the world, and it's represented psychologically that when you embrace a certain mindset, one of these experiences, release yourself, allow there it is, take with emotions, take a hold, take a drink. Then those days are generally fine. It was extremely well. Yeah. Wonderful. It's great. Like I woke up, bro, I got to change a lot of things. Right. That's the thing. They're not just work. It's just a hard lesson. Experiences. Or people people that 7 guys, bro. I was like staring at something, and they'd be like, "What are you looking at?" Because their face. That makes. You know what's weird? That's a. It's like. No, I had, and it was at the foot of my foot of my bed, arm, spindly, shadowy, standing. It was fully real. It was real, and it walked the side of my head like hand out of my face. And I woke up trying to fight. I thought it was real. You know what I mean? It was. I wonder what's happening. And then months later, I found out. I had never Googled it, and there was an image of what I dreamed on the internet. I saw it, and I was like, it gave me fucking shit. It's like, and everybody's the same thing. Ooh, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. What is it? Like the ego death or whatever. Fucking call it. I did, even though I'm hippie. I literally one of the weirdest I've ever had with 5 which is a different kind. I think it has a different molecule, and there's no vision. Yeah. Regular tea, wild, super. You have entity communicating with wild in the. I had a bunch of finger. They were all like with the bells. Really? Yeah. They were saying really. Right. Damn. Get that high. Get that high. Fuck you. It's true. And it's the way this 10 years ago, the last it was 2.5, 3 years ago, and I still that more relaxed in that moment because I was when you worry about you, it's like thing if you take yourself seriously, you don't want to talk about whatever doing this experience, and I'm also in the DMT is these guys don't fuck you, and I'm like, oh, I was into it. Yeah. I had a your managing certain level of thing. So sometimes your ego plays, or that your perception's off, you have to readjust, whatever it was. But these gestures give me the picture. I realized take yourself seriously. And I was into it really briefly. I'm like, you're right. They all started. Wow. And then And then they went up this beautiful job. Because not really, not terribly demonic. Sure. It was just, they were all getting, oh my God. It was like fractal. It was like who knows how many. There's no way. But there was just like a massive number of cancers in the finger. And it left protection. She embraced that. You have two ways. Look at that. Look at that. It's hilarious. If it's the only reason why you're connected to self-image and you're connected to this idea that check out and the gesture. It's like, great left. You're right. So you're right. You're right. It's kind of the same thing like the where like there's the gesture, but there's like wish you keep it because eventually you start to lose it. Yeah. You forget that road. This is what I am. Fuck everything. You know what I mean? It's a fuck attitude. You do lose. You can. Yeah. You know, and that's one of the things about failure. Like failure, reassess it, and also you get too like with it's so weird. There's no director, versus you're writing it, and then you and to get awesome, you need a little. Like work, stumble. Those are good. They don't. They're good. Way, like read your. Yeah, that's right. That's kind of. Which is like, I just started doing the set, and everybody there was stand up. And then I was doing my best to hold. I was kidding people. Yeah, this guy's great. Now it's like, I have it. You know what I mean? Yeah. The moment you had a just like just film that. Replace things, right? Like if you're just doing you're not the right. You're just not. It's not right. It's like it's a detached sort of thing. Yeah. There's a thing that's detached about Sellers. It's an A club. You know, it's one of the best in Manhattan. Everyone knows. Chappelle shows. You know, it's the best comedy. The best comedy. So there's a. It's not necessarily creativity. Like it's good to do like it's good shows when those are going to be there. It's shows it's small amounts. You got to think of like if you're a fighter, like you don't just box. You have to do jiu-jitsu. You have to wrestle. You have to do strength conditioning gym. If you don't do those things, yeah, you did those things. You could be a fighter. Just work on safety. You can maybe get too far, but you won't. So I was more weapons. Like we just saw. Isn't that cool? Very cool. That was an unfortunate thing. That stuff. Because apparently, had that. He probably really hard training, stress, and John and from the tour. So they both put videos up on when Wayne Park just started talking like kicking the thighs in there, and it was there was a doctor. Yeah. So when you see the girl kick, he hits the elbow. Yeah. He's probably. He was kicking with a broken leg, because he's up, right? So his left kick's a big kick, and that was his throwing. Even Pretty wild. I mean, it's truly wild. Yeah. So fun. Nothing but people are like, boy, like people are not talking the conclusion of that fight. And they were saying Connor's done, the drive, force. You got a guy. He's is all. You got big. But him down has a superior fight. Dustin that I was fight historic. This is never an indication of like what you can improve and better. But historically, Connor's anyway. He's not active as the fight goes on. Dustin will be dangerous for all. So that's a big factor. He relishes these combat, trench warfare where like round. That's who he is. And he's done these 5 rounds, these wars like Justin Gaethje. He's had savage fights and gone into those trenches and victorious. So the problem is not just Conor broke. The problem is that Justin, when Justin dominates the, he's like the favorite second round, and then he's more of a favorite third round. This is just based on historical fights. When Conor, he is though. Oh my God! Yeah, but the third one's that's it. That's the go right. They do that. What the fuck? Easy. He didn't care about that. He let he did exactly. It's not. You don't just pat check on. Okay, watch Pete sell. Yeah. When people go. Well, you saw it. You gotta be super careful. You're hurt. I don't know if it's his post fight interview, but yeah, I don't know. He's a gangster. Well, that I was trying to express after the first time. Like you got, you want to promote this one star. He's a goddamn superstar. I'm not. So you asked if you're an Irish and whatever. I love Nate Diaz build up first fight when Nate Diaz is the fucking Conor getting it in his fucking head. Yeah. CNN some bullshit where you like fucking skinny fat, you're like a hell. Yeah. They just no one even anything. He was like better. The meanest shit. I was going to that fight. It was a last minute place. Oh, dude, this is incredible. I think it was Rafael, who was a dangerous fight for Conor. He's like, hey,
And Connor, change your coach. Got named. The only approach. That's the only difference I made.
Just hours after Governor Newsom's
The easiest trading week of his career. Do you think?
Look at the lineup. Little nobody. Look at my last 25. Better step it up.
Connor, your response to that? His last fight. Damn.
It's a normal size.
It's incredible.
Nate, has your opinion changed?
No. Slap. You got a record. Yeah, you know. That's supposed to be. You know what's. You know what's. No shot. Yeah, right. Well, no shot. What's your approach? How do you get this? Yeah, we're gonna see what happens on Saturday. We'll see. Better hope.
Yeah.
Better hope you get that knockout. Got a knife.
Oh.
And Connor, if you don't get the knockout, is it a night field?
If he still when he hits the mat, I will push his hips and pass his guard and how are you? Submitted by Lynn.
Action grabs, and there wasn't really an interaction.
Yeah, that was not even that long ago. Like,
It's coming.
You're finding the power number one at the time.
Are you intimidated at all? There's going to be a massive contingent of Irish fans, just like
I don't know.
intimidated at all.
No, never.
That fucking line. Yeah, I'll probably. It's like you better fucking get that out. Is the almost this well, not only guys who not how many fans, I don't know how much they know about MMA, and they have written questions on a piece of paper, and they're throwing it at the two guys who are literally the most important fight. They're these guys will be in a room somewhere together, and it should be a skilled moderator, like a Max Tillman dude who talks to them. Well, that's because that was 2015 or someone. That fight really made MMA. It's starting to get to the point where it's treated like the NBA. Well, the big thing is, to not have guys on flat reports, whatever. What's up, Jim? Oh, nice.
I'm just looking at you. Yeah, I just reminds me of slap it.
People don't know. This is amazing. It's just those guys so preposterous with their little scorecards off like gotcha questions. That's old meat. Money, skin and business, whatever that was. Lady asking him a question, and it's just, he's like, it's just
takes the money. Honey, and she know? She's talking like, she's like, what's to make $100 billion? She's like, how are you doing? I'm Steven. He was at fucking. I remember she said that he said he wanted $1 million. He goes, how are you doing right now? Steven right below. So I Googled network. It was maybe $1 million. It was just really fun. No, he is them. 5 years later. Now he's. I knew that in 2000. I reached out to him. We had a little back. Really? That's awesome. Him and I go. Because I see a lot of his skills, and he's moving very well. Actually, here's a good example of, like, you know how I was talking about, he used to want to say something fucked up, your instant reaction. Right. His post, yeah, whole thing, bro. He just shattered his leg. Lost a big rubber mat. I screamed. Yeah, I did. Not animalistically angry. Yeah. I mean, some people like Mark, he actually said, "No, it's cut off." He's like, I was like, I feel like I should get something out of it. Even if you recognize he's mostly charged up, this is just him pressing himself. And it was true. Me and Rob in the studio, framing this Great American Hero. Frame. But he take that. Talk. Yeah. He's a special person. You know, it's like to even want to fighting half. He's probably literally the richest guy that we want. He's Floyd Mayweather. He is one of the all-time fighting people. You're a champion. Yeah. Right? Because like what was fighting Khabib. He's my favorite. There's nothing. You can't talk my record. You just see like a little line. Khabib just take people on it. Scary. This are my bro. He's never been last year was what made me most account. He's the greatest of all time. Poirier he almost got a. It was just like and maybe you never know. But yeah, but that guy, grapplers, artists, they can get a lot of stuff. Yeah.
guys up there. He's a little kid. Oh, keep bringing it. There's one with, I think it was Matt Powell. And he was just like, man, don't talk. Wow. And it was, wow. That fight never, they pulled Max was fighting. New York has decided to be too skinny. He couldn't make it. And he was like, I couldn't wait. He just stepped. I don't know, man. Of course, Max was the problem was a lot of weight over a short time. But when it comes to very, very, very high level, and he's also very rapid. He's really good. So if he can keep the fight for a guy like that, so if he can get you in the third, fourth round, if you don't have a target to keep that, you're fucked. The last fight with Calvin is literally one of the person against Calvin. That's really fucking real scary guy. No one is close to it. Seriously, how we talk. No, we talk about best things. Think about, like, I get how many don't make like those crazy as you need a guy who's old that he makes he can be down he didn't because he's all about style. And true. He's just about. Now we had to be. Oh, somebody. Now you look. Wow. The melee wasn't done. Not the side of the road. The side fight for 4 rounds. Fucking up people in the crowd. This is he's not. Yeah. There was no business. Yeah. You know, in America. It was like what do you know about hard to feel like people like that. He's one of the best. Sure. I don't that is. But all you know what that's why you never got these guys reality. Yeah. They're not I know people but for me the people that's who is Justin that's Francis McDonald talking about stand just also just bought crazy. He's like massive useless path in life needs great technique and discipline and some courage. All of it, like this perfect seabed.
I just Googled and see what was up with him. He's going to be in Jackass 4.
Stephen. Jackass. Oh. Francis. Nuts. Oh. My balls are. That's a crazy. The first time you know that the world is hard. It's like he's a nice guy. He doesn't want to. I love these dudes are still warriors. Like they speak and like that's like like well, did he extend his legacy? Well, awesome. Hold on. Dude, that is the upper. It's not good. I know. Lost like they didn't have alcohol. He got a didn't buy it. Russia lost. There's a Russia.
Like him.
170 pound man crushing. What is it? And a 270 pound man is the most terrifying puncher for one of since in the history of the sport. Who used to fight? Now was to fight Cyril God at the interim time. If they made it's almost like they shouldn't have had why is that? It's so bad. It's so bad. Like Derek Lewis versus it's bad. We shouldn't do it. It's like Russell. Something's gonna bad. The first one triggered because there was so extreme. Because both guys legit one punch. They need to let that one. Guy. Who's that? All in. Oh. Okay. That's it.
What?
Yeah. Two records in that fight, or came close to the of the over of actors. Yeah, like somewhere in 8, and I think which is crazy too. That Muti monster. No. He's a now. How's this? Yeah, it was like. He is. Use he stops my time of higher altitude. I do O'Malley for O'Malley. Oh yeah. I understand he went the distance, but like we certainly absolutely right. Especially got really
it's like interrail scheme.
Yeah. He's drunk. You know, this one. Good. Yeah. Best bros. Oh yeah. Most. It's the coolest thing ever. Especially guys. Yeah. Not. Dude.
Back to watch 2.
How about that? He's a guy.
So that the only way to get out of an impending storm is to immediately get them better.
Oh.
But by doing so, the budget.
You ever watch? I watched his brothers. Yeah, they're and then those guys. Yeah, it's one of the shape. They don't. They have insane. Like Nick, he's swam just like the last. He swam from out 5 minutes. He might have done it.
Killed himself, and nothing ever claimed anything else.
But the win.
Incompetence.
Yes.
With that.
Thing was one big cover up, and they got away with it because the mainstream media dropped the story almost immediately, and officials stopped giving press to avoid having to answer any of the questions.
And
Our swap took down one suspect on the 32nd floor of the main line. That's high cargo. All the rounds I did are all headshots, bro. But we know. And we have multiple different calibers, so I'm just saying we have at least one suspect down. There's most likely more than one. Yeah, that's fucking dead center. Fucking center, dude. Yeah. Shit. That guy, see, same thing. I got the headshot right in the fucking front, man. He didn't do that many headshots. I'm not here.
We're getting over now, and now we're running across the street, and we hear shots coming from like Hooters, MGM area. Over there, there were shots coming from over there, and there were shots going from Mandalay Bay.
Every other person that I've talked to that did get unfortunately hit as well have all said the same things.
They know there's multiple shooters.
Sounded like there were a dozen shooters.
The New York Excalibur shooting was right outside. It wasn't inside. It was outside. We saw the muzzle flashes.
Somebody handed me a 223 round they found on the ground outside. Outside there? I found a 223. Yeah. Somebody was coming in from the north side. North side? Yep, somebody's coming in. How many? Just one? One.
They kept coming. That's the thing. It wasn't that, okay, let's all leave and that's okay. No. We all started running and they came in. That's why there's no humanly possible way that guy that was the only shooter. And definitely someone on the ground.
concert. I'm waiting for somebody to come to the house because it sounds like the fire was approaching where we were. They just started closer and closer and louder and louder. Right. I knew we were where they originally started, and all I know is that and we're not from like the
Yeah, it sounds like it's coming from farther away.
There was also shooting going on inside of the Mandalay. It sounded like more than one machine gun. Just didn't stop. We heard gunshots around the corner. We were in the Delano, right next to a walkway that connects the Mandalay Bay and the Delano. Multiple shots fired. We were the furthest VIP stages away from Mandalay Bay, and they were ricocheting everywhere where we were. So they were firing from somewhere high, and they were unloading clip after clip after clip after clip. He was a shooter. You believe multiple shooters. It has to be. But it flew low enough that I could see that there was a black curtain, the door was open, and the color of it. It flew right over my head. As soon as it got the front of Mandalay Bay, it kind of broke up and altitude, and that's when we got shot. And I turned to my left immediately and looked up at the helicopter, and it was just like, what the hell, that was to myself, my girlfriend was next to me. Because, babe, hear that helicopter. I go, what about that helicopter? She says, it sounded weird. And I go, what do you mean it sounded weird? She goes, it just sounded weird. That was automatic gunfire. And then, we're talking about it, I turned to my left and I look at the helicopter. And I see it around the bay, just in the face. And then for gunshot, as soon as it got back to the front of Mandalay Bay, again, and then it flies up. For some reason, I just didn't come out of that. But I was unbelievably certain that it was coming from the helicopter. You know, we have all that stuff okay. We're going to be okay. Okay, and they're just on the side, flying and all. You think they just, yes. I feel like there was a helicopter above us shooting. It was so bizarre, like a war sound. There's an active shooter on the airport. This was right across the just a heads up. Hey, yes, we need police. Boy, parking lot. No, just like no. You have we were given no answers. We were given no motive. Confused people woke up the next day to find the news focused only on Paddock and the concert, with no reporting on news of anything else that happened.
And I know damn well I heard
underground shop inside this building.
We thought so too. Yes, and then it never got covered.
How could that be?
No one ever talked about it.
Did you hear it?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
How many did you hear? I heard it too.
Yeah, I know. And then we saw people running. Yeah, for sure.
But in talking to people, no one knew where it was. It was that is the next day. I mean, but it's like people talking about after the shop started for them. After, yes.
I saw cases right here. Right around here. So there were beer cans, there were empty drink cups, and there were maybe a dozen, really, brass, 1.5-inch, 2-inch tubes spread out. As if someone was shooting right here. Yeah, I mean, they weren't in a pile, they weren't in a bunch, they weren't touching each other, they were spread out. So, yeah.
I walked over by the tropic camp. There was still some on the ground. In the parking lot. At the tropic camp. Then they made their treehouse right almost by the door. All the door.
So I sat down at a slot machine inside of Planet Hollywood. Now I hear gunfire over the sound of the casino. More gunfire, much closer. I would estimate it had to be within a half block. People are starting to pour in. So I go to the cashier. He looks at the timestamp, whatever. And so he asked me, "Were you here with all that went down last night?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "What happened?" And so I told him briefly. He looks at the cashier. He said, "I told you." So she looks back at him and says, "Well, why are they telling you guys not to say so?" He was like, "I don't know. I didn't say so. She did." Pointing at me. So that have gathered that the employees that were there at the time threatened to keep it in motion. Period. A whole lot of stuff. And almost none of it is being reported on Facebook. Almost none of it.
No explanation was ever given about any other shots heard, casings found, guns found, helicopter that was supposed to be there, or anyone gun on the strip that night. The LVPD simply wrote it off. It happened. Which also meant they weren't pulling footage or acting either. To this day, it has been a constant uphill battle with law enforcement. One of the most simplest events
I could not stand the sidelines. It was my understanding before I had said he had gotten separated. That was inaccurate. What had happened was he was conducting an investigation based on customers calling in, and he was personally attempting to locate what was occurring. He happened upon that door because it was a job, which keyed his interest. But our officers were close proximity to the timeline there. As soon as they came out of the way, he was there. So it happened for seconds.
Officials had to be sued to release reports, autopsies, body cam footage, and to this day, many people's employees requested further evidence of these supposed to be public information that have been immediately ignored. For some reason, officials have refused to be forthcoming about this investigation on any level.
And most of you are used to how I conferences, so I will call you and then determine whether I will answer your question.
I've read through the police report, listened to 911 calls, police scanner, hard safety video. I can get my hands on the powers that be from the internet. After flip-flopping at 10 years, refusing to answer basic questions, and raising public suspicion because authorities felt to be so evasive about everything, videos related to evidence of multiple shooters or alternative narratives banned, censored, and suppressed on major social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Because Lord forbid, people question the FBI's narrative. The 4-year-old man over 1,000 rounds in 10 minutes with absolutely no motive, no history of mental illness, no known political affiliation, all the while shoots being put across the strip long after they found him dead.
Watch out.
They sure didn't want us to see everything that happened on Metro 5's helicopter cam that night, or how hotel staff helped load all the gun cases up their homes but they sure wanted to see that Metro was dead and the case shut and closed by purposefully leaking out the waiting photo of a fresh blood stain on top of a drywall. Huh? And how did he get throw the pistol up and over so far behind his head? And what's the blood stain on his chest about? And if you're wondering, there's no forensics available on his blood spotted proof he actually committed suicide at all. And the coroner put his death down as noon the next day. So we have no idea when he actually died. That didn't stop the guard from giving his final appointment had it died in any very specific committed window based off nothing. Although I did find buried in the report that the heat sensor stopped picking up readings in the room at that time, which, considering it takes a body 12 hours to feel the touch and to go to the core, sort of implies that it was also set a minute earlier. I guess we weren't supposed to notice these things. I'm hoping this video will break the media blackout and reignite the public's interest to start demanding the answers from authorities we rightfully deserve. There were absolutely multiple shooters using multiple calibers at different locations at night. And it was by definition a terrorist attack. Either foreign, domestic, or both. And it was purposefully covered up for reasons I hope afterwards will come to light.
There is no conspiracy between the FBI, between LV and the NG. Nobody is attempting to hide in.
As much time as I put on this video, I got an immense credibility of all the citizen journalists that came before me searching for the warnings. Between the electronic footage and drug information that revealed both doors to both rooms opening from the inside at the same time that night, moving particles at play.
A key card from outside tonight. Key card from outside in tonight. And then we call it the door opens from the inside.
To audio examination of gunfire rifles, 20+ years experience with multiple guns used at the same time.
Look at the symmetry. Look at that symmetry. They're in the same place. They just moved up a few feet. Shots coming from the same point. One gun. Here, they're back, maybe 15 feet. You can hear the guns in the background, and you can hear the primary in the background. I hope you can. At least you can see it in the waveform, because it's all erratic. Look at the difference between that and that. Same guy, same body cam, same officer, same alleyway. Big difference. So these are some of the questions that have to be answered. I hope this helps, and eventually may the truth prevail. God bless America.
To a detailed breakdown of radar imagery that shows the actions by aircraft we never tried to exclusively acknowledge.
They're going to stop directly behind it. So this first one hovers right there, right over the event center, kind of oval-shaped roof. Here comes the third and the fourth. Notice that first helicopter, what happened is it turned off its transponder. These other two are about to do the same, and they turn off their transponders as well. And they remain there. No transponder signals come back on for the duration of the duty. So they turned off the transponders at about 9:52, and no more transponders will appear in that area. But what's interesting is that even though we have no radar data showing flights in that area, video evidence clearly shows flights being in that area during the shooting. I want you to notice as we watch this clip, the flashes coming from behind and in between Mandalay Bay and Delano Towers. There's no air.
To uncovering that Metro knew at night that there were 3 other women's flight registered at Paddock's room that Lombardo never continued to investigate, explain, even tell damage.
And he's registered there. The other people.
Documented, right? 3 women were inside the room. They kept their and for some reason, not only did they look at her, but they are paying her. And I think that we're really looking at a lot more of in Vegas once we learn what identity was. To in-depth interviews with autopsy reports that don't line up of a single shooter.
Could this be where the shooters are? And that it's not coming from room 32 and 35.
Why don't we see that aircraft on Flight Radar 24? At this moment in time, there's nothing on Flight Radar.
And while anomalies can always occur with ricochets, etc., it doesn't explain how trajectories match up to a second floor in a building across the street. Multiple witnesses stated in reports they saw people get straight on. The shots were coming from eye level, and how the shots were closer before they ran away.
All of a sudden, we hear and the bullets are just flying. Someone's shooting from a horizontal. It's just in deep flyers.
So I did a little bit more digging. Based off what I did with the match before victim reports and the anonymous autopsy findings, including things like gender, eye and hair color, tattoos, and descriptions of isolated wounds, was able to analyze several unusual trajectories. Am I an expert at this? No. But I can read reports of basic math, which is really more effort to move towards this entire investigation. They didn't run ballistics to match the bullets for the victims to the guns in the ring either. None that they wouldn't release anyway. Most fatalities at the diagonal would expect from someone firing from like A, but not everyone. Those yellow circles are people that were hit in near perfect parallel trajectory, when the difference of half inch or less. While some could simply be ricochets, it seems more like a pattern. Coupled with so many witnesses staying away from the shots coming from the main stage right ground level, certainly deserves more of an investigation than it was given. At least 19 out of the 58 autopsies appear to have parallel trajectories from what I can tell from these reports. That blue circle, the second closest victim to Mandalay Bay, he was hit almost directly on top of his head. That extreme elevated trajectory happened for at least 3 other individuals that night.
It's important where all the bodies are found, right? The first 20 was a lot of them. Then there were 6 bodies that were found right between the curb and the festival road. So this would be on the street on the east side of the festival road. Long privacy wall. They were found on the side. So there's no way that you can't which one to sleep.
Speaking of which, there's also been extremely bright pipe, claimed almost immediately in social media posts and in interviews that he was the one staying in the room. You know, the one directly into the pads that were blown in because of the locked on either side, where he would claim to be during the shooting several times. But he also intentionally mentioned very specific details about the shooting that weren't known to the public at the time. He knew a special handler business to bring the hurricane window in the room.
And the window was no doubt. He actually played in the hotel on Tuesday and came with a specific hammer that was that glass, whatever the glass, you know, so it doesn't take bulletproof, able to that glass actually shoot out through the glass that was cracked a massive hole in the window pane.
And much like the FBI ultimately was falsely pushed, he also claimed Paddock took the Mandalay Bay on Tuesday the 28th, which is interesting because, one, supposedly just checked himself the night before, so something related to Paddock those days by accident. And two, the real check-in date was actually on the 25th, which for some reason, Lombardo decided to talk about during the press conference the next day, even though dispatch logs were 100% already knew the real check-in date was the 25th, and that there were one other than a real-time registered to be Hodge also said the security guard that Lombardo was shot and killed, which, given the amount of bullets that came through the door, was shocking if he wasn't. Hodge also had an ability to GPS on his phone that day to hide his whereabouts before and after the shooting. He lied about having conditions as officers in the area never saw him in, and he also posted what many abducted trophy photos at the crime scene. Listen to this interview he gives to the Australian press 24 hours after the incident, where he's so involved in pushing the narrative, aka gun rights, if change in America, that he prematurely reveals someone almost exactly how many guns were in the ring, even though news stations at the time were less.
Really kind of come out of this. I think it needs to change. They really think about it. I realize that it's not safe. The security here is not right.
I've always felt that they very people have a difficult kind of thinking that I don't think that's the right way to go. I don't think being able to walk in with 20 machine guns that don't get noticed and have set up for 3 days.
There are 25 guns found, 22 semi-rifles, if you notice the ball option on the wall, though. How do you know that? And how do you know how long they were there for? Is politics leaning left if you're involved with the anti-gun guard? And almost immediately, an Australian group on Facebook, credit for shooting one of their own, committed the attack on all of us. Let's be real, mostly to the crowd. Fact checkers think that because they actually checked it out, because the account only had 800 followers, which sounds like 800 me. They're all actually fake anti-gun accounts out there by right-wing trolls, some of them my friends. But last I checked, they were joking about terrorist attack to get you a knock on the door for the police. Well, when they're actually trying to solve the crime anyway. How Brian had to do so much insider information about shooting before anyone else did, I don't know. Because the FBI's top brass forbid anyone, including their own agents, from investigating him. And he was allowed to leave the country without even being questioned about his connection to power was. He was actually registered to Rule 32.314 and not 32.134, although you have to wonder why he was bringing up the shooting on his own. 134 was registered to California. Daniels using the cops and his for whatever reason. You know, the one he wired $100,000 to his fingerprints on the bullets inside the magazine. His girlfriend, Mary Daniels, there, claims no knowledge of the shooting spree. Admitted now that her fingerprints are probably on some of the ammo because, get this, she helped load the cartridges and other information on her too, on her fact about. Who coincidentally, like Raj, is also connected to Gold Coast casinos in Australia. She shuts down her Facebook almost immediately, but not before people spotted the ISIS beheading videos her friends were posting. Funny how Facebook can't get sex trafficking and snuff down off their platform. We'll probably ban this video. LBPD also didn't think it was necessary to take witness statements from most of the people on the floor that night. Kind of hard to come up with a motive if you're not investigating any possible leads as to why. Speaking of reports the LBPD didn't want us to see, Alec had 19 guns in him. So why did he buy 23 more than he wanted to shoot? Does the FBI really want to make the majority of the shooting that everyone's automatic and entirely by stocks that magically never jam as their notorious signals do?
How does a bump stock compare to a prime?
So basically, it's using opposite forces. Put your finger there, pull forward, pulls the trigger, recoil sends it back. And pulling forward causes it to pull the trigger again, recoil sends it back. So it's a bounce back. But you have to get it just right, or else it's severely inaccurate.
Standard rifle on the right, stock round magazine. The bump fire malfunction on the first test. Here's the second.
It's severely unreliable, and I wouldn't waste my money on it if they can have it.
Don't get me started on how they supposedly know how many times each gun was fired, either. So they had the manpower to match ballistics on 1,000 casings, but on the bullets that hit 58 people. And how do they know the shots were when they hit 16? Is there such LVP also states that had at least 15 different guns on them, 8 of which don't have scopes. Instead of, just reloading one of the guns that had a scope and a trillion loaded magazines laying around, he really didn't pull out a scope for this shot. Not bad for a 64-year-old man. Pilot license was allowed to fly without correct lenses. Could only hit the field state inside of a house to a cancer. Weird. Why does this feel like a gun sale gone bad? Why is the FBI protecting what could be the main accomplices to this crime? Why in less than 24 hours after the incident, and with overwhelming evidence to the contrary, were authorities so insanely innocent? There was only one shooter and he was dead.
Right now, we're sole actor, lone wolf type actor, was a sole shooter. Threat that were threat.
Emphasize the Paddock
solely responsible for the CDS act. The quickness it was brought to the media when they normally capitalize on questions like this tells me they were worried to start connecting dots they shouldn't be, continuing to ask questions that authorities couldn't answer. At the end of the day, he shut out a Second Amendment crowd full of country veterans and gun enthusiasts that I can tell by reading the statements and immediately recognize the signs of eligible shooters and different calibers that don't match up with the single shooter narrative pushed by authorities. They recognize the shots are coming from all around them. Even with a blinking strobe light planted halfway up in the middle of Vegas, confusing people as to where the shots were coming from. And then, what do you like that there could be a purposeful distraction? It's not that blinking light. These were good people, men shielding women from harm, civilians risking their lives to help strangers and assist law enforcement. At the end of the day, they deserve to. Las Vegas is one of the most surveilled cities in the entire country. So where is all the footage? Why are we seeing such a incomplete investigation with so many holes? One of the largest attacks in history. This cannot be kept up with pure incompetence and lack of resources. Something this important has to be intentional. We've got Sheriff Rothschild misleading through press conferences, not even knowing the most basic facts of the case, and misleading the public for whatever reason or purpose by changing the timeline to a core reaction for the benefit and the liability.
I stated earlier, is to keep you information as unverified, calm the public, not to establish a legal case. Everybody understand that? No question, sir.
Wait, what? Did he just admit he's not trying to establish a legal case? Why don't you just come out and say you have no intentions on solving this? Why is his biggest concern calming the public? Wouldn't the public be more calm if we actually get some answers about this tragedy? And why does FBI agent Eric every time about a lie or something dumb? Why can't he answer even simple questions? Like who took Paddock's hard drive? It certainly wasn't Paddock. He's dead on the floor. We know some of that in Holland, so the Paddock was on the drive. Why was Paddock's house unguarded? Are we really supposed to believe these things are unlocked and the wind blew open? Really? Why were officers told multiple times to turn the body? Keep in mind, Sheriff Lombardo is not above the public. He's the same guy who lied under about what really happened at Bundy Ranch. Even though the whole thing was in camera. Federal corruption and Lombardo's country cost Clyde Bundy 2 years of his life. And that was after the Fed tried to spend $1 million for cattle grazing fees over land that wasn't even theirs. Then you've got Lombardo's former commissioner, Steve Fislack, who was not governor at the time, but capitalized on the effort against fees in front of the cameras for his own political career, going as far as to grant root-level shooting to America as 1 October, which was specifically done to help make people feel it never happened. It's a term only all of us understand. Most people outside the state don't know what you're talking about unless you tell them you're specifically talking about the Las Vegas country concert shooting. Once he used the tragedy of the Black would go on to do a slew of naughty things, like put his good friend Cam Dillon, the CEO of MGM South, in the clearly straight urban class college. There's a whole other expose for another time. Jim Murray, who don't know, is a radical leftist that served on the National Infrastructure Advisory Council under Obama and donates to CARE, which has serious mental health on terrorism. Interesting. He also sold off $10 million against 3 weeks of shooting, and then MGM had $32 million to leave on top of that. So instead of getting punished for extorting on his career, he made out, but not before he threw all the television that paid for it. Under Murray, MGM also had their gas leaks to over 1,000 of the shooting victims and their families in the casino. It wasn't liable, and ripped the rest of them off by only having to give out a fraction of the expected settlement costs, and MGM's insurance covered most of it anyway, which I'm sure has nothing to do with judging the case, also being the daughter of the current vice president and at the time.
are the only ones that know of at this point who is actually on to firing your lawyer. My lawyer said, in your response, I was doing the research. Please tell me. And he writes me in history. I said, she's the person. She'll never be real. Because her father's VP of human rights. At the time of the.
There's a lot here, so let's break it down right now. All the things that I want you to know about the Las Vegas rampage. According to LVPD's report, Addicts computer, 3 months before the shooting, Addicts had been down south, 3 random AR bus stops. If you're thinking, that doesn't make sense, I can't be all they found, so obsessed with bump stocks. Let me just get this out of the way right away. Nothing makes sense about the conclusions Lombardo and the FBI come up with about the shooting. According to SEC, Soros bought $22 million worth of options on a year. That means he's way responsible for thought, and when he does, he'll make a killing. Because hey, is it even really a conspiracy theory without George Soros involved? Starting on September 10th, 2017, 3 cryptic messages from synchronized pop up on Reddit, seeing an upcoming planned false flag attack in Vegas. He warns people to stay away from those flags because the government is working on something called a high-incident project to make the American public places of security and create more regulation, etc. He specifically states that OSI and the sheriff's department will be involved, but he's not certain that Vegas is on their mind. What's interesting is that stops them as just brilliant, not because they false truth, but because they deemed it too vague to be taken seriously. Sounded pretty specific to me. If you don't know who Shirtopoulos is, Bush's former Secretary of Homeland Security, despite the major conflict of interest, he demanded agencies install certain security machines, which he just so happened to own companies for. He's better known as a sponsor of the Patriot Act, where he used the tragedy of 9/11 legislation that allowed the government to spy on Americans on phones and computers without a warrant. If you're not following this noted, watch this for homework tonight, and you'll quickly understand how the deep state is able to blackmail and control everyone. It's also said that $1 billion share repurchase program. It's despite that, by the end of Jim Murray would divest himself with 80% of the Bungie stock. Did he foresee something drastic happening? Aside from Mandalay Bay, Luxor, Bellagio, New York, Raj, and Grant. Keep those in mind for later. Despite overwhelming evidence, including 911 calls from veteran security, all denied shooting occurred on the property. Muir is also the National Infrastructure Advisory Council, where he advises how to implement security technology in public places. Does that sound familiar? And yes, increased security to the financial benefit of the investment products is exactly what is happening, just like those owners said. It ultimately didn't work out because it turns out no one wants to be constantly radiated TSA-like screens to get their room in. They made money off training, which is good enough for these kinds of people. On September 30th, a police report taken after the shooting stated a witness to the baseline high plane crash activity with Hispanic women. It could be something, it could be nothing. We'll never know. Because this is just one of the many possibilities the public is never made aware of and actually concluded, or if it was even looked into at all. I have to also mention a deep front attack hours of running active shooter drills across Las Vegas, which added to the confusion, especially when people tried calling hospitals. It also affected Alex theory that people died because they were searching for the pirate crisis actors for the same thing all week, which was used as an excuse by the media to condemn and censor all alternative theories about the tragedy. People died there. That's not the conspiracy. The conspiracy is why so many government-led actors were real at the same time in the same manner. Remember 9/11? There was a huge confusion going on with their because one of the drills in the also involved hijacked planes with New York skyscrapers, or the Boston Marathon bomb, where yet again the government was running a bomb drill that turned real, and instead of just addressing it, the feds decided to suspiciously and combatively blow the computers about it instead.
Next question, please. Next question, please. Yes. Yes.
There's a lot more instances of that. That's beyond. Let's just say here the government hometown immediately. From 3:24 to 6:36, Paddock plays with the poker on the casino floor. Then he returns to the smaller side. I can only assume he's nothing really happens again until 12:03 when the doors to both rooms open from inside at the same time, which means there were at least 2 people inside the room at one time, and both bus cards were choosing to work. Especially when you're looking at the home, you have the door opening inside of both rooms at the same time. That means there are 2. At least 2, if not more. I have no idea how Leonardo can exist at a but let's let the charade continue, shall we? From 12:12 to 12:26 p.m., Paddock goes to the garage to use his car into the home, apparently making it about 6 so that we had to use his car valet is I do Paddock's getaway plan. Notice how Newsweek, the only person in fact I can move for, claims the getaway plan failed because SWAT moved it, which we all know to be an hour. This fake getaway plan is necessary to our Paddock for the suicide mission. If you've ever gotten your car before, you know there's nothing about it. 12:29 is the last time that he was captured live in video. That's returned to the valley to his room. Since he has a drug I'll refer to 135, the large species known as his room, and the smaller 134 as the side room. At 12:23, a room service ticket is made for 134. There were 2 on the phrase. At 3:35, a single shot is reported by a guest on Paddock's floor. We only know about this incident because fellow everybody was investigated by thinking heard it from the witness themselves.
And I need to be sensitive about this because the person that was on that floor will have contact with that person. One of their family members died at the event, but they were staying on that same floor. They heard a gunshot at 3:45. And at 4 o'clock, around the same time, the locks start getting manipulated for 18 minutes in a way that is not for normal operations.
Was this single gunshot an accidental discharge? Or maybe even when Paddock was actually shot? We'll never know because, like I said, the coroner lied about the time of death on the autopsy, yet it would be personally spoken against. The report contains total gems of spike time for his trauma to Paddock's needs. After that single shot occurred, the moment of activity followed by a series of weird hotel key testing that occurs to both 34 and 135. It would seem to be an attempt to capture and alter the electronic system code. By the way, did the hotel ever investigate that complaint about the early gunshot? Or did they cover up because of not checking to be even more legally liable for the real world? At 6 p.m., the door to Paddock's room up from the inside, then the door, and then the doors closed again over the double closed again. Okay, how the hell did the door just open and then elsewhere? It seems by now someone has figured out how to open the electronic door locks. It's impossible to see but as a constant testing like this continue on both doors throughout the night. At around 9:20 and about 45 minutes, the shooting begins. His Hispanic brother, which is right in front of the crowd, starts telephone the guy around the night. Causes such a commotion that security has to come remove her and his Did security get their info? This is ever investigated at all.
And she started messing with another lady and told us that we were all going to die. Did you know why she was saying that? I mean, it was this after the shots were fired. It was about 45 minutes before the shots were actually fired. But then she was escorted out by security.
At 9:29, both Paddock and the side from the inside at the same time gap. Another impossibility. One other person in the room. And now it's 35 minutes until the shooting begins. There's also another it seems important to someone to be able to manipulate the deadbolts in particular. Starting at 9, helicopters supposedly registered for Los Angeles, apart from the vicinity of Dallas, see their call signs and jail numbers. That third one during the shooting squad. 5 minutes later, the same 3 helicopters returned to the home. It's south across the strip, then stop and begin to hover over the handling gun area for several minutes. By 9:50, all three helicopters carrying about midnight run off their transponders 15 minutes before the shooting begins, and they do not go back on the shooting at the festival season. We know there are eyewitnesses catch them back and forth shooting. At 9:55, a helicopter leaves his ring with no call sign and heads north up the area. Also, that was
And then we see them again. Every time no call sign.
At 9:50, he couldn't open this one, so he goes back down to the right instead. He reports the barricade. Flying the shooters already going on the train. That's when bullets down the hall on forward him. Shots also come from the halls during all of the engineers and shots check or the stairs reached up. Another excuse was only great right away because of this incredible honestly, there's no proof that fingerprints are being just patterned, although that did stop measuring anyway. At 10:04 p.m., two helicopters and call signs from two Commonwealth land at the airport. Mavericks at the beginning of the runway. These two landed highlighted which is now up. Funny thing is, that location ended up receiving multiple calls throughout the night. Fire, a woman injured with a gunshot, and people hiding from suspected vehicles in a possible hostage situation. These helicopters you see here are like used to be but what the hell happened later? Seems like it's at least worth looking into no weapons was ever investigated at all. At 10:05 and 27 seconds, the first scatter shot was again, which many in the fired firecrackers. Several witnesses claiming they actually saw a man leading the crowd letting firecrackers off at this time. There are obvious concerns with providing mission cover, or checking standards, much, or even engaging the local snipers. And no, police never looked for the suspect either. Metro was supposed to be a means of foundation for undetermined and why. Now, when I listened to the video, I specifically heard two very clear those rifle shots from the main stage area, followed eventually by a couple of police shots. Multiple witness statements also mentioned here in court that didn't have weapons at this time. For instance, this witness not only also something more like a handgun in the vicinity of the parking lot. This man stayed back in the middle of the day. Automatic gun fire was right before from his left. Another man claims he heard that outside closer, not over as well. This woman stated she heard sound inside the house that sounded good years later. This man stayed at the season also hears two different calibers off, which strange that these handfuls of loosely scattered headshots are responsible for at least one immediate fatality. Witnesses saw a woman who died from any other movement. I can't tell if they're all talking about the same victim, different females. Given a third of the fatalities were headshots, it seems a lot more random. Here's the video of your two separate guns. And also take these from here on out, because the helicopter flying around me. Second, first volley fire. And often the United States that it sounded like shooting at each other. His partner stated, as many others would have, sounded like the shot was coming directly from the main stage area. It was so loud, his page neck was At 10:07 and 21 seconds, the third volley of automatic gunfire begins. It was at this time another witness stated he tried to escape toward the parking lot. Like many witnesses stated before, the shots posted to be closer, and people on the other side of the fence were screaming for him to turn back because there was a gunman on that side as well. People didn't just see someone mistaken wrong officer either. They actually saw someone firing toward the crowd. He eventually started out of the venue half the bodies in the street there. Like many of their stuff, dozens of shell casings in their tropical near that black circle on the top. And yes, men were spotted multiple times by multiple witnesses at tropical throughout the night where these cases were found. The closer shots he coming through a parking lot near Gate 7 will later be confirmed on the police scanner. That second black circle near Batt's not only were casualties were found, the police would find several live rounds in magazines on the street. This is probably the time to mention that broken pieces of a firearm cartridges were also on the opposite side of the venue. We only know about this because photographs are buried in a police report of the evidence. But yeah, you know, shooter. There's also the gun that died on the street, which I can only guess is a weird judging from video because, of course, that's never been part of either. At 10:07 and 50 seconds, the volley of automatic gunfire begins. At 10:08 and 43 seconds, more single shots came from one of the closest officers to Inland Bay, Louisiana, on a platform, more than likely to bed, carrying out a 144 on the side road toward the fuel tanks. Only 8 cases were recovered in that, and only 2 in the tanks. But one of the few ARs loaded also found in that from the other side.
You did this bus? Yeah, and the other line with a female saying it's clean. Female saying it's clean. So that on fire. There's many people down. Stage left. Stay on this side. We need to get fire.
At 10:09 and 47 seconds, the 5th volley of automatic gunfire begins. At 10:10 and 59 seconds, the 6th volley of automatic gunfire begins.
Go! Go! Run! Keep your head down! Go! Keep your head down! Go! Good! Keep your head down!
At 10:11 and 34 seconds, the 7th volley of automatic gunfire.
Keep your head down!
Starting at 10:12, a group of what will eventually be a line of 8 start to take off from Mavericks. Not all of them will shoot up on areas of actually left for that pad. This will play it later as the helicopters previously turned or transponded, but put them back on as they escape out with the scoops in America. At 10:12 on the police scanner, there are now a few reports of shots coming from Gate 7. Now, Gate 7 is interesting because whoever made the original graphics for the concert doesn't have a Gate 7, it has 2 gate teams. Gotta love Barton. We know it was in the southeast here because of the statement and it makes numerical sense. So I've made the proposals here for reference. You might also notice there's an immediate towel on the venue which any bad actor would use to stage an attack from. And no, I haven't seen anything in the police reports about any forensics or investigation being done inside there at all. Later, 2 separate 911 calls were told about suspicious men viewing this apartment, which, as you can see on the map, is right across from the Gate 7 we're talking about. In one call that you can see that they can see 2 men changing clothes in bushes. I'd love to see security cameras where there's apartments at, but it doesn't seem that the FBI or LAPD did much of investigating into anything. At 10:12 and 8 seconds, the 8th volley of automatic gunfire begins. Go!
Go! Go! Stop! I don't know.
At 10:12 and 35 seconds, the 9th volley of automatic gunfire
down. Run that way. Against the wall. Stay down.
10:13 and 30 seconds, the 10th volley of automatic gunfire begins.
Yo, help.
Helicopters that's not supposed to be there, heading east over the rim.
Get your head down. Run that way.
It's also at this time that a south-facing security camera in a parking lot 780 feet east of the deck picks up people running and trying to help, but ultimately leaving a deceased victim on the ground. For reference, this is a video. The only reason this video is not out is because it was sent from Route 1 victim floor who then took it to Parker Carlson. Being so close to the venue made me understand why the FBI and LAPD hadn't reached out to him or asked to be adding any security cam footage from that night. While Tucker is focused on why cops left the body there, what I found interesting is that you can clearly tell a helicopter was either hovering extremely close and landing nearby between 10:14 and 10:16. And 10:16 is when the shooting happens.
You can see a large amount of wind from green as to a helicopter overhead overhead.
This matches the footage I just showed you of a helicopter leaving Mandalay Bay and flying east. Remember, the east side is where people reported hearing shots, seeing gunmen, and where bullets, casings, and magazines were also found. At 10:14 and 49 seconds, the 11th volley begins.
Keep your head down. Run that way.
Also at 10:14, Mandalay Bay security calls 911 and informs them that their security guard was shot and that it definitely came from 32-135. There should be no confusion at this point where the shots from the hotel are coming from, yet Metro will try to enter the room for another hour. I find it interesting they fire cop for covering the home when really they were all in standby orders before below, supposedly waiting for SWAT. Not that a proper SWAT team ever shows up, and not that that's ever explained why. It ends up being a mismatch from originally responding officers at breach, including 2 canine units without their dogs. It's also at this time that everyone was still saying that there were 3 shooters. At 10:15 and 15 seconds, the 12th and final volley of automatic gunfire from Mandalay Bay begins. Between 10:16 and 10:18 is the 2-minute window of Paddock killed himself, whatever. And at 10:16, the same 3 helicopters that had disappeared earlier when they turned their transponders off of Mandalay Bay suddenly blipped back up on the screen as part of that group of 8 that took off up north. 2 of them popped up closer to the vicinity of Roberts, but the third one blips up on screen between them in the air as they pass by the strip.
Is all 3 helicopters that will be in Mandalay Bay that never return show up. Now I know you might be thinking about the helicopters that landed near Maverick Helicopters. They did not actually land at the Maverick Helicopters location where the aircraft took off. They landed here. So how did they get back over there? And they modified here back on the after the stop at 10:16. Another interesting thing that I noticed was that last helicopter in the original call sign N48MH actually turns its transponder on. So right there, it just popped up. And I'll show that frame by frame. But it's like it never actually took off from Maverick Helicopters. That perhaps the stream and joined that group formation and turned its transponder on into that formation.
It's also at this time that West plane comes out of the call sign S7419. The problem is it takes a sharp angle turn over the airport, impossible for an airplane to do, and heads directly over the Mandalay Bay to cover on the roof. This is only 2 minutes after finding the FSO ceases. I shouldn't have to tell you this, but this has to be a helicopter masquerading under a false call sign, as the original number registered to Southwest 737, whose flight records have been landing later at 10:22. While both share the same call sign, and I would love to use a recap of what we were saying about this the whole time, the other mystery Southwest plane, the 2X number, It's N227W9 and WN4119. That's a different aircraft. What the hell is going on at your airport that night? This is the part that bothers me because the only entity I can think of that can get me entering that highly urban airspace, illegally turning off transponders, using fake call signs and not being able to escape the notice of radar attack employees at the airport would be your own government. I guess now we're using a FOIA request for communication with McCarran that night. I'm sorry, did I see McCarran? I mean that airport. It's corrupt that politicians took it upon themselves without so much as even asking the people who lived here to rename after the most decisive, hated politicians the state had ever known as projects. Gotta love Las Vegas commissioners' priorities in the middle of a huge economic crisis. At 10:21, the helicopters had previously put off the steps of the Twin South, and they all did it now. Nothing had happened. At 10:22, after hovering above the line roof for several minutes, the Southwest helicopter turns off its transponder. If you're wondering that despite all the distractions going on that night, if anyone happened to catch a helicopter in the roof of the Delona, don't get too excited. Without a time stamp or a clear video, you can't rule this out as being Metro since they do show up right as the helicopter leaves, and since Metro did table the Delano's rooftop on radar at 10:37 for some reason. This could all be stopped by simply releasing the footage of the roof the entire night, but I won't hold my breath waiting for Lombardo to be forthcoming about any information that might actually help the case. Is now a good time to mention that Delano is also connected to the Mandalay Bay through a series of underground tunnels and hallways? It's also where a 911 call would come in later about two men in khakis firing off several rounds, which is something that would be backed up by other witnesses that heard it too.
We were heard in plane, and my friend and I, we were sitting there for about 10 minutes, and then we heard 4 to 5 shots ring out.
And we met up with these security guards and police officers who after what we were doing and we heard gunshots around the corner. We were getting the Delano next to a walkway next to Angela Bay. And we heard gunshots from right out now. The police was able to shoot while we were down there.
At 10:24, Metro helicopter finally reached the scene. 8 minutes after the shooting at the festival had already ceased.
Vegas Metro Police Department just missed all the action.
One of the things Sheriff Lombardo was able to explain was why he felt it was safe to wait over an hour to reach the ring, or why their gunmen just magically stopped shooting for a reason, despite all the unused stones, extra ammo, and the fact that things weren't even at its door yet. Wouldn't it make more sense that what actually determined the length of the attack was whenever the shooter randomly decided to give up? But how long would it take Metro to scramble a helicopter to the scene? All you would need to do is listen to the police scanner to know they're on their way. Another helicopter to the scene would have blown whatever air maneuvers were going on that night, and probably whatever else was really going on. Starting at 10:24 and again at 10:24, reports come in about 2 separate suspicious vehicles bolting out and driving the wrong way down the strip. Suspects or just scared people trying to get away? I guess we'll never know. But don't tell me they could pull those place off security and traffic police. From 10:27 to 10:33, Metro Helicopter 5 starts hovering over the Clarence Airport runway looking for something. At 10:35, there's reports of an active shooter on the runway. I guess we know what you're looking for now. And McCarran makes the decision to turn the lights off on those runways. Why? Wouldn't that make it easier for a shooter to hide or whatever vehicle or aircraft obviously heading to the airport for? Did they miss their first key of extraction? At 10:38, Metro finally sent up their first tweet about the incident, already strangely implying it's a shooter in the scene, even though everyone on scene still believes there are multiple shooters and shots are still being heard outside the venue. This is actually around the time where all hell breaks loose with hundreds of 911 calls about hearing shots, seeing gunmen across the street, and a pattern that keeps heading north away from the festival. At 10:23, there's a report of a suspicious white male seen wearing fatigues and going into a motorhome at the Motel 6 in Tropicana. 6 minutes later, a 911 call comes in about seeing two more suspicious men wearing bulletproof vests and walking calmly away from where everyone's running at the same location. The motel is directly east of the venue, right between the Tropicana and the airport, in that little blue circle right here. Also at 10:43 is when things start to get crazy over Sundance helicopters. A man calls about his girlfriend, who's the supervisor there, being pinned down with a bunch of people. He claims she heard shots outside and the girl with a gunshot wound in the ankle. 15 minutes later, a woman calls in lieu of her daughter, because for some reason no one inside could get the 911 like it was being blocked, that had also complained about hearing shots outside and a woman down with a gunshot wound. 10 minutes later, the boyfriend called back, and his girlfriend now believes there are multiple suspects in the premise, and everyone there is trying to hide from them. How is this never looked into? At 10:45, according to reports, EMTs calling complaining about being shot at the Tropicana. Control for and there you go. 10:51 is when the first report comes in at the police's apartment with people hearing shots and seeing suspicious people there. A little while later, the same apartment calls about two suspicious men changing the bushes outside. The apartments are directly across from Gate 7. Shots were heard by multiple witnesses, and at least one gunman was seen firing into the crowd for the parking lot. It's also at 10:51 that officers heard over the radio that Mandalay Bay and the area of Guinness is the second confirmed shooting location. I would love to tell you what the bullet forensics and asphalt say about all this random trajectory. As journalist Matt Couch noted when he went to examine the location for himself, it had already been turned over and repaired, making that impossible. At 10:52, Metro 5 lands in the parking lot of Billy Davidson to the two-man sniper team for the next 8 minutes. According to Lombardo, at 10:55, 8 officers finally arrived at the stairwell adjacent to Paddle's room. 2 minutes later, at 52 minutes after the shooting began, he finally breached the barricaded stairwell door. At 10:59, Metro Helicopter 5's transponder goes down, and is unaccounted for the next 5 minutes. At 11:02, a Metro officer comes in about a suspicious person heading toward the Delano. At 11:03, a report comes in of an active shooter coming down the escalator from New York, and no less than a minute later, 911 calls start pouring in about hearing shots there, including one from a security guard who specifically heard 5 to 6 shots fired in his air. Which is interesting, because it would be someone from New York security that was able to deny people with shots there at all. Less than a minute after that call, reports of suspects down and a gunman at the front desk of New York coming in. A minute after that, a woman calls 911 to describe the shooter she saw on the casino floor in New York. Most of the reports and 911 calls would be corroborated and backed up by multiple witnesses like this throughout the night. Lombardo and MGM Resorts want you to believe that none of these things happened, but the fact they never released the security cam footage from any of the hotels that night to settle it once and for all tells me it's really 1,000+ witnesses telling the truth, and not hotels where it occurred in tourism. At 11:07, another report of a shooter at the airport comes in, with people taking cover in a haze affair. At the same time, a report of a male getting out of the white believe rifle comes in. At 11:08, a calls 911 from 3135, which is only 2 floors down and there are people in attics, reports hearing a single gunshot that was also heard by his manager staying on as well. It's been 10 minutes since someone reached the stairwell and 20 minutes before they were building door 135. So what do they hear? It's also at 11:08 that a possible gun threat comes in about a black body that left her with wires out of it. Something fake fact checkers claim was false, even though the bomb squad had to be told to check and clear. At 11:10, a woman calls 911 to report 2 bodies down at Zumanity. This matches with the 911 call made by security there earlier. At 11:11, another wave of calls from Tropicana rolling, including reports of 2 gunmen on the roof. Somewhere between all these reports, a street security cam operator catches 2 people going back and forth on the roof. Check it out.
Knowing that the suspect would be very likely view. So probably a couple of camera operators communicating with one another.
11:17, someone's mother calls 911 to report that her daughter was shot at her and that there are shots being heard at that. At 11:18, an employee working at a restaurant inside Ireland is hearing a gunshot, which is quickly followed by a series of calls from other people hearing shots there as well. A moment after that, a man staying in the Cosmo was seeing a man outside the window going batshit crazy with a gun on the walkway bridge right underneath the Arias. 1 minute before Potter dead, shots were made on you. What follows will be a flood of 911 calls about a shooting at her entrance. A Canadian man claimed he and his wife were at the Bellagio taking photos. Panic broke out in the hotel lobby just before 11:20. He heard someone yell, "There's a shooter," right before he was 5 to 6 shots from him. Renee Downs also witnessed and documented her experience.
So we went over there, and then all of a sudden, this huge crowd came rushing through the doors to block things that stand out in front. We're all just we're running around over them, and we like the fact that it was like the board dropping on the floor. It was like just like that, and it was automatic. You know what? Afterwards,
at 11:20, over an hour after the shooting began, Metro finally reaches Patrick. Anyway, we are limited to knowing what actually happens from here on out, as officers constantly tell throughout the night to turn their body cameras off for reasons I like to know.
Yeah, my camera.
Some reason that you might have already noticed, LAPD officers were under the impression that SWAT would do the shooting. But CNN is Patty Price find his way through officers and even shot one of them before they were forced to kill because journalists. And wonder why we call them fake news. So apparently, their body cameras off, and the LVP had to release that. Let's see why. Now the fire alarm goes off, but not when 1,000 rounds were getting shot off in the room? Weird. Okay, let's see if there's anything else weird going on. Wait, what? The officer is standing right where the group is, and he can't find it? Shouldn't he be stepping and hundreds of shocking broken glass and these crime scene photos? And why are the curtains pigs? They look perfectly fine in that video. And for the record, particularly edited out, mainstream media outlets like the Associated Press or footage. Why? What's going on here? I can find footage of the very few shots fired out of the floor. I'll be damned if I footage must be fired at 135 anyway. Metro 5's help on their first speed. I've sat with myself and I can't find it either. It does not give for a helicopter cannon off 156 and instantly called invisible by morning. But those moments in between not seeing it are censored out of Metro helicopters footage from that night. Why? To make it even more interesting, a 911 call played from a man standing in a low paddock complaining about hearing an explosion going off and hearing glass from outside his window at 11:32.
I have a question. I'm on the 21st floor, and I just heard a coming down around me.
So either someone said a trooper to blow out the window at the same time, maybe 34, so he could claim they could shooter and calm the public. That's how the curtains get rolled, the glass gets everywhere. Or the charger should be enough to keep the glasses, making a hard to slightly broken window now that it's visible and obvious, which for some reason shooting 1,000 rounds didn't shake anything himself. This is why we taxpayers pay for body cams, so you can use them. Although I do love how body cam footage does pick the officers raiding paddocks from the bar on the crime scene.
Was it real? I need to name that one suspect down in Trump.
I understand officers have hard jobs, and I'm back. But are you fucking kidding me right now? And what's this down by the way? What a complete shit show investigation. Anyway, the two officers looking for the broken window like are Brett Renson and Cole Mendelsohn, who aren't listed in the final report as female, which makes me feel real good about Renson's record keeping skills. But at least now we know hard drive to work at the crime scene, and evidence as important as the door locks get tampered with.
The status of that door that was locked in the suite is pretty important. The reason we're not looking for everyone else is because the door was locked from the inside. Okay? This is the core of the entire case. Everything else opens up is that. Of course, Lombardo. But this is the in the final report, the status of the dead was extended, which means the door was breached while it was locked, so the dead bolt sticking out. In that same photograph of the door locked, the dead bolt is in. Was it locked? Was it open?
There's a huge issue here where the paddocks develop the inside room since LPD makes pictures of it unlocked, preliminary, and locked and over. Considering the Lombardo's tutorial reenacted investigating the case of paddock being a shooter rested solely on a barricade himself inside his room, this was a very important and suspicious detail to screw up. Now's probably a good time to mention that many LPD officers working there were forced to sign non-disclosure agreements, barring them from ever talking about the Capitol. Why? Does that sound like the Lombardo is really on the streets for an investigation nearby? As much as it seems that he's handling of the case, it's really sharp with who's playing here, as he handicapped this one for throwing it from the get-go. Your job is to serve a professor in Vegas, not cover for the FBI, really screw up your orchestrated all together as discovered in the
It is remarkable that we still don't know what took place that day. Until this Monday night, for example, was reported by Republican News, we had no idea that 20 organizers and participants in the events at the Capitol have not been indicted, despite the nationwide dragnet for people who were there. This is interesting. The government knows exactly who these people are, but has refused to charge them with crimes. Why is that? Well, because it seems like they may have had some connection to the government. Some of the people who broke into the Capitol committed crimes while inside and encouraged others to do the same appear to have been in contact with the FBI before the event. Let that sink in for a moment. The events of January 6th that you keep hearing about endlessly, events that Democrats in Congress describe as an act of war carried out by white supremacists, as dangerous and historically significant as Pearl Harbor and 9/11, those events apparently were at least in part organized and carried out secret by people connected to federal law enforcement.
Also going on package was found at. A single gunshot inside the mile shop behind Hollywood. She claims others there were multiple. Other witnesses also start planning about the gunshots there, two of which specifically mentioned they were at the bar. At 11:28, a call comes in very unemotional, claiming they were holding hostage at 13 people and 20 people were shot there. Whether it's fake or not, is calling it a fake or 911 a crime in itself. But some of these more bizarre events might be done as distraction to spread metric from that night and spread all the competitive planes that would come in. It's in between 11:23 and 11:56 that Metro Falls footage is redacted. At 11:23, calls called the shots for the continued forward for people who had to run to safety. One call TV from the lodge who was working at a station near the front entrance where it happened. At 11:26, a call from the center of the line say there's scattered shots going on. Remember, EMTs also complained about getting shots fired at them, so it can't just be chalked up to civilians being scared. Also at 11:26, a call from inside the civilian room of the Cosmo, claiming to have heard gunshots from there, which was quickly followed by corroborated calls. The Cosmo was next to the Bellagio. Later called for security where they did not get the shot cracks. They would deflect and get the Cosmo as to where people had heard them. But you heard them, right? 11:26 is also officers last way to join inside room 34, and one of the cops on the shoots. That would be the accidental discharge made by poor trigger finger safety McGee here, as he let off one, not two, but 3 accidental rounds in succession. Also, how is Lombardo's narrative that Paddock was running back and forth between the rooms work when obviously someone had locked the 134 from the other side? They just had a blow with the head. So how did Paddock walk in and transport himself over 135 to the floor? Let's look at the only other.
Yeah, we still have the closed door right here. All right. Roger, you staying? I'm staying. All right.
Wait, what room did they just breach? Because it sure doesn't match what 134 looks like in their evidence photos. This one's got a shopping bag and TV remotes on the bed. No guns. This is not this. This is not this. Did they just take on a mass shooter without clearing the adjacent rooms of innocent civilians before barging in and shooting accidental holes in the wall? Considering one of the excuses Lombardo gave as to why officers were around is that they were clearing rooms nearby. Obviously, that's not true. The other excuse Lombardo gives as far as the breach takes so long was that he was reading for spot. I don't know if you know this, but this is not spot time. It's one SWAT officer, 2 canine officers, and good on them for doing it. But where's the rest of the 30+ man SWAT team over here? What were they doing about that? They're not in. At 11:29, officer closed one possible suicide in the trash. Okay, why was he in the trash? Was he hiding from shots? Did he see something? At 11:30, he sees nothing near the Bellagio, 3 multiple shots at people running. At the same time, someone calls to say her in a right woman shots at the Bellagio. She claims she was which corroborates all the other statements from that incident. Then a man calls 911 to say he heard a single gunshot and some people running at Excalibur, followed by the first of many calls from people hearing gunshots and running from the shooter on the Paris casino floor, which is corroborated with the scanner by a female officer at the scene. At 11:31, an officer takes 3 suspects into custody, including 2 women with possible weapons. Okay, what happened with that? 11:32 is when that guy glass come down his window, and where a woman staying on Pat's phone calls and worried about a fire because there's smoke coming in from the front door. A minute later, another woman staying on their floor call about an explosion occurring on the floor. It's strange because why would they notice and complain about the second breach level first? At 11:33, another car hearing gunshots near the Paris casino. At 11:35, officers in Connecticut wonder out loud where all these other reports of shots are coming from.
Top 10 cities for working women. All right, here we go. Here is number 10.
Oh, he looks like he's been dead a while, you say? And you're wondering what all these other shots are that people are calling in about? Me too. It's also at 11:35 that Metro hovers over the truck. I can't even look at it now. Flies away. What? What could possibly be more pressing than what's going on in Vegas right now?
11:31, 11:32. He's going to spend a minute or two there. Then he's going to head north to Las Vegas summer area, presumably on another assignment. Although I don't know what their assignment is possible on a night like this. So there he is. That's like right before 35, so about 2 minutes there. Presumably offloading personnel. I don't know why else he plans, but he makes a stop over traffic and then heads north. I zoom down here so you can see he heads north. He ends up over near the Summerlin area of Las Vegas.
It's also at 11:35 that someone sees a man go to the back of the bus. At 11:36, a report comes in about 5 suspects with machine guns holding blinds close to the stratosphere of the gold collection. 2 minutes later, we get a fire police scanner. Dispatcher put on an emergency about 5 snipers on the east side of the venue. The team had their rifles. I have no idea if they're talking about the 6-5 originals because that's literally all that exists publicly about it. What the hell is that about? And don't tell me a strip club doesn't have cameras in their parking lot. At 11:37, a turn fight in the laundry room. Calls 911 to report a shootout at Bellagio. Also at 11:37, a man called Rabbi was huddled with about 100 other people in a break room outside of Hollywood to report hearing gunshots there. When people know someone else in the accident is calling 911, they generally also say the same thing. So just imagine that this is beyond all these calls there really are. At 11:40, Metro had a man called 911 to report a deceased woman in the parking lot near the Catholic Church. As I've mentioned, there were several fatalities that were outside of the venue that the RPD never released bullet forensics for, and which prevents us from knowing if these things were any of the crossfire shots that people were coming from the east side near Gate 7, northeast at Tropical. Either they have the forensic mechanics and need to be forced to release them, or everyone involved with the bottom needs to be fired and replaced for not doing their job. It's also at this time a call comes in about a man with a rifle that everyone keeps seeing get out of a white pickup truck on Bellagio. Thanks to active listeners to the police camera that night, the gunman's license plate was transcribed and recorded as 444 XLM. So law enforcement knows whose truck this is. So where's the report of that investigation? Doesn't the public deserve to know who that man is? A minute later, a woman calls the public running into hammer to say outside there. People call not only about hearing gunshots, but seeing them. At 11:43, suspects that the officers who breached Paddock's room to assist with all the other fields coming in the strip. After canine officers go for the body cam, it's the last time we ever seen inside Paddock for the rest of the night. It's also at 11:33, a man called saying he heard multiple shots in the distance from his room in one of the GM Grand's towers. At the exact same time, he calls 911 about hearing shots fired at the scene. And a man calls 911 for the gunshots there. The Mirage right next to the surgery. At 11:47, the security calls 911 about hearing shots fired in a parking lot, and someone coming to officers here of LA. If you're keeping track, that's now 2 cars that have been targeted by civilians. Either they should trace back to someone and get an explanation, or these didn't trace back to anyone on purpose because they were meant to cause distractions and be thrown away. It's also at this time that a man calls 911 about hearing shots and having to hit the deck 30-40 minutes ago at Bellagio. The 911 operator confirms to the man that there have been multiple reports of shootings in that area. Why does Sheriff Lombardo want everyone to think this entire town just imagined all this? You can see all the cops right here. But earlier, there's people running down the street. Everyone was just running right here. And they said something about shooting at the watch, but I haven't heard anything in the news yet. All the cops were over there. And all these people running down the street and running across this bridge with their hands up in the air. There's a SWAT team going across the road. Got some pictures in the camera. And all these people are just running down the street. It seems to have calmed down a lot right here. I know I've got time to that end. Because I think that's where they took the shooter down. Because something's going on right there too. That's the Bellagio. Have they shot those fucking assholes? At 11:58, Metro finally tweets out almost 2 hours after the first shots were fired that one suspect is down and not to go to the strip. Thanks. It's also at this time officers find Mary's credit card. Wait, she left the country without her credit card? That's a little bit more interesting. So many comps, but okay. Also at 11:58, that's very interesting. Over an hour and a half after shooting seems successful, 2 separate volumes about the not only heard by everyone in the Bellagio area, it's also picked up by at least 9 different police cars.
They said one SWAT shot him. That's true. That's true.
All right, here, go. Oh shit, that's a machine gun. Is that what it was? Right here, go. Oh shit, that's a machine gun. That's a machine gun.
Interpreting a perfect meaning now, Bellagio, PDR is hearing a lot of shots being fired.
Keep in mind, there are still multiple reports of people seeing a gunman at the Bellagio at this time. I guess now we know Island Bob, so we'll keep that body cam footage for release. At 12:11, a woman calls frustrated that her husband had been sheltering at the Bellagio because he heard shots fired earlier, but at the casino's manager said not having any knowledge of a shooting there at all. The 911 operator confirmed to the woman that there were indeed reports about shots being fired at the branch. Why is hotel security calling in to lie about things happening now, especially when many of the initial calls were made by their own employees? At 12:12, an officer gets a report of a white male in a black t-shirt going into clubs and clearing around the gun. All the manpower from the scene really couldn't track this guy down. At 12:14, reports of a possible suspect on the fourth floor of Manly Davis. At 12:20, reports come in of gunshot victims in Island Miles. It's been 2 hours since the shooting at the festival ended, and they're just. And then there's a report of testing the motel staff. People had called in the house suspicious individuals there earlier. And that's all I can find out about that situation. At 12:21, a woman calls 911 saying a threat, an armed security guard just had an active run through his shit. A few minutes later, a man called about hearing a gunshot go off there. At 12:23, things escalate from suspect to an active shooter situation somehow on the fourth floor of Mandalay Bay. Is there a Mandalay Bay force to hand over all their footage from that night? At 12:31 a.m., that train tweets out that they do not believe there are any shooters. Really? A minute after taking there were no shooters, an officer requests a street team to assist with apprehending a suspect on the east side of the venue. I'm certainly not for officers to just give up looking any further away. It's very clear that some Scotland Yard obviously knew there were still possible suspects, but knowingly chose to mislead the public anyway. At 12:35, Valley Security detained the suspect who claimed he was involved. Was he part of the people causing distraction? Where's the report on this? I don't care if it's from detail. I don't care what this guy has to say. At 12:46, more reports of shots rolled in from New York again. At 1 a.m., reports the suspect made a paddock, even though his ID was on the counter was according to their crime scene photos. And why would he have his ID insist on using this useless picture all over the news? Did they not want people to recognize him for some reason? We later find out that also it's discovered that there were two other female suspects went into the room and sent to check out the next day. A fact that was kept hidden from the public and never, ever explained. Everything was about their first names, Joanna, Marie, and Katie on the standard. Are they accomplices? Are they witnesses? Even if they're just workers, wouldn't you like to know what they have to say about all this? I can think of no good reason that the FBI would choose to protect the people staying at Paddington, one of the largest mass shootings in America, unless they're hiding groups together or protecting their own people. It is absolutely inexcusable that this much information has been kept from the public over a mass shooting they want us to believe there was no money power, and in which we're supposed to just live in fear forever and give up all our rights. At 1:05, the bomb squad finally clears a suspect vehicle at Luxor. It turns out it was one of those weird electronic self-driving cars. At 1:25 a.m., the man calls 911 that we've seen two men dressed like military contractors firing on the instead of them.
Woman standing in the bar area, in the space at the bottom of Toronto, the casino level of the Toronto, and I saw two gunmen with look like AR-15 type rifles come out of the corner of the hallway and they position themselves in a tactical manner with their rifles coming down the hallway. At that point, I moved away from the hallway so I wouldn't be shot at or shot. And then as soon as I moved, shots were fired multiple rounds, probably 5 to 10 rounds out of the middle. And then ran to the elevator and took the elevator up.
At 1:32 a.m., a woman contacts police about catching a shooter on video. So, where's this video? Was it scrubbed off the internet like all the other ones I can't find anymore? Where are all the surveillance videos? You mean to tell me there's no camera on the Walrus Reef or Tropicana? No, it's limited to what we can scrape together from the body cam footage from the first out of Metro and citizen cell phones and the post. At 3:40 a.m., officers recovered a sink in the bathroom at Paris.
I don't think he was in the future.
Considering people also saw a man with a gun go into Luxor's, is this maybe where the distraction shooters were going to change? Is that how a kid just followed on the floor? And if so, where's the video of people entering and exiting both those bathrooms? This is the most insulting excuse of investigation this country has ever seen. It's sometime during the night of the shooting, citizen journalist Shepard Daniels leads a public access first campaign in Bellagio and 2 hours of his imagery scrubbed from the website. It was later replaced with imagery that, of course, showed nothing. On the morning of October 2nd, thousands of people woke up to the confusion of a complete media blackout of anything that happened outside of the rooms. By midday, authorities quickly announced Kyle was the only shooter and never, ever explained anything further beyond that.
I've talked to everyone that was on board. There was about, 8 of us at that time. And I've also talked to other friends of mine that were there that I didn't know was there until recently. And everyone that was on the ground that I've spoken to, we all know what we heard. And there's a difference between an echo and different firepower.
Thing that went on last night, I said to the girl, and with all the gunshots and stuff, I said, are you guys discounting rooms? How are you handling this? And she looked right at it. There was no gunfire outside the room. And I looked and I was like, well, let me show you we were all locked up, security, and what I was, and I didn't even have to show her that. She said, hold on. Yeah, walks in the back, comes back out, slides our and says, here you go. And the receipt had 0 goose. I didn't ask one truck. I didn't ask one CNN, one ABC, one nobody. No Fox, no nobody. Okay? They weren't asking. It's everybody else who wasn't there. Armchair guessing what's going on because it's obvious that they're being lied. But they don't even understand to which they are being lied. I'm here to tell you to which you are being lied to. Everything on that line didn't exist. Everybody knows that they're lying. Everybody.
We saw some pretty interesting things here. Some things that were information that were in these helicopters. Why haven't we asked these questions? Why are we flying blind? Why doesn't the media care about having these flights?
If I'm wrong about any of the facts and details I've just laid out, don't just tell me I'm wrong. Debunk me. Please, show me the information. Show me how these instances were resolved. Because everything in the book screams government coverage. One that sat only the wars has been keeping back statements and videos poured in after the fact. For days after the event, testimony from witnesses and survivors was and almost none of them matched the normal narrative of the 32nd floor. Witnesses recalled hearing multiple calibers, multiple directions, parallel shots from one another, seeing people with guns at matches like policemen firing into the crowd. In one report from the victim struck a mural, she stated after running at that gate past the gate on the east side, she heard gunshots there. And people were saying they would shoot her at first as well. So her and her sister ran back to the other side, only to be stuck in the middle of it. Someone eventually came down the gate to the airport to escape, where her and her sister needed a trailer for the next 3.5 hours. As they hit, they could hear gunshots coming from all around the top, the side, and specifically from the direction of Radio Street and Tropicana. In one redacted statement, a stagehand who's used to loud sounds said they thought the shoot had been close by because the sound of the gunfire was so close it affected their hearing for the next few days. If you remember, in front of the stage there were several fatalities from practically parallel trajectories. Despite all the evidence, despite not even having any preliminary investigations done, Lombardo somehow officially announces that the shooting was the work of a single gunman only 3 hours after the tragedy occurred. And he isn't clear if you want to answer questions. He's just not going to answer them.
In its partner is a suspicion that people are lying to you.
Almost on cue, the mainstream media fell into lockstep and dropped the story completely after only 2 weeks. And then the fake fact checkers came out and forced to run defense for the manufacturer own sheer narrative. Not by actually debunking anything, but by simply declaring that it's false because Lombardo said so. I kid you not. The one where the Huffington Post debunked multiple shooters while their own interview witness claimed that they were on one is my favorite. Speaking of bullshit, these are the 3 separate timelines that Lombardo makes up. The first is his campus interrupting the shooter and saving the day, which is also Lombardo's excuse for why advised them to loiter in a hallway doing nothing for over an hour for no reason. All three versions would claim that they were evacuating the rooms on that floor, but we already know that's not completely true. The second timeline went on basic, as Camp was being shot at 9:59, which MGM doesn't like because it makes it look like they can call it in fast enough. The third timeline, which Lombardo recognized by MGM, as Camp was getting shot right before the shooting begins, like, that's why it's started. That makes any sense at all. Helicopters are already in place, so how to bring the security guard would never be the initial catalyst for an event like this. From everything I've looked at and people I've talked to over there, Campus was shot somewhere during the middle of the shooting, which is why he heard drilling sounds. Also worth noting is that rounds came in the hallway, not just at Campus, but later when the engineers showed up on the barricade. So clearly someone's watching your service camera like, oh, while the shooting is commencing. I don't even think Jason and Corey could pull off the maneuvers Lombardo was leading out of an out-of-shape 64-year-old man with zero military experience. Then the FBI instantly declared that there was no evidence there was an act of international terror, even though ISIS credit for it immediately, claiming they had diverted power over their official channels, which, according to experts, they rarely do because it's actually true. Now, there's no tangible evidence of narcotics of being an angry Islamic terrorist overnight, but if he was working for the feds and illegal gun sale to them, well, that just might be the cover story he was going for. On October 4th, a crumbling public scrutiny and refusing to answer the public's questions, Lombardo feels the need to announce that there is no conspiracy between the FBI, LVD, and the MGM. It's also understated that we believe that he released a receipt from September 27th showing Pat 5 days after the shooting, with no answers being given to the public, YouTube starts revealing videos that lead to multiple shooters in the FBI cover. On October 9th, one of the most compelling local witnesses we can pull the narrative, Lee Sutherland, dies unexpectedly at 28. She had spoken publicly about seeing wearing multiple shooters during the attack and had made it known on social media she was organizing a survivors group so others could come forward with the truth. Here are some of the excerpts from the lengthy archive Facebook post. Bullets were coming from every direction. Behind us, in front of us, beside of us. But I know, I just knew that there was something chasing us. The further we got from the closer the gunfire got. I kept looking back, expecting to see the number, and I see that there was more than one person, 100% more than me. The first place I remember getting to was the parking lot, and I told Cassie, we need to get everyone to these trials. She turned to me and went back, and that is when the gunfire got even closer than before. It was right there. It was within the parking lot. Everyone around was panicking once again. The second place I remember that was we ran toward the entrance thinking we could take cover there. But as we got closer, a stampede of people ran out to us. We could only conclude that there was no evidence inside of that building. At some point, we ended up at the airport. I had been watching the news nonstop as the rise back home to my family, and it just doesn't make sense. The story there is our president and Mexican accounts. There are multiple people stating that there was a major community who had made appointments to warn people we were all going to die. Why has she not been mentioned by our buildings? Every single survivor I've seen someone who was helped to shoot, and at least one from the ground. Why are we being taken more seriously? Tons of things have happened. On October 13th, Mrs. Campus was scheduled to have 5 different meetings to straighten out the ever-changing timelines we have in this manufacturing. But instead, he disappeared from that expedition to Mexico. 5 days later, Mrs. Campus would reappear on the series of Generous Show, where she leads up to an extremely controlling man who was a retainer, who feared he would crumple and ruin their liability if he were ever able to fire away from others. Ellen decided to announce that this would be the only interview we will ever do on the podcast. I should mention that Ellen's been sponsored by MGM through slot machines and millions because, I don't know, I guess it's something important stuff. MGM slot campus with dad over paid him off for of 2 properties in Las Vegas, according to his own brother-in-law he had lived with and confided in on the matter. MGM never explained why campus was hired as a security guard without being licensed either. Odd, considering the suit over a that were taken as evidence and then given back by the team. Fake fact-check sites like Snickers, who just got busted this year for plagiarism, not actually fact-checking anything, declared it to be unproven, not because they did to it whatsoever, but because they deemed it unproven, because it was based off unsourced Facebook posts, even though the claim itself was guidance to locals in their personal accounts. On October 24th, Lombardo reveals the hard drive that its left went missing from the crime scene. Mainstream media looks at the Paddock moved himself, but doesn't feel the need to explain where it was. He never left the room. On October 28th, he was charged on another survivor was found shot dead in a vacant lot in Las Vegas. He had taken a social media the day after which were posted hundreds of times about being chased by two government at a concert. The censor Nazi software felt the need to suspend his account or somehow violate service from beyond the grave. While Danny kept the other remaining survivor magazines after the incident could be chalked out to suspicious coincidences, it's enough to make people speak out about whatever they saw in part of the event. On October 31st, the family of his officer fired his weapon at the crime scene an entire month. On November 11th, Newsweek comes out with an insanely fabricated story claiming the non-political package was Trump supporter based off Sheriff Barlin claiming because Trump was good for the economy and the stock market, and thus Paddock must have liked him. Solid journalism. Now, since Newsweek has felt that it was fact-checked me personally in the past over things like let me fact-check them. If Paddock was really in Trump's supporter, why would he show up in a country concert full of fans? Feels more like he was in the corner for not being an upper of the execution instead of a vote for Trump positive instead. Good luck winning that. On February 4th, unsealed documents, which also had to be sealed, revealed the FBI's person of interest for Korea that no one had heard about before by the name of Hay. Supposedly, he sold Paddock and himself that he had frowns on and ended up taking the He was sentenced to 13 months in prison for conspiracy to manufacture ammunition without license. So, the FBI doesn't talk about all the people that were Paddock's on the point, but they went hard on the outfits for months that he didn't even include. I'm glad this isn't especially considering that as far as the entire second amendment. On May 7th, 2018, Lombardo was ordered to release all the very carefully from the home, who he dragged up for a year fighting, taking it all the way to the status court. Now that you've seen it, I think you know why. On July 17th, 2018, and for the most unbelievably disgusting news, MGM sold over 8,000 91 they're not lawful, and that their security was enough. Like, that's why employees outside of them multiple carts of gun cases in the prison room 10 times over the weekend to report any of them. In July, MGM reverse tried to qualify the shooting as an act of terrorism, so they would have no liability to include the survivors or the families of victims because, well, originally shit bags. On August 2018, Lombardo releases his final report everybody on which answered many questions I posed in this video. In fact, I mentioned some of them. Despite experts for billions, on September 20, 2020, 3 years later, victims were finally awarded $1 million. MGM never had liability with their insurance covered almost all of it. And from what I've personally heard from some of the victims, most of those funds ended up in the pockets of lawyers instead. Then there's also the issue of the $32 million raised on GoFundMe by the government Sislak and special money for the victims. Now, I can find articles of how they intended to disperse the money to people, but absolutely nothing showing that it was. When confronted with that, the lawyer claimed there was an audit done and apparently no one has ever seen or could find, and then goes on to ignore the person that asked. Is there any way that audit? Sir?
the 1 October ceremony today. No, this has to do everything with the Mandalay Bay shooting. The 1 October phones have been audited.
When we called the Secretary of State's office to demand they do an investigation, they stated it's actually no one's job in the entire state of Nevada to look into charity work. So that's how they've been getting away with all that stuff. Steve Sisolak ultimately used the press by the massacre to win his race for governor. One of the first things he did in office was to make a recall against opponent, which he faced during COVID, when he decided to grant himself emergency powers to illegally suspend Nevada's constitutional rights. He went as far as to use OSHA to shut down events with Nevada senators against him. He restricted the use of life-saving drugs, saying they need action, while he was actually supported by our own justice system. He got busted for campaign fraud and Kansas, for which his friend, the useless Rhino Secretary of State, has yet to investigate or prosecute. Together, this notified Alexis that she also refuses to investigate, even though she publicly admitted fraud. But widespread not for her liking, or whatever that means. Yeah, maybe people can accuse the coming elections like they shouldn't be the ones in charge of investigating it. Meanwhile, his wife got no big federal contracts that he then awards to her clients, which conveniently include his campaign's consulting. Recently, he was also cited for correct. And though he appeared extremely impeccable, LVPD did not give him surprise like the innocent guy he did. And even as he hammered, moved mystery on it from his call where they took him. He also said that as his communist style about COVID, he gave away $1 million to our tax money in the middle of a crisis to someone who's probably not that random for getting a job. He also legalized AIDS on purpose and held a racially segregated event. Sisolak is currently running for re-election, if you can believe it. Sensing that censorship and not being able to afford someone else immunity they're trying to cover up, Sheriff Lombardo has now decided to run for governor against Sisolak as a Republican. Because in order to keep corruption running in Nevada, you have to own both teams running. There seems to be more support against him than before. I mean, I'm Senator Ethan Tom, and I've been on Facebook for the last 4 years. And even I have 237,000 more supporters than him. And I'm not the one running for governor or paying for ads. Considering his refusal to uphold the Constitution, defend our rights, and the fact he had covered the largest shootings in history, we'll see if he's still running these people in Nevada with the full truth about him from this video. The judge that originally heard the case, the door of the VP of Security for the MGM, Jennifer Tagliani, is now the chairwoman of the commission. You see, in Nevada, for some corrupt reason, it's the Gaming Commission that's in charge of verifying all the voting machines. So yes, the commission the governor is in charge of appointing, is in charge of making sure how many people are cheating elections. Because it's not an unbelievable conflict of interest or anything. Now that I've laid out all the things they didn't want you to know about, this is the part where everyone's going to ask me what do I think happened. I'd honestly some of the questions I understand I easily spend more time researching things together than any of the work I did. Everything I read from college. And for the record, I love writing about subjects and stupid amounts of references, but at least it comes from something. And while the book is satisfied with writing everything on the book was witnessed by thousands of people and caught on video as distraction to investigate, I think disclaimer, it's called an opinion. If it seems as if I got something I was able to debunk it, or wasn't that absolutely satisfaction, I've been struck from the internet to find it and verify it. I am praying that we can come forward with find the missing pieces, or at least see the martyrdom of missing footage and reports that would solve all this. There are also things I know that can't prove no matter who's yet, so I'm just going to keep this very conservative and stick to the facts. So, it couldn't be clear that the FBI covered up the fact to everyone behind it. But we don't know why. Now, actually, the reason for millions of people, it's a unless our government played some part in it. They shouldn't have, and they just can't afford to know what they've done. If they wanted to solve it, they easily could, but they don't want to, and they definitely want to give people tools like me to do so for themselves. Now, I don't know if people shoot helicopters. People sure seem to think so. I think that this would roll into ideas for possible drop-offs and extractions that are done. Going off ideas and trajectories, I believe that we should be triangulating concepts to maximize fatalities and attempting to hold it fire with the first authentic form of like that. The amount of headshots and barrel trajectories something was likely a sniper shooting from the main stage area when he heard unsuspected. The shooter in the parking lot, and multiple people saw and at least a team or two of the Tropicana and Captain Kirk area will shell casings and other casualties were found. There might have been specific targets on fire, it might have all been extraction or something else. It really wouldn't be that hard then to take off a casualty report by pretending to take them to the hospital and never come to the body later. No matter who else was involved or what the other target was, it's still leads right back to our group and the favor of 58 innocent, hard-working American patriots. And historically, that reason is always which in this case is it can't be that. Or it's the Saudis again protecting that's a whole other story. Or use it in the hopes that people would willingly forfeit their constitutional rights and the name of public safety, which has been used a lot these last few years. When Australia's part of the shooting from 35, the country ended up with a Obama honestly praised the Australian people for giving up their rights, unquote. When Australia had it was the entire country said, well, we're going to have to change our governments. Something I'm glad the patriots that are bound to. Something Australians would be regretting. I think Paddock's real gig was more like firearms for himself, defense, and then laundering and gambling, which Anvil hit on the head with how ridiculous he was, explaining that Paddock made millions. Illegal gun trading is the only thing that explains why he bought guns for his personal collection and showcased an upscale, albeit garishly decorated wealth. His last great job was one of the largest military complex and government contractors out there. His complete lack of presence also makes him important in this kind of federal scheme. The explosive targets are the same ones I use to discount pumpkins and watermelons when things go through the desert, which would also make sense if planning on demonstrating them for a large gun sale. If his plan was to target people at a concentration street for absolutely no reason, then why would he have so common and all the guns the FBI claimed he used? They all have both stocks because that was really important. Apparently, some would say, but only half have both. He's worth over $1 million, and it was supposed to mean he wouldn't spend a little to turn it all out at his big moment. He also paid his tax on his family before his happened because that's what someone types when they go down on the story, especially if they're leftist reaction. I love how the Koreans had it so right based off a conversation at a guarantee what happened with strangers who were really rich, Rico and FEMA really needs to push the New World Order, which he wouldn't be wrong about. But according to them, trusting a group is a right way thing. Yeah, most people don't trust the government these days. And probably a whole lot less this year. I think what he was dealing with sideways with whoever was in that room. He got popped somewhere along the line and passing, I don't know, probably when they heard that 345 million shot or knocks everybody at this point. And then whoever was shooting there just escaped out of the hotel during the hour officer was wearing in a stairwell. Even the little SWAT officer was wondering if the shooter was still in the ring because it had taken so long to get there. The fact that FBI grabbed instructed agents not to investigate that officer with a 3-woman attack tells me they were probably waiting for them in one form or another. We know Brian Hart left still going down this about these concepts of defense and control is well within real possibility. But it doesn't explain the whole television that whole. That implies a much larger operation is going on. The fact helicopters turned off the transponders before the show tells me they absolutely played a part of it. And I think this metro is becoming helicopter that ended up targeting the shooting or just deciding to put on a reason. beyond a doubt that there were others in that room. And if you really want to exploit Lombardo DNA tested that I drilled out, I know them. I think certain individuals were tasked with causing distractions across the street to spread my truth. As long as they didn't end with away from the festival, the powers that be simply denied everything. Apparently they do. There also seems to be a pattern of reflections moving up north and away from the air towards the south, where someone might spot all these helicopters and suspects running around, whatever the hell else is going on that end of the war. And yes, there really is a certain airline fuel tanks they might have tried to blow up that flies military VIP personnel to the base at Area 51. It is not just a conspiracy. And yes, Saudi royals do own the top floors of Mandalay Bay. We're very likely another high-level target, considering the arrest of deep state Saudi royals just 1 month later. Oh, and look what we've done here. Yay! Conspiracy bingo. The infamous footage of a tactical plane going through the traffic light has nothing to do with the Saudi prince, by the way. That's actually all we need. Confiscating security from the traffic plane and taking it away. Specifically, they wanted the high-tech footage that overlooked the vending into Paddock's room. Gee, what do you think they want to let off for themselves? I'm hoping the public interests have lost the answer for what we got to do. Since national attention and embarrassment is the only thing these fragile cowards care about. The fact this entire thing was politicized by government officials and pushing even more gun control is a more political motive in America. No motive at all, and the facts make sense. Less than a day later, we were pulling from Second Amendment bills and pushing for gun control, including the usual sellout Republicans in the GOP. I think they made a mistake in heavily underestimating the savviness of the country music crowd that were quick to recognize that this was not one person. Hence, they were forced to bury the story instead of shamelessly pointing out who was usually just for tragedies like this. I believe the CEOs of hotels buried what happened was bad for tourism and thus bad for World Bank investors. It doesn't hurt that MGM most of them to do. It also doesn't hurt that MGM CEO has decided to dump his stock like he knew what happened. Then they ordered the local mainstream media to stop reporting on the incident, while social media actively censored alternative narratives. Fact checkers denied anything else happened because that's what paid fact checkers do. The police opinions that can close to keep paying them. Alternative news sources investigating journalists have been exposing fraud for years. But getting all the facts all together and out to the masses is an uphill battle in a world where censorship has become as rampant as it is. But why? Because our government is corrupt, inadequate, and they've been chiseling away our protected constitutional rights for decades. And tragedies like this don't line their pockets and serve their own political causes. It's not a right or left thing either. It's both parties. And they've been taxing us and piecing away most of the money in ways that always seem to boomerang back into their pockets and kickbacks, money laundering to relatives, book deals, speaking engagements, whatever. Before social media, people only had the names. Why do you think they censor journalists and websites than anything else on social media? Questioning the government is dangerous for the government. And if killing innocent American civilians to political fear seems too crazy for you, let me fill you in on some background. First, when people say Route 91 is the largest mass shooting in American history, that's not actually true. It's only true if you don't count the times it wasn't government doing the shooting. Like the time they shot over 250 innocent Native Americans on the coast, and 25 of the troops fighting citizens that were being. And if that seems too far removed, then they also did it in 1993 when the ATF shot and 76 people alive in Lincoln, Texas, including 2 pregnant women and 25 children, all over suspected illegal weapons. Way to keep America safe. It's not always accidental either. In 1962, the U.S. Department of Defense developed a plan called Operation Northwoods, where the feds wanted to stage and carry out an attack on American civilians to blame it on a foreign enemy to start a very important war, which at the time we had Cuba. You can look all over this up. Our own Joint Chiefs of Staff conducted plans to blow up U.S. ships or state riots. One plan to avoid civilian casualties, involved loading up a passenger plane, giving people backstories and alien effects, unloading it, and then using unmanned drones masquerading as that plane to be shot down to start a war and we all know what happened. Subsequently, President Johnson, within months, used a Gulf attacking incident we already suspected was being planned. Documents show to leverage war powers from Congress to try to mend the Vietnam War, a war which benefited absolutely no one other than the military-industrial complex selling weapons of war, tanks, bombs, guns, and chemicals that napalm used in March, poisoned troops, civilians, everything in between. Let that sink in for a second. We lost 58,000 soldiers in one of the bloodiest, most pointless wars of all time over a lie pushed by a single U.S. president. It didn't end there. Before 9/11, Congress was set to vote for 2 pro-gun bills, one concealed carry and custody bill, and one restrictions on suppressors to protect gun enthusiasts, law enforcement, and military from war laws. After the Vegas shooting, everything was shut, and the feds as a set their unwilling wish to ban bomb stops and refusing to care. I was looking forward to having them about a concealed permit carry kind of state I traveled to, so I'm not theoretically crossing state lines. It should be like a driver's license filed in all 50 states, but anyway. They clearly wanted, but without being able to push the story in the media to all its holes, that's all they got. That is the money they make selling extra security devices. We'll never know what other underlying factors and causes it got or either. Not without severe public outcry to the rest of the cover-up, which I hope happens with this video. I hope a lot of people pick up what our government's capable of after this. Think about how the last 2 years of government officials got funding a virus to make it more deadly to us, and then they use this to take away our most basic rights and freedom. They're spending money to increase debt away, and the next generation will never be able to get out from here. And all the while doing whatever the hell they want themselves, like the hypocritical parasites they are. The FBI, the government, our politicians, they are all out of control, and they have no power. We need to return to the original understanding of our Constitution and strip the federal government back down to the powers originally allotted. Our founding fathers didn't trust the government. Now I can see why. But most of the time, we the people should be mad as well. We should be demanding just sheriff from Toledo, justice, like all the insurers, and any
Basket gold and silver are excellent ways to diversify your savings. Through my friends at Birch Gold Group, you can own physical gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. Text COAST to 989898 and receive a free no-obligation info kit. This is one thing you can do to secure your family's savings. Again,
Vegas is a world built on fantasy. But there's a dark reality just beneath the surface, where good and bad guys battle every day.
It's cat and mouse, just what we're doing all the time.
Usually the good guys win, but there are cheaters who are so accomplished at what they do, they get away with millions. These are their exclusive stories, told by the guys who took Vegas for a ride and landed themselves into the Cheater Hall of Fame. On gaming tables in Las Vegas casinos, there are colored chips of all denominations. Only a handful of companies make them, and manufacturing processes are kept top secret. So when 2 devious cheats successfully counterfeited chips, it catapulted them right into the Cheater Hall of Fame.
Chips are cash in casinos and would be similar to dollar bills or $20 bills.
Henderson, Nevada, just 13 miles from Las Vegas. Agents from the Gaming Control Board bust a counterfeiting ring operating out of a garage.
The bust itself was a first of its kind, not just in Las Vegas. Control agents say the first of its kind in the country. We've never really seen an operation like this before.
In a makeshift workshop, agents find chips that are in the process of being converted from low denominations to high denominations.
These are all 4-queen $100 inserts. That is what needs to do it all. A $1 chip, real paint, you've got a $100 chip. Now you have $1, a $99.
I mean, they literally have some paint, some glitter, and a dryer, and a good idea.
Mind is former construction workers. The mastermind
is 40-year-old Eric Morikawa. In an exclusive interview, Morikawa reveals how he real ships that look so real fooled the experts.
It wasn't that easy, but once it figured out a way, it came fast.
The story begins in the late 1980s. Vegas construction is booming. New casinos are going up all over the town, and older casinos renovate extensively to stay competitive. In 2000, small-time contractor Morikawa of Southern California comes to Las Vegas to find work. Soon, Morikawa has more work than he can handle. He hires additional help, including 20-year-old Jeremy Lewis.
Jeremy, I at a bar shooting pool, and he was out of work, and I gave him a job.
But Morikawa's new employee has a checkered past.
Jeremy Lewis was a known bad guy. He had some drug and forgery warrants outstanding in California. He had also made arrests here in the Las Vegas area.
Still, for a few years, business is good. Then, in 2004, the economy crashes.
Construction took a dive, and work was built there. We were all in the same situation.
Morikawa is expecting jobs, but on one of their return trips, Morikawa spends something on the side that gets him thinking.
I signed ship on board and asked them how hard would it be to trip, and we all agreed.
In that moment, Morikawa and his crew decide to do what no one else has doing: counterfeit the currency Vegas casino chips.
We went up to Vegas, and we would get the chip from the table. We would get back to my garage, and we broke it in half. Tried to see what was contained inside the chip.
Casino chips are made of and other metals that are heated to extreme temperatures and pressed into shape. Morikawa start trying to replicate them.
We were trying to make our own chips from scratch, different clays, injecting metals, trying to get it out. It was hard. It was really hard.
In order to pass, the fake chips must have the same weight, feel, and the hollow setting that real chips make when they're dropped. The team do their own sound test. This is the real chip, and this is the imposter.
The chips that scratch are heavy, and so we knew that was going to work.
What have we done? What have we done? Weeks go by. The team still hasn't created a chip that will work. Discouraged, several crew members bail. Now, it's just more cow, but there's not one to give up. Together, they spent hours studying the chip from the Green Valley Casino. Each denomination has its own colors. The $100 chip is black and green. $1 chip is gray and blue. Morikawa suddenly realized it would be easier to modify a chip than to create one from scratch. It's a huge breakthrough.
So I grabbed it and was like, well, we just need to get it wet.
It looked like they took $1 chips and convert them into $100 chips with a little effort. First, they must remove the whole $1 from the center.
We tried to heat it up to pull it off, heat it up in the chips. So we put it in plain water, and it would penetrate the light.
The 212-degree water leaves the chip unharmed. It softens the inlet, allowing them to easily pull it off. Next step, duplicate the black and gray shades of the $100 chip.
We would get our paints from our supply store. We would sit there, mix the colors, blend them in, wait for it to dry. We both look at it outside, different types of light, and matched to it. It was very, very close.
Then it's on to the painting. They start with a color of more extensive. Tips. Using an airbrush, they cover the entire chip.
Be a light spray, which an airbrush sprays really light.
Once the paint dries, they block out the tips with painter's tape. Then, airbrush everything else. When the tape is removed,
at matching colors. That's not easy. Because the colors are all different. You can't do it perfectly. They did it perfectly. They got them close.
Once the color's in place, the next step is creating the $100 graphic inlay. They scan the requirement to the computer, then print it on clear plastic to give it a glossy look. Then the plastic is moved onto a white background with bumper sticker paper.
We run the kind of like the new inlet perfectly inside the chip.
The chip is ready, except for one crucial detail.
We're going to run the chip underneath the black light. You'll see glowing top half of the game. That's one of the key features. I went out, got this color leak in a pen form, and we would color the top hat and paint in there. And we had a black light set up, so we check position. They're random, so we just put it on there. And as long as it showed something underneath the black light, it would pass.
After a month of work, they finally have 3 $100 counterfeit chips. Morikawa and had 10 minutes off the Vegas Strip to Green Valley Ranch Casino in Henderson, Nevada, to see if they can fool the casino.
I don't lie very well, so I can't. The cashier. I feel.
Jeremy Lewis takes the lead.
I'm sitting in the parking lot. While he's trying to catch. I've heard something okay. Nothing's gonna happen.
Moments later, Lewis reappears.
Ran up to the truck and hopped in and said, drive. And we drove. I thought security was chasing them and looking over our shoulders.
But no one's behind them. And when Morikawa looks over, Lewis has 3 $100 bills in his hand. The counterfeit chips.
We were pretty excited. We ran back to the house and made some more.
They could come down into the garage. Within 5 minutes, you could have a brand new chip. It's just that stunningly simple.
Morikawa and Lewis are in 20 chips a day. They plan to or scam all over town. To match the various chips, they stock up on supplies.
There's different colors on the chips. A lot of it had glitters. You take your glitter pens and dab the glitter in there. Give it a metallic look.
They passed fraudulent chips, 8 different casino properties, including Caesar's Palace and Mandalay Bay. These guys were all in town.
They are well on their way to the Chief Hall of Fame, but they realize that sooner or later, cashing in chips without ever playing a single casino game is bound to arouse suspicion. To avoid getting caught, they need to change their game.
We had to find a way where it was kind of foolproof, where they wouldn't be able to immediately catch on.
To make the scam look legitimate, they start playing at the gaming table, buying real chips from dealers.
We laid $2,000 on the table. They give us the chips, and the camera over here sees that. So we use that. And then we would exchange them in the bathroom or the parking lot and get the counterfeit ones, and we would have the real ones. If you went up to a cage and cashed them out and they caught it, you could always refer back to that table gave them to you. Later on, taking back the real ones, they wouldn't question it because they were real.
Morikawa and Lewis begin spending more and more time at the casinos.
At the time, we graduated from the $100 chips to the $500,000 chips, and the money was coming in. The lifestyle is changing. We were doing a lot of eating out at nice restaurants and being on the strip.
Morikawa keeps the source of his newfound wealth a secret from everyone, including his wife.
First, and she was just like, I don't want to know. And she was getting purses, at one point I counted 100 pairs of shoes in boxes in the closet. So yeah, she was benefiting from it too.
For 3 months, Eric and his wife their extravagant lifestyle. But unfortunately, it's down a much different path.
I found him at a $100 night The place was bigger than my whole house, and he was there with girls. He had his sleep. He was wired.
Lewis's lifestyle becomes a legend.
One day he was talking to one of the girls on the phone, and I could overhear him because it was loud. So I told him, "Hey, hand me the phone. I want to talk to her." So he gave me the phone, and she said, "I know everything that you guys do." And I looked down. I was like, "Why would you tell me when my wife doesn't even know? Why would you tell a stranger all this?" You know, and now she wants money. Now we have to pay her.
For a few days, they pay her hush money.
But then she started wanting more, and then she was telling us that, "Hey, my man's in jail. We need to get him out."
I need money and I want it now.
She threatens to reveal their scam to police in a bid to get her boyfriend's sentence reduced, so they pay her off again. A few days later, it seems like everything has blown over. Morikawa's wife leaves the country to visit her mother. As soon as she's gone, Morikawa and Lewis start planning a trip to Atlantic City to hit their casinos.
I get a knock at a door. There's a guy at the door and says, "Hey, my son threw a ball in your backyard. Can you go get it?" I was turning around to get the ball out of the backyard. He grabs me, throws me on the ground, and two other agents jump out of the bushes. They're fully armed, and they're rushing into the house over me.
They are enforcement agents from the Nevada Control Board. Lewis's blackmail has a
nothing to obtain a better. And when all of the search, piece of evidence looking for later, the whole setting was
The chips are such quality. Some of them have been passed in the recent past may not have been detected yet.
Stunned Las Vegas authorities must now deal with the fact that two construction workers have compromised the security of casino chips. Morikawa and Lewis are in jail. 3 days later, they were brought before the judge.
They were given $5 million bail, not for murdering someone, not for raping someone, for counterfeiting casino chips. Our state takes this stuff really serious.
Since neither can make it, Morikawa and Lewis are taken back to the maximum security jail. The hefty bail is Morikawa a celebrity among the inmates.
When I came in there, a bunch of people were like, "Oh, wow, $5 million." They called another guy and was like, "Hey, he has help." And it was a Russian guy.
And not just any guy. The man had a Russian guy.
Met him, sat down and talked with him, and told him my story. And he was interested. He's all about business. And he was like, "You know what? We do need to talk once you get out."
A few days later, Morikawa's attorney gets him a new bail.
And they lowered the bail from $5 million to $12,000. So I could bail out.
After ripping off the casino tens of thousands of dollars, Morikawa ends up working just 10 days. Jeremy Lewis, his partner in crime, is not so lucky. His outstanding arrest keep him behind bars. Morikawa is deeply in debt.
I read the house also by 2021, and now I have a case and I pay my claims.
Desperate, he calls the Russian, who's also just been released. The Russian wants Morikawa to teach him how to make counterfeit chips.
That was very because I knew that I would not get out.
Once again, faced with overwhelming debt, Morikawa looks to counterfeit as a way out. But this time, he won't get his hands dirty. For 25% of the profits, he agrees to train the Russians.
I take those out of the way. I would constantly watch people in my mirrors and
once the Russians are trained, he began passing phony chips at casinos. In Las Vegas, one casino employee spots a few of them.
they looked a little different in graphic than other chips and turned out to be counterfeit. Then we had to backtracking and try to find these people.
The investigation leads to the only two people who've ever made chips pass for the real thing: Jeremy Lewis and Eric O'Connor. With Jeremy Lewis still in prison, all leads
I was training, and there's not going to be the police. We have all the shit laying around. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to figure it out. So as soon as I came out, I knew I was arrested. I'm sitting in jail. I didn't think I was going to get out until we went to court.
Eric Morikawa hires a former Vegas defense attorney. It's a move that pays off in spades. In 2006, Morikawa makes a deal and pleads guilty to 6 felony counts. He walks with 5 years of community service.
I spent a week and a half. The second arrest, I was only before I bailed out.
Still, Morikawa must be arrested for all the fraudulent chips he has.
Restitution is at $36,000 is what they currently find in the chips. I think we did over $1 million. And they claim that they're probably still in circulation. They can't find it. I would not cheat Vegas again. It's easy money and it's fast, but it's not worth it. It's not worth giving up your livelihood and your family and embarrassing your family.
Morikawa's counterfeit scam is a wake-up call for Vegas. Today, many casinos protect their chips with a high-tech device called RFID, short for radio frequency identification.
It has a small electricity embedded in the chip somewhere, and keeping track of what the chip is and how many of them are taken and identified.
They use RFID scanners as both the tables and the cage, making it impossible for the low denomination chip to be taken no matter what the base of the chip reads. While new technology keeps chips safe from manipulation, easy money is always a target for the world-class Vegas machine. One in particular stands out for the simplicity, sheer audacity of his Anthony Corleone.
One of the things about Anthony Corleone, he seemed to have this need, larger than life. He had this sense of invincibility about him. He's not somebody who's lived life. I think he just had this sudden snapping.
In an exclusive interview, Corleone tells us in his own words how he became one of Vegas' most notorious criminals.
I don't know if you
with those losses, Corleone was desperate. He concocted a plan to capture a cash jackpot. On his motorcycle, Corleone cuts through Vegas traffic with ease. He pulls into the Suncoast Casino.
The Suncoast is the West Las Vegas hotel casino that's usually frequented by the local neighborhood people.
Leaving the engine running, Corleone walks directly to the cage. Dressed entirely in black with a motorbike helmet, he pulls a pistol from his waistband.
I chose the Suncoast because A, I knew there was going to be a lot of money there, and B, I know it would be easy to get in and out. At the end of the day, 45 cents from the casino and from there 45 cents out the door.
Pull the cash readers into the drawer, grab stacks of cash, put it into a bag.
No security guards try to stop him.
It's better to let people have the money. That's really the policy, is to let that happen, because weapons are a liability. You could have somebody wrongfully shoot somebody. So in the end, we'll just call the police. Let them handle it. That's their job. That's what they do.
In just minutes, it's over. Corleone heads into the neon night with almost $20,000.
Once you pull out of the parking lot, you hit the road, you arrive to your home, you're sitting there looking at 20 grand, and like, oh wow, that wasn't that bad.
Corleone hits so hard and fast, Vegas is caught off guard. And since his bike helmet and visor make him unidentifiable, the police are left with no clues. Just 5 days later, once again, Leo gets down the heart of the Vegas Strip. This time, he pulls into the Hotel
I literally
Carleo jumps into the casino, but the cave is too far away, so he heads to high-end gaming tables.
Literally just walked up to the back of the table. I told everybody to move. I started grabbing the chips, shoving them in my bag.
Went straight for the high dollar casino chips, which were the cranberry colored ones, valued at $25,000. He also grabbed several white ones, which were valued at $5,000.
I can tell you this with almost full certainty that had there been more of a presence of security there, I probably would not have had the guts to walk in there. I was also aware of the fact that they did not carry firearms. It shouldn't have been that easy, but unfortunately, it was.
This time, Carleo takes off with more than $1 million worth of chips. Although the chips are embedded with RFID identification devices, they can only be tracked inside the casino. Outside, the tracking devices stop working.
Actually, there's been 5 minutes. They changed the short list. Only one of us, had 24 months.
Carleo, in response to the robberies, casino closed down.
California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Rich Casone. Marketers Report. Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. We need your help to protect your right to AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need with the key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars. The time is running out. Please text the 2 letters AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. Text AM to 52886. Message generates a You may receive up to 4 messages a month. Next stop, a message from the station. The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is at endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply. Hey, check it out. This is not just a flu shot appointment at Walgreens. Yes. This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip. And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State health-related restrictions may apply.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most. Attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're working out,
The job voted experience.
Before we even get rolling, happy 10th year anniversary to young Jamie Burnett. I saw that on his Instagram today. 10 years ago. It's with yellow. That way. Let's see what happens. I don't know. I'm already as young Jamie Burnett.
Well, yeah.
He's younger than in that way. Oh, it's great. So why? Yeah, it's feeling all right? Yeah. That's good. I'll tell people about Detroit. And Tony.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Like the great.
I'm pretty rich. This past week. So we do this show prizes goes on stage. But this round of not problem. Definitely. 100%.
I was. Well, it